Hello guys, welcome to Fiction Quest. So in this video, we will see, what if Harry was a Thunderbird Animagus and summoned a hurricane to drown the dragon in the first task. If you enjoy these kinds of stories, don't forget to show us some love by hitting the like button and subscribing to the channel. Your support means the world to us. Now, let's start the story. Chapter 1, The storm inside the summer heat pressed down on Privet Drive like a physical weight, thick and suffocating. The kind of heat that made the air shimmer above the pavement and turned the Dursleys' perfectly manicured lawn into a yellowing carpet despite Aunt Petunia's obsessive watering schedule. Harry Potter lay on his narrow bed in the smallest bedroom of number 4, staring at the ceiling where a water stain had slowly been spreading since last winter, shaped vaguely like a hippogriff if he squinted hard enough. 3 weeks since the end of term. 3 weeks of minimal food, maximum chores, and the particular brand of misery that came from being treated like a combination of servant and criminal in the only home he'd ever known. The Dursleys had taken the Dementor attack at the end of his second year and Aunt Marge's inflation at the end of his third as proof that Harry was becoming more dangerous, more freakish, more in need of control. Vernon had instituted new rules this summer. No wandering. No talking to neighbors. No looking at people wrong. No breathing too loudly during dinner. The list grew daily, each edition more absurd than the last, and Harry had learned to simply nod and retreat to his room where Hedwig's soft hooting was the only sound that felt like home. His owl was out hunting now, the window cracked open despite the heat because she needed the freedom even if he couldn't have it. Harry understood that particular desperation intimately. He thought about his friends. Ron's letters were cheerful but vague, full of hints about something exciting happening that he couldn't write about. Hermione's were longer, detailed accounts of her summer reading and careful questions about his well-being that he answered with lies. He was fine. Everything was fine. The Dursleys were being reasonable. The lies came easier every year. A car door slammed outside, and Harry tensed automatically before recognizing the sound of the Mason's sedan. The Dursleys had been cultivating that particular connection for years, ever since the disastrous dinner party that Harry had accidentally ruined with Dobby's help. Tonight was another attempt at reconciliation, a barbecue in the back garden that Harry had been explicitly forbidden from attending, observing, or existing near. Boy! Vernon's bellow shook the house. Harry was on his feet and moving before his mind caught up with his body, years of conditioning making him responsive to that particular tone. He found his uncle in the kitchen, face already purpling with the heat and the tight collar of his best casual shirt, the one with the tiny sailboats that Petunia insisted made him look distinguished. "The Masons will be here in 1 hour," Vernon said, jabbing a thick finger at Harry's chest. "You will stay in your room. You will not make a sound. You will not exist. Do you understand me?" "Yes, Uncle Vernon. If I hear so much as a floorboard creak, if Petunia sees your shadow through a window, if anything happens to ruin this evening," Vernon's voice dropped to something uglier than shouting. "You'll wish you'd never been born." Harry had wished that plenty of times. The threat had lost its sting years ago. But he nodded anyway, kept his face blank, his eyes down. "Get out of my sight." He got. Back in his room, Harry sat on the edge of his bed and focused on breathing. In, out. Slow and steady. The anger was there, it was always there these days, a constant pressure behind his ribs that he had to actively work to contain. Third year had been better, Sirius, the truth about his parents, the hope of a different life, but then Pettigrew had escaped, and Sirius had fled, and Harry had returned to Privet Drive with nothing but promises that things would get better eventually. Eventually wasn't good enough anymore. He could hear the Dursleys moving around downstairs, Petunia's heels clicking on the tile, Dudley complaining about having to wear something other than his tracksuit. Normal family sounds that only emphasized how thoroughly Harry didn't belong to them. The window rattled. Harry looked up, expecting Hedwig, but the glass was empty. The evening sky had gone strange, the sunset colors bleeding into something darker, more bruised. He hadn't noticed the clouds gathering. The window rattled again, harder this time, and Harry felt something stir in his chest. Not his heartbeat. Something deeper. Something that resonated with the distant rumble of thunder he could suddenly hear approaching across the suburban rooftops. He crossed to the window and pressed his palm against the glass. It was warm from the day's heat, but beneath that warmth he could feel something else, a pulse, a rhythm, a pattern that matched the storm moving toward Little Whinging with unnatural speed. Harry had grown up knowing he was different. Magic had given that difference a name, a context, a community. But this felt like something else entirely. This felt like recognition. The first lightning strike hit the oak tree at the end of the street, and Harry gasped as the electrical discharge ran through him like his blood had turned to light. It didn't hurt. It felt like waking up. "What the hell," he whispered, and his breath fogged the window even though the room was sweltering. The doorbell rang downstairs. The Masons, arriving early, and Petunia's flustered welcome carried up through the floorboards. Harry should move away from the window. He should lie down, be silent, be invisible. He should follow the rules. The second lightning strike hit the Dursleys' chimney. The house shook. Petunia screamed. The lights flickered and died, plunging everything into the strange purple twilight of the storm-darkened evening. Harry heard Vernon shouting something about the fuse box, heard Dudley's panicked whimpering, heard the Masons' confused questions. And beneath all of it, he heard something else. A voice. Not words exactly, but a communication nonetheless, carried on the thunder and the rain that had begun to lash the window with sudden fury. "Come." Harry's hand was on the window latch before he realized he was moving. He had it open and was climbing onto the sill when Vernon's footsteps thundered up the stairs. "Potter. What have you done? What have you?" The bedroom door burst open just as Harry dropped into the back garden. He landed harder than expected, his ankle twisting on the wet grass, but he was up and running before the pain fully registered. The rain soaked him instantly, warm and electric, and every drop that touched his skin felt like a tiny awakening. He heard Vernon shouting from the window. He heard Petunia's horrified gasp. He heard Dudley's confused question about whether Harry was trying to escape. He didn't care. The voice was calling him, and his body responded to it like a compass finding north. Harry ran. The storm moved with him. He realized it about halfway across the neighborhood, when he noticed that the rain seemed to part around him, that the lightning always struck just ahead of his path like it was guiding him forward. The rational part of his mind, the part that sounded like Hermione, insisted this was impossible, that weather didn't respond to emotion, that he was projecting meaning onto coincidence. But the rest of him knew better. He reached the small park at the edge of the development, the one with the rusted swings and the neglected flower beds, and stopped. The voice had gone quiet. The storm still raged around him, but its urgency had faded into something more patient, more expectant. Harry stood in the center of the empty park, rain streaming down his face, and waited. The lightning struck again. Not near him. Into him. Harry screamed as the electricity coursed through every nerve, every cell, every magical molecule of his being. He felt his bones heating, his blood boiling, his heart stopping and starting in a rhythm that matched the thunder. He should be dead. He should be ash and memory, another tragic end to a tragic story. Instead, he was changing. The pain twisted into something else. His arms weren't arms anymore. His skin wasn't skin. He was growing and shrinking and expanding and contracting, and there were wings where there should be shoulders and talons where there should be feet and a beak where there should be a mouth and, Harry opened his eyes. The world looked different. Sharper. He could see the individual droplets of rain hanging in the air, could track each one's trajectory with impossible precision. He could feel the storm not as something external but as an extension of himself, his heartbeat translated into thunder, his breath translated into wind. He was standing on talons. Massive, golden talons that dug into the wet earth like it was soft butter. He raised what should have been his arm and saw instead a wing, enormous, feathered, crackling with lightning that danced between the individual plumes. A Thunderbird. He was a Thunderbird. The knowledge came with the form, settling into his transformed mind like it had always been there. This was him. This was what he was meant to be. Not just a wizard, not just the boy who lived, but this. Harry spread his wings. The rain intensified, responding to his movement. The wind picked up, swirling around his massive form in patterns that should have knocked him over but instead lifted him higher. He could feel the storm's power flowing through him, endless and ancient and utterly his to command. He thought about flying. The world fell away. Later, Harry would try to describe the experience and find human language inadequate. Flying on a broomstick was freedom, yes, but it was borrowed freedom, mechanical freedom, freedom that depended on a tool. This was different. This was his body remembering something it had never learned, muscles he'd never had working in perfect concert to carry him up through the clouds where the lightning was born. He rose until Little Whinging was a tiny cluster of lights below him, until the storm surrounded him completely, until he could see the curvature of the earth and the stars beginning to emerge above the cloud cover. The air was thin and cold, but he didn't need to breathe like a human needed to breathe. He drew power directly from the atmosphere, from the electrical potential of the churning clouds, from the raw magic that he now understood permeated everything. A Thunderbird. A real, actual Thunderbird. Harry had never heard of such an Animagus form. He'd studied the topic briefly during his third year, enough to understand the theory, wizards who could transform into animals, the process supposedly taking years of careful preparation, the form supposedly determined by personality and magical affinity. McGonagall was a cat. His father had been a stag. Sirius was a great black dog. But a Thunderbird? A creature of legend, a being of pure elemental power, a species that most European wizards considered mythological. He should be terrified. He should be desperate to change back, to return to his human form and his human problems and his human limitations. Instead, Harry dove. The descent was ecstasy. Wind screaming past feathers that felt like they were made of solid lightning. The ground rushing up to meet him at speeds that would kill any normal creature. The storm following him down, concentrating its fury into a narrowing spiral that matched his trajectory perfectly. He pulled up at the last second, skimming over the rooftops of Privet Drive close enough to touch, and the sonic boom of his passage shattered every window on the street. Oops. Harry circled back, more carefully this time, and found the Dursleys standing in their front garden amid broken glass and absolute chaos. The Masons were fleeing to their car. Vernon was purple and speechless for what might have been the first time in his life. Petunia was clinging to Dudley, who had wet himself. They looked up as Harry's shadow passed over them. They didn't recognize him, of course. How could they? He was a monster from myth, a creature of nightmare and legend, a being of storm and fury unlike anything their narrow minds could comprehend. But Harry recognized them. And for one glorious moment, he let himself feel the power he held over these people who had made his childhood a misery. One lightning bolt. One gust of wind. One small application of the force that now lived inside him, and the Dursleys would never hurt anyone again. The temptation was terrifying in its intensity. Harry flew away. He found a clearing in the woods on the outskirts of town, a small space between ancient oaks where the storm's rain created a curtain of privacy. He landed, crashed, really, his control over this new body still imperfect, and focused on becoming human again. The transformation reversed itself with less pain than the original change, his wings folding into arms, his talons shrinking into feet, his feathers somehow reabsorbing into skin that steamed gently in the cool night air. Harry stood naked in the rain for a long moment, breathing hard, feeling distinctly strange in a body that suddenly seemed too small and too limited. His clothes. Right. They'd been destroyed by the transformation, torn apart by the emergence of wings and the expansion of his frame. Harry looked down at himself, thin, pale, marked by old scars from the Dursleys' indifference and new ones from his magical adventures, and laughed. The laugh became slightly hysterical before he got it under control. He was a Thunderbird. He could control storms. He had just flown higher than any broomstick could carry him and survived a direct lightning strike that should have reduced him to component atoms. And his biggest immediate problem was that he was naked in the woods. The absurdity of it helped. Harry found himself grinning despite everything, despite the confusion and the fear and the thousand questions spinning through his mind. He'd spent his whole life being exceptional in ways he didn't choose, being marked for a destiny he didn't understand, being special in ways that mostly just got people hurt. But this? This felt different. This felt like something he'd chosen, even if he didn't remember making the choice. This felt like power that belonged to him rather than power that had been forced upon him by circumstance and prophecy. Harry walked back toward Privet Drive, ignoring the cold and the wet and his own nakedness. The storm was fading now, its fury spent, the clouds beginning to break apart to reveal a sky full of stars. He could feel the electrical charge dissipating from the air, could sense the barometric pressure stabilizing, could track 100 tiny weather patterns with his mind in ways that hadn't been possible an hour ago. The transformation had changed something fundamental about his perception. Even in human form, he was more aware of the world around him, more attuned to the invisible forces that shaped reality. He reached the back garden of number 4 and found Vernon waiting for him with a cricket bat. "I don't know what you are," Vernon said, his voice shaking with fear he was trying desperately to disguise as anger. "I don't know what kind of freakish thing you've become. But you will not bring that into my house." Harry looked at his uncle. Really looked at him, for perhaps the first time in years. Saw the small, frightened man beneath the bluster. Saw the decades of bitterness and prejudice and willful ignorance. Saw someone who had spent his entire life trying to be normal, to fit in, to be unremarkable, and who had been given charge of a child who was anything but. It didn't excuse the cruelty. Nothing could excuse the cupboard, the starvation, the endless small humiliations. But standing here, naked and powerful and fundamentally transformed, Harry found he couldn't summon the hatred he'd carried for so long. Vernon Dursley wasn't worth hating. He was barely worth noticing. "I need clothes," Harry said. "And my things. And then I'll leave." Vernon's grip on the cricket bat tightened. "You're not going anywhere until," Harry looked at the sky. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and Vernon went pale. "Clothes," Harry repeated. "My things. Now." He was dressed and packed within the hour. The Dursleys watched him from the kitchen window as he walked down the front path, trunk floating behind him with wandless magic he hadn't known he could do until tonight. He'd figure out later where to go, the Leaky Cauldron, probably, or maybe he'd write to Sirius and see if his godfather had any suggestions. For now, he just walked. The night air was clean after the storm, washed and fresh, carrying scents that Harry's enhanced senses could identify individually. Cut grass. Petrol. Someone's late dinner. The ozone remnants of lightning. The world felt bigger than it had this morning, full of possibilities that hadn't existed when he was just an underfed teenager counting the days until he could return to Hogwarts. He reached the main road and stuck out his wand, and the night bus appeared with its familiar bang and lurch. Stan Shunpike's face lit up with recognition as Harry climbed aboard. "Blimey, it's Harry Potter. What are you doing out this time of night, then?" "Leaving," Harry said. "The Leaky Cauldron, please." The bus lurched into motion, and Harry found a seat near the back where he could watch the world blur past and try to process everything that had happened. A Thunderbird. He was a Thunderbird Animagus. The Animagus transformation was supposed to take years, was supposed to require holding a mandrake leaf in your mouth for a month and brewing complex potions and performing rituals under specific lunar conditions. Harry had done none of that. He'd simply changed. The storm had called, and his body had answered, and now he was something other than human. No. That wasn't right. He was still human, he could feel his humanity, his memories, his personality, all intact. But he was also more than human now, or perhaps he'd always been more and had only just noticed. The bus stopped in Diagon Alley, and Harry made his way to the Leaky Cauldron through streets that were nearly empty at this hour. Tom the barman raised an eyebrow at his late arrival but said nothing, just handed over a room key and asked if Harry wanted anything to eat. "Yes, please. Whatever you have." He ate alone in the small dining room, ravenous in a way that suggested the transformation had burned through more energy than he'd realized. Shepherd's pie and roasted vegetables and fresh bread and 3 glasses of pumpkin juice, all consumed with an intensity that would have made Ron proud. When he finally reached his room, Harry sat on the bed and pulled out parchment and quill. He needed to tell someone. Hermione, probably, she would know how to research this, would help him understand what he'd become. But he hesitated with the quill poised over the paper. If he told Hermione, she'd tell an adult. She always did, and usually she was right to do so. But Harry had spent his whole life having decisions made for him by adults who thought they knew better. Dumbledore's manipulations, the Ministry's interference, even Sirius and Lupin treating him like a child who needed protection rather than information. This was different. This power was his. And he wanted to understand it himself before others started telling him what it meant. Harry put the parchment away and lay back on the bed, staring at another unfamiliar ceiling. He was exhausted but too wired to sleep, his mind racing through the implications of what had happened. Thunderbirds were American creatures, supposedly found only in the Arizona desert. How had a British wizard manifested one as his Animagus form? Was it truly an Animagus transformation, or something else entirely? Could he control it, or would the storm call him every time lightning threatened? And what would it mean when he returned to Hogwarts? The tournament that Hermione had mentioned in her letters, the one happening this year, the one she said was dangerous and exciting and historic, what would it mean to face those challenges with the power of a Thunderbird at his command? Harry smiled into the darkness. For the first time in his life, he was looking forward to finding out. Sleep came eventually, and with it dreams of flying through storms that went on forever, of lightning that sang in frequencies only he could hear, of ancient beings watching from the clouds with approval in their electric eyes. He woke to sunlight and the smell of breakfast floating up from below, and for a moment couldn't remember why he felt so different. Then the memories crashed back in, the storm, the transformation, Vernon's terrified face, and Harry sat up with a start. It hadn't been a dream. He checked his hands, half expecting to see feathers or talons, but they were ordinary human hands, marked only by the calluses of Quidditch and yard work. He felt normal. He felt like himself. But he also felt the distant pressure system moving in from the Atlantic, could sense the electrical potential building in the upper atmosphere, could taste the rain that wouldn't fall for another 6 hours. The Thunderbird was still there, sleeping inside him, waiting to be called. Harry got dressed and went downstairs to eat breakfast and plan his next move. The Leaky Cauldron's dining room was more crowded than it had been last night, witches and wizards of all descriptions going about their morning routines. A few recognized Harry and stared, most were too absorbed in their own business to notice him. He found a table in the corner and ordered everything on the breakfast menu, still hungry from last night's expenditure. "Mr. Potter?" Harry looked up to find a middle-aged witch in ministry robes standing beside his table, her expression professionally neutral. "I'm Mafalda Hopkirk, from the Improper Use of Magic Office. We received some alarming reports last night about magical activity in the Little Whinging area. Specifically, a severe localized storm, multiple lightning strikes on a residential property, and what witnesses described as a giant magical bird flying through the area." Harry kept his face carefully blank. "That sounds concerning." "Indeed. We also received a complaint from your aunt and uncle about damaged property and threatening behavior. They claim you caused the storm and used it to intimidate them. My aunt and uncle believe magic is the cause of everything they don't like. Last month Uncle Vernon blamed wizards for his car trouble. It was the alternator." Hopkirk's mouth twitched. "Be that as it may, the trace detected significant magical activity in your vicinity last night. Can you explain that?" Harry met her eyes. "I'm a wizard living in a muggle neighborhood. Accidental magic happens sometimes, especially during emotional moments. My uncle was being particularly difficult. Things got out of hand. Accidental magic doesn't usually manifest as controlled weather phenomena, Mr. Potter. I wasn't aware my accidental magic had to follow normal patterns. I'll try to be more conventional next time. Hopkirk stared at him for a long moment. Harry stared back. The Ministry will be investigating this incident further, she said finally. You're not in trouble yet, but I'd advise you to be more careful. The statute of secrecy exists for a reason. I'll keep that in mind. She left, and Harry released a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. That had been closer than he'd like. He needed to be more careful, needed to learn control before he did something that attracted too much attention. But how did you learn to control something when you didn't know anyone who'd done it before? Harry finished his breakfast and retreated to his room to think. He had 3 weeks before term started, 3 weeks before he was surrounded by people who would notice if he suddenly developed the ability to summon hurricanes. He needed to use that time wisely. The trunk at the foot of his bed contained his schoolbooks, his invisibility cloak, the photo album Hagrid had given him, and his wand. He pulled out the wand and turned it over in his hands, feeling its familiar weight, its connection to him. Except the connection felt different now. Stronger. Like the wand was an extension of his nervous system rather than just a tool. When he flicked it experimentally, sparks didn't just emerge from the tip, they arced up his arm and through his hair, tiny lightning bolts that tickled rather than burned. Brilliant, Harry muttered. I've electrified myself. He spent the morning experimenting. Small magics at first, lumos, which produced a blinding flash rather than a gentle glow. Wingardium Leviosa, which worked normally until he got frustrated with the feather and accidentally blasted it across the room with a gust of wind. Aguamenti, which summoned not a stream of water but a miniature thundercloud that rained on his bed for 10 minutes before he figured out how to dispel it. His magic had changed. Not gone, not reduced, but intensified and altered in ways he didn't fully understand. Everything seemed to want to become storm magic, to express itself through wind and water and lightning. He was going to have to relearn his entire repertoire. That afternoon, Harry ventured into Diagon Alley for supplies. Flourish and Blots had a decent section on Animagi, but nothing about Thunderbird specifically. He found a few references in books about magical creatures. The Thunderbird is native to the southwestern regions of North America, and while several attempts have been made to capture specimens for European study, all have failed due to the creature's ability to sense danger and summon protective storms, but nothing that explained how a British wizard might manifest one as his animal form. The bookshop owner noticed his interest. Looking into magical birds, Mr. Potter. We have some lovely illustrated guides to phoenix breeds, if you're interested. Very popular with collectors. Do you have anything specifically about Thunderbirds? The owner's eyebrows rose. Thunderbirds. Those are strictly controlled subjects, Mr. Potter. Makusa takes a very dim view of European wizards researching their protected species. I could order something from the American market, but it would take months to clear customs and probably be heavily redacted. Harry purchased a general guide to Animagus transformation and a history of American magical creatures that at least mentioned Thunderbirds in passing. It wasn't much, but it was a start. That evening, he wrote to Sirius. Something's happened. I can't explain it in a letter, but I need to talk to someone who knows about Animagus transformations. Is there anywhere safe we can meet? He sent the letter with Hedwig, who had found him at the Leaky Cauldron that morning looking distinctly pleased with herself for tracking him down. She nipped his ear affectionately before taking flight, and Harry watched her disappear into the darkening sky. The waiting was the hardest part. He spent the next several days reading, practicing, and trying to control his increasingly volatile magic. The staff at the Leaky Cauldron gave him strange looks after he accidentally short-circuited every lamp in the common room during a moment of frustration, but Tom was understanding about it. Young wizards, he said philosophically while replacing the burned-out fuses. Always something, isn't there? Harry offered to pay for the damage, but Tom waved him off. "You're good for business, Mr. Potter. Having you here brings in customers. Consider it even." Sirius's response came 5 days later, delivered by a nondescript brown owl that looked nothing like the tropical birds his godfather usually employed. "Meet me at the place we discussed last year. Next Tuesday, midnight. Come alone, and for Merlin's sake, don't tell anyone." The place they discussed last year. Harry frowned, trying to remember their conversation after escaping from the shrieking shack. The cave near Hogsmeade? No, they'd never actually discussed that. The place Sirius had mentioned wanting to show him someday, his first flat in London, the one he'd bought with his uncle's inheritance money before his family disowned him completely. Harry spent the intervening days researching London property records, easy enough with the Muggle resources available near Charing Cross Road, and found the address in Islington, a row house that had been foreclosed on and sat empty for over a decade. Perfect for a secret meeting. Tuesday night, Harry slipped out of the Leaky Cauldron under his invisibility cloak and made his way through Muggle London to the address. The house was dark, abandoned, exactly as the records had suggested. He let himself in through a back window that opened suspiciously easily and found Sirius waiting in what had once been a sitting room, looking thin and tired but alive. "Harry." Sirius pulled him into a hug that lasted longer than either of them would admit to. "God, look at you. You've grown. You've not grown. You look terrible." Sirius laughed, a rusty sound like he was out of practice. Prison food, even metaphorical prison food, doesn't do much for the physique. "But you, what's happened? Your letter sounded urgent." Harry took a deep breath. "I need to show you something. And I need you not to freak out. Harry, I spent 12 years in Azkaban and then turned back into a fugitive. I don't freak out anymore. We'll see." Harry focused on the storm inside him, the one that had been building since his first transformation, the one he'd been learning to contain and control. He felt for the lightning in his blood, the thunder in his bones, the wings that wanted to unfurl. And he changed. The sitting room was too small for his full Thunderbird form, his wings crashed through walls, his talons tore up the floor, his head punched through the ceiling into the room above. But even compressed, even constrained, the power was unmistakable. Lightning crackled between his feathers. The air pressure in the room dropped so sharply that Sirius's ears popped. The temperature plummeted as Harry drew energy from the environment to sustain the transformation. Sirius stared. Harry changed back, the transformation smoother now with practice, and stood in the wreckage of the sitting room looking sheepish. "Sorry about the house." Sirius continued staring. "It's an Animagus form," Harry offered. "I think. It happened about a week ago. There was a storm, and I was angry, and then I was, that. A Thunderbird." Sirius's voice was faint. "You're a Thunderbird Animagus." "Yes. A creature that supposedly only exists in America, that no European wizard has ever managed to study, that the magical theory books say is impossible to replicate because its power comes from the land itself." "Yes. Harry." Sirius sat down heavily on a debris-covered chair. "This shouldn't be possible." "I know. I mean, it really, genuinely, according to everything I learned about Animagus transformation, should not be possible. The form is supposed to reflect your personality, your magical affinity, your inner self. It's not supposed to let you become something that's essentially a living natural disaster." Harry sat down across from him, ignoring the dust and the fallen plaster. "I don't know how it happened. One minute I was human, and then the storm was calling, and then I was, flying. Higher than I've ever been. Faster than anything. And I could feel the weather, Sirius. Not just feel it, control it. When I was upset, lightning struck. When I flew, the wind followed. It was like the storm and I were the same thing." Sirius ran his hands through his hair, a gesture Harry recognized from his own habits. Your father never showed any sign of anything like this. Neither did your mother, as far as I know. Where did this come from? I was hoping you could tell me. A long silence fell between them. Harry watched his godfather's face cycle through confusion, concern, and something that looked almost like fear. There are stories, Sirius said finally. Old pureblood stories that nobody takes seriously because they're mixed up with all the blood supremacy nonsense. About families that had different magic. Not better magic, not darker magic, just different. Powers that didn't come from wands or spells but from somewhere deeper. The Blacks had some of those stories, though Merlin knows my parents preferred to emphasize the dark arts side of the family history. And the Potters? The Potters are old blood, Harry. Very old. Your family was recording magical history before Hogwarts was founded. There's been plenty of time for mixing. Connections to bloodlines that aren't documented anymore, marriages that got erased from the official records. Harry thought about what he'd seen, what he'd felt. The sense that the Thunderbird form was something ancient, something that had been sleeping in his blood waiting for the right moment to wake up. So I might have inherited this from somewhere in my family tree. Might have. But Harry, Sirius leaned forward, his expression serious. This is going to attract attention. Serious attention. The Ministry, the Americans, Dumbledore, possibly people a lot more dangerous. A power like this doesn't appear and go unnoticed. The Ministry's already asking questions. A witch came to interview me about the storm. Sirius swore. Then we need to be careful. Very careful. You need to practice somewhere isolated, somewhere no one will see you. And you absolutely cannot reveal this at school. Not to anyone. Harry nodded slowly. There's a tournament this year. Hermione mentioned it in her letters. Something dangerous that Hogwarts is hosting. The Triwizard Tournament. Sirius's expression darkened. I heard rumors. They're bringing back the old competitions, the ones they banned after too many people died. Harry, promise me you won't get involved in that. I'm 14. I don't think I'd be eligible even if I wanted to. Promise me. Harry met his godfather's eyes and saw genuine fear there, not fear of him, but fear for him. I promise I won't enter the Triwizard Tournament. Sirius relaxed marginally. Good. Now, about your training. I can't teach you much about Thunderbird magic specifically, but I can help you with the Animagus fundamentals. Control, meditation, separating your animal instincts from your human judgment. And I know some people, former Order members who owe me favors, who might be able to point us toward resources. They talked for hours, long past midnight, planning and theorizing and reconnecting after their months of separation. Sirius showed Harry meditation techniques that helped settle the constant electrical buzz in his nervous system. Harry demonstrated his control over small-scale weather phenomena, making it rain in the sitting room, which didn't improve the decor but proved his point. By the time dawn approached, they had the beginnings of a plan. Harry would return to Diagon Alley and continue his studies there. Sirius would reach out to his contacts and try to learn more about Thunderbird magic and its possible origins in the Potter bloodline. They would meet again before term started, and Sirius would find a way to stay close to Hogwarts during the year. Be careful, Sirius said as Harry prepared to leave. Whatever this power is, whatever it means, don't let it change who you are. Your father. James would have been amazed by this, but he would have been prouder of the person you're becoming. Don't forget that. Harry hugged him again, brief and fierce. I'll write. Carefully. You'd better. The walk back to Diagon Alley felt different than it had before. Harry moved through the pre-dawn streets of London with a new awareness, feeling the city's weather patterns, the pressure systems moving overhead, the potential energy stored in every cloud. He was connected to something vast now, something that stretched beyond his individual existence. The sky lightened as he reached the Leaky Cauldron, painting the old pub in shades of pink and gold. Harry paused at the door and looked up at the clearing sky, at the place where stars were fading into morning blue. Somewhere up there, storms were being born. Somewhere up there, thunder was waiting for him to call it. Harry smiled and went inside to face whatever came next. The remaining weeks of summer passed in a blur of study and practice and careful preparation. Harry spent his days reading everything he could find about Animagus transformation, magical creatures, and American magical history. He spent his nights sneaking out of the city to isolated areas where he could transform and fly without being seen. Each transformation came easier than the last. He learned to hold the form longer, to control its size and intensity, to manage the storm-calling instincts that came with being a living force of nature. He wasn't mastering it, he wasn't sure mastery was possible with something this wild, but he was learning to work with it. He also learned about his limits. The Thunderbird form required energy, massive amounts of it, and that energy had to come from somewhere. After one particularly ambitious flight that took him over the Scottish Highlands, Harry spent 2 days sleeping and eating everything the Leaky Cauldron's kitchen could produce. He learned to draw power from storms rather than creating them, to ride existing weather patterns rather than fighting against them. And he learned that some things were beyond his control entirely. The form had instincts of its own, territorial impulses and migratory urges and a deep, wordless knowledge of weather patterns that his human mind could barely comprehend. When he flew too high, something ancient in him wanted to keep going, to leave the earth behind entirely and become one with the upper atmosphere. That was dangerous. That was the kind of thing that could make him forget he was human. Sirius's letters helped. His godfather had found references to something called the Storm bloodline, in an obscure genealogy text, a family of American wizards who had intermarried with a European line centuries ago, though the records of exactly which line had been destroyed. The timing matched what Harry knew of the Potter family tree. "It's possible," Sirius wrote, "that you're the first storm blood to manifest fully in generations. The trait might be recessive, needing specific conditions to activate. Like your magic did at 11. Like this did now." That made sense to Harry. His life had been a series of dormant abilities suddenly awakening: Parseltongue, his resistance to the Imperius curse, his connection to Voldemort. Why not this? The question was what it meant for his future. What did you do when you discovered you could summon hurricanes? Harry thought about the upcoming school year, about his friends, about the tournament he'd promised not to enter. He thought about Voldemort, still out there somewhere, still hunting for a way to return to power. He thought about the prophecy Trelawney had made, the one that had marked him as the Dark Lord's equal. Equal. What did that word mean now? The night before he was due to leave for Hogwarts, Harry transformed one last time. He rose above London in his Thunderbird form, climbing until the city was a sprawling pattern of lights below him, until the stars emerged in their thousands above. He hovered there, between earth and sky, feeling the weather patterns of an entire continent spread out beneath his awareness. He was 14 years old. He was a wizard. He was a Thunderbird. And whatever was coming next, he would face it on his own terms. The wind shifted, carrying the first hints of autumn's approach. Harry spread his wings and let it carry him higher, into the storm-dark spaces where only creatures like him belonged. Tomorrow, Hogwarts. Tomorrow, whatever waited. Tonight, he flew. The morning of September 1st arrived grey and drizzling, the kind of weather that Harry now recognized as a cold front moving through rather than just bad luck. He packed his trunk with more care than usual, making sure his research materials were hidden beneath innocuous schoolbooks and his notes about Thunderbird anatomy were disguised as care of magical creatures' homework. King's Cross was crowded as always, muggles rushing past without noticing the owls or the suspicious trunk sizes or the scattered families who were clearly not quite normal. Harry found platform 9 3/4 without trouble and emerged onto the familiar platform with its scarlet steam engine and its cloud of excited students. "Harry!" Hermione's voice cut through the crowd, and then she was there, hugging him with a fierceness that suggested she'd worried about him all summer. Ron appeared behind her, looking awkward but pleased. "You're alive," Ron said, which wasn't the most enthusiastic greeting but felt genuine. "Mum was convinced you'd done something stupid and gotten expelled. I was careful. The ministry came to your relative's house asking about a magical storm, Harry." Hermione pulled back, her expression caught between concern and curiosity. "That doesn't sound careful. I'll explain later. Somewhere private. They found a compartment near the back of the train, empty enough for conversation once they cast privacy charms." Harry told them an edited version of the truth, the storm, the magic, the ministry visit, while leaving out the Thunderbird entirely. It wasn't that he didn't trust them. He just wasn't ready to share something so huge, so strange, so fundamentally his. "So you can control weather now?" Ron looked skeptical but intrigued. "That's not normal, mate. Nothing about my life is normal." "Fair point." Hermione was studying him with that intense look she got when faced with a puzzle. "There has to be an explanation. Some form of wandless magic that manifested under stress, perhaps, or a latent ability that's been triggered by your development. I'll need to research, Hermione. Possible connections to your family history, there might be records, Hermione." She stopped. "What? I appreciate the offer. But this is something I need to figure out myself. At least for now." He expected argument. Instead, she nodded slowly. "All right. But if you need help, or if things get dangerous, you'll be the first person I tell." The train began to move, and they settled into the familiar rhythm of the journey north. Ron talked about the Quidditch World Cup, which Harry had missed, and the mysterious tournament that was happening at Hogwarts this year. Hermione added details about the history of the Triwizard Tournament and its notorious death toll. "But they're making it safer this year," she said. "Age restrictions, new safety measures, international oversight. It's supposed to be a symbol of cooperation between magical schools." Harry listened with half his attention, the other half tracking the weather outside the window. Storm systems over the Midlands. Clear skies predicted for Scotland. His new awareness was useful but distracting, like having an extra sense that constantly demanded attention. "Harry? You all right?" He blinked, finding both his friends staring at him. "Fine. Just thinking." "About what?" "About lightning. About flight. About the 1,000 ways this year could go wrong if he wasn't careful." "About what's for dinner," Harry said, and smiled. The Hogwarts Express rolled on through the gathering dusk, carrying its cargo of students toward a year that would change everything. Harry watched the first stars emerge above the darkening landscape and felt the storm inside him pulse with anticipation. Whatever came next, he was ready. Chapter 1 and Chapter 2, The World Cup's shadow. The memory of the Quidditch World Cup played through Harry's mind in fragments as the Hogwarts Express carried him north, not his memory, but Ron's, delivered in enthusiastic bursts between mouthfuls of chocolate frogs. "You should have seen Crumbs dive, Harry. I mean, genuinely, it was the most incredible thing I've ever witnessed. The Irish chasers were running circles around everyone, but Crumb, he just waited, you know. Patient as anything. And then when he saw the snitch, it was like watching a hawk spot a mouse. Lynch tried to follow and practically killed himself on the pitch. Bulgaria still lost, though," Hermione pointed out, not looking up from her copy of the Standard Book of Spells, Grade 4. "That's not the point. The point is the artistry. The pure skill. Crumb caught the snitch while his team was 160 points down because he knew they couldn't win anyway, so he ended it on his terms. That's not losing. That's losing with style." Ron threw a chocolate frog card at her. She caught it without looking. Harry half listened, watching the countryside blur past the window. He'd missed the World Cup by 3 days, the storm, his transformation, his flight from Privet Drive had all happened while Ron was watching the greatest Quidditch match of the decade. Part of him wished he'd been there. A larger part knew he'd gained something far more valuable. The worst part was after, Ron said, his enthusiasm dimming. The Death Eaters. Harry's attention sharpened. Death Eaters? Didn't Hermione tell you? After the match, these wizards in masks and robes started terrorizing the campsite. Floating muggles in the air, setting fire to tents. Ron shuddered. It was bad, Harry. Really bad. Dad made us run for the woods, and we got separated, and then someone cast the dark mark into the sky. The dark mark, Harry repeated. The skull and serpent that had haunted his nightmares since he'd first learned what it meant. Massive thing, hanging over the whole campsite. Green and horrible. People were screaming, running everywhere. The ministry was in complete chaos. Hermione finally set down her book. They never caught whoever cast it. The official story is that it was probably a rogue sympathizer, someone trying to cause panic. But Harry. She glanced at Ron, then back at Harry. There are rumors that something else happened that night. Something the ministry is covering up. What kind of something? We don't know. But Dad's been working overtime ever since, Ron said. Secret meetings, late nights, worried looks when he thinks we're not watching. Whatever happened at the World Cup, it's got the whole ministry spooked. Harry filed this information away alongside everything else he'd learned this summer. Death Eaters emerging from hiding. The dark mark cast for the first time in 13 years. Ministry officials running scared. And him, transformed into something ancient and powerful, preparing to return to a school hosting an international competition that historically got people killed. The universe had a sick sense of humor. There's something else, Ron added, lowering his voice even though they'd already cast privacy charms. Bagman and Crouch have been at the house constantly. Ludo Bagman from Magical Games and Sports, and Bartemius Crouch from International Magical Cooperation. They're organizing the tournament, and they've been meeting with Dad about security arrangements. Mr. Crouch sent his own son to Azkaban, Hermione said quietly. During the First War. He was a Death Eater, supposedly involved in torturing the Longbottoms. He died in prison a few years later. Hermione, how do you know all this? I read, Ronald. You should try it sometime. Harry let their bickering wash over him as he processed this new information. Crouch's son, a Death Eater. The dark mark at the World Cup. A tournament being organized by a man who'd sacrificed his own child to prove his loyalty to the cause of fighting dark magic. Nothing about this year felt safe. The train rolled on through gathering darkness, and Harry watched lightning flicker on the distant horizon, a storm system moving east, far enough away that no one else would notice, but close enough for him to feel its electrical potential like a second heartbeat. He wondered what that storm would think of Hogwarts, of the ancient magic that protected the castle, of the thousands of young witches and wizards about to gather under its towers. Would it recognize him if he flew through its heart? Would it welcome him as kin? The questions followed him into an uneasy sleep as the express carried them north toward Scotland and whatever waited there. The great hall blazed with candlelight and excitement when Harry took his seat at the Gryffindor table. The sorting had just concluded, a small crop of terrified first-years distributed among the 4 houses, and Dumbledore had risen to make announcements. Welcome to another year at Hogwarts, the headmaster said, his voice carrying effortlessly through the vast space. Before we begin our feast, I have several announcements that I suspect will interest you greatly. Harry noticed that Dumbledore looked tired. It was subtle, the old wizard's eyes still twinkled, his voice still carried its familiar warmth, but there were lines around his mouth that Harry didn't remember, a slight stoop to his shoulders that suggested weight being carried. First, I must inform you that the Interhouse Quidditch Cup will not take place this year. The reaction was immediate and volcanic. Protests erupted from every table, Fred and George Weasley's outraged shouts particularly audible above the din. Harry felt his own disappointment spike. Quidditch was one of the few normal pleasures he had at Hogwarts, one of the few places where being the boy who lived didn't matter as much as being a good seeker. Dumbledore raised his hand, and the noise subsided reluctantly. This is due to an event that will be starting in October, and continuing throughout the school year. taking up much of the teacher's time and energy, but I am sure you will all enjoy it immensely. It is my great pleasure to announce that this year, Hogwarts will host the Triwizard Tournament. The silence lasted exactly 1 second before exploding into excited chatter. Harry saw Ron's face light up with the kind of fervor usually reserved for professional Quidditch, while Hermione's expression shifted through surprise, interest, and concern in rapid succession. For those who do not know, Dumbledore continued, the Triwizard Tournament was first established some 700 years ago as a friendly competition between the 3 largest European schools of wizardry, Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. A champion was selected to represent each school, and the 3 champions competed in 3 magical tasks. The schools took it in turns to host the tournament once every 5 years, and it was generally agreed to be a most excellent way of establishing ties between young witches and wizards of different nationalities, until, that is, the death toll mounted so high that the tournament was discontinued. Death toll? Hermione whispered, looking horrified despite having mentioned this very fact on the train. There have been several attempts over the centuries to reinstate the tournament, none of which has been very successful. However, our own departments of international magical cooperation and magical games and sports have decided the time is right for another attempt. We have worked hard over the summer to ensure that this time, no champion will find himself or herself in mortal danger. Harry caught the slight emphasis Dumbledore placed on mortal, and wondered what lesser dangers had been deemed acceptable. The heads of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving with their shortlisted contenders in October, and the selection of the 3 champions will take place at Halloween. An impartial judge will decide which students are most worthy to compete for the Triwizard Cup, the glory of their school, and 1,000 galleons personal prize money. The mention of gold sent another wave of excitement through the hall. Harry noticed that even some of the teachers looked interested. Professor Sinistra was leaning forward with obvious curiosity, while Professor Sprout was whispering something to Professor Flitwick that made both of them smile. Eager though I know all of you will be to bring the Triwizard Cup to Hogwarts, the heads of the participating schools, along with the Ministry of Magic, have agreed to impose an age restriction on contenders this year. Only students who are of age, that is to say, 17 years or older, will be allowed to put forward their names for consideration. This, Dumbledore raised his voice over the outburst of protest that greeted this announcement, is a measure we feel is necessary, given that the tournament tasks will still be difficult and dangerous, whatever precautions we take, and it is highly unlikely that students below 6th and 7th year will be able to cope with them. I will personally be ensuring that no underage student hoodwinks our impartial judge into making them Hogwarts champion. His blue eyes swept the hall, and for a moment, Harry could have sworn they lingered on him specifically. The old wizard's expression was unreadable, but something in his gaze felt like a warning. The delegations from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving in October and remaining with us for the greater part of this year. I know that you will all extend every courtesy to our foreign guests while they are with us, and will give your wholehearted support to the Hogwarts champion when he or she is selected. And now, I believe it is time to eat. The food appeared, and conversation exploded along with the usual feeding frenzy. Harry filled his plate mechanically, his mind working through the implications of everything he'd just heard. An international competition with foreign students. Death Eaters emerging from hiding. The dark mark cast at the World Cup. And Dumbledore's eyes, warning him about something the old wizard couldn't or wouldn't say directly. Harry, you're not eating. He looked up to find Hermione watching him with concern. Just thinking. About the tournament? About everything. She nodded slowly. It does seem like a lot, doesn't it? The World Cup attack, then this announcement. My parents were worried about sending me back this year. They keep reading about things in the papers, well, the magical papers, that is, and asking me if I'm sure it's safe. Is it safe? Hermione hesitated. I don't know. I want to say yes, because this is Hogwarts, and it's supposed to be the safest place in Britain. But there's a tournament that used to kill people, Death Eaters floating muggles at the World Cup, and the ministries running around like someone kicked their anthill. Eloquently put. Harry smiled despite himself. I try. Ron appeared at his elbow, having apparently finished his first plate of everything. What are you two whispering about? It's suspicious. We're plotting your downfall, Hermione said dryly. It involves broccoli and early bedtimes. Terrifying. Harry, did you hear? Cedric Diggory's going to try for the tournament. Ravenclaw's putting together a betting pool on who the Hogwarts champion will be. Cedric's a good choice, Harry said. He's smart, he's skilled, and he's... He trailed off, remembering the Hufflepuff captain's easy confidence, his genuine kindness when he'd beaten Gryffindor in that rain-soaked match last year. He's the kind of person people want to cheer for. High praise from the boy who lived. Shut up, Ron. The feast continued around them, and Harry let himself be swept into the familiar rhythms of Hogwarts life, catching up with housemates, deflecting questions about his summer, pretending everything was normal. But nothing was normal. Not anymore. That night, lying in his four-poster bed with the curtains drawn and his dorm-mates' breathing filling the silence, Harry reached out with his new senses and felt the storm systems moving across Scotland. 3 distinct pressure fronts, 2 approaching and 1 departing, their patterns as clear to him as the constellations must be to Professor Sinistra. The nearest storm would arrive in 2 days. He could feel it calling to him already, promising power and freedom and flight. Harry closed his eyes and let that promise carry him into sleep. The first week of term passed in a blur of classes and homework and carefully managed normality. Harry went to Transfiguration and Defense Against the Dark Arts and Potions, took notes, answered questions, pretended to be the same student who'd left Hogwarts 3 months ago. It was exhausting. Not the classes themselves, his magical abilities had actually improved over the summer, probably a side effect of the Thunderbird transformation. Spells came easier, his reflexes were sharper, his magical reserve seemed deeper than before. Professor Flitwick noticed the change in charms and awarded Gryffindor 20 points for Harry's excellent improvement in fundamental technique. No, what exhausted him was the pretending. Acting like he couldn't feel every shift in the weather, like his bones didn't ache for the sky, like there wasn't a creature of storm and lightning sleeping inside him waiting to wake. Defense Against the Dark Arts provided the most interesting challenge of the week. Their new professor was Alastair Mad-Eyed Moody, a legendary Auror with a face that looked like someone had tried to carve it out of wood and given up halfway through, and a magical eye that swiveled constantly in its socket, seeing through walls and probably souls. The Dark Arts, Moody growled on their first day, his real eye fixed on the class while the magical one spun to track movement in the corridor outside, are many, varied, ever-changing, and eternal. Fighting them is like fighting a many-headed monster, which, each time a neck is severed, sprouts a head even fiercer and cleverer than before. You are fighting that which is unfixed, mutating, indestructible. Harry felt a chill run down his spine that had nothing to do with fear. There was something about Moody's intensity, his paranoia, his constant vigilance that resonated with the predatory awareness Harry had developed since his transformation. Your previous teachers have given you a basic introduction to handling dark creatures. You've learned about counter curses and defensive spells. What you haven't learned is how dark wizards actually work. The tactics. The mindset. The things they'll do when they're cornered. Moody's magical eye fixed suddenly on Harry, and he felt it seeing something, his magic, his core, the shape of the power coiled inside him. The eye widened momentarily before spinning away to scan the rest of the room. Potter. You've faced you-know-who directly. Twice, if the stories are accurate. What's the most important thing to know about facing a dark wizard? Every eye in the classroom turned to Harry. He felt the familiar mix of resentment and resignation that came with being singled out for his trauma. But instead of deflecting or giving some humble non-answer, Harry found himself thinking seriously about the question. Quarrel in the chamber beneath the school. The diary riddle in the Chamber of Secrets. The Dementors, drawn to his suffering. Wormtail, escaping when they should have won. They'll always have a backup plan, Harry said finally. You think you've beaten them, and then it turns out you've just triggered the next stage of what they wanted all along. Moody's scarred face twisted into something that might have been a smile. Good answer. Constant vigilance, that's what it takes. Never assume you've won. Never relax until you've checked every angle. And even then, don't trust your own assumptions. The lesson continued with a demonstration of the unforgivable curses that left half the class traumatized and Neville Longbottom white-faced and shaking. Harry watched Moody cast the Cruciatus on a spider and felt his own anger rising, lightning crackling just beneath his skin in response to the casual display of torture. After class, Moody called him back. A word, Potter. Harry stayed while the other students filed out, Hermione shooting him a worried look that he answered with a small shake of his head. The door closed, and suddenly he was alone with the old Auror and that terrible spinning eye. Interesting magic you're carrying, Moody said without preamble. My eye sees things most people can't. Magical cores, curse damage, hidden artifacts. Yours is different from last year. Harry kept his expression neutral. Different how? Bigger. Wilder. Less human. The eye fixed on him again, studying. Did something happen to you this summer, Potter? Something that changed your magic? The question was delivered casually, but Harry sensed danger beneath it. This was a man who'd spent decades hunting dark wizards. If he decided Harry was a threat, things could get very complicated very quickly. I had some unusual experiences, Harry said carefully. I'm still figuring them out. Moody studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded, apparently satisfied. Keep your secrets for now. Everyone's entitled to a few. But Potter, whatever you've become, make sure you're in control of it. The things that change us have a way of taking over if we're not careful. I'll keep that in mind. See that you do. Constant vigilance. Moody turned away, his wooden leg thumping against the floor. Dismissed. Harry left the classroom with his mind racing. Moody could see something different about his magic, could probably see the Thunderbird sleeping inside him, or at least the shape it left in his aura. That was dangerous. If Moody mentioned it to anyone, if rumors started spreading. He needed to be more careful. The pretending was exhausting, but it was also necessary. At least until he figured out who he could trust. October arrived with falling leaves and the electric anticipation of the foreign delegation's impending arrival. The castle was transformed over the course of several weeks, suits of armor polished until they gleamed, portraits given fresh frames, the grounds manicured to within an inch of their lives by a Hagrid who complained constantly about not being trusted with more important preparations. Dumbledore's got me cleanin' up the path to the lake, Hagrid grumbled during one of Harry's visits. Like the Beauxbatons lot is goin', ter care if there's a few fallen branches about. I got better things ter do with me time. What kind of things? Hagrid's face brightened immediately. Can't say. Special project fair the tournament. Top secret, it is. But you'll find out soon enough. Harry didn't press. He had his own secrets to keep. The nights grew colder, and Harry began sneaking out of the castle after curfew to transform and fly. He told himself it was necessary, he needed to maintain his control, to practice his abilities, to understand his limits. But the truth was simpler, he needed the sky the way other people needed air. Flying as a Thunderbird was nothing like flying on a broomstick. There was no friction, no resistance, no sense of fighting gravity. He simply was the wind, the storm, the lightning. He rose and fell on thermal currents, drew power from the electrical potential of the atmosphere, chased the weather patterns that swept across Scotland with casual speed. He learned to be careful. The Hogwarts wards extended further than most people realized, and while they didn't prevent his flight, they did register his passing. He kept his excursions brief and random, never following the same pattern twice, never straying far enough to attract attention from distant observers. But sometimes, alone in the vast darkness above the clouds, Harry let himself go. He flew higher than any broom could carry him, into the thin air where the stars burned with fierce clarity. He raced thunderstorms, matching his speed to theirs, drawing their lightning into himself and releasing it in crackling bursts that illuminated the night. He dove toward the earth at speeds that would have killed him in any other form and pulled up at the last moment, the sonic boom of his passage echoing across the empty hills. It was intoxicating. It was terrifying. It was the most alive he'd ever felt. And then, the night before the foreign delegations were due to arrive, something happened. Harry was flying over the forbidden forest, feeling the ancient magic of the place prickle against his feathers, when he sensed it, another presence in the sky. Not a bird, not a broom, but something magical. Something that felt familiar in a way that made his Thunderbird instincts scream a warning. He banked hard, dropping toward the canopy to lose himself in the shadows of the trees. The other presence followed, not attacking but tracking, staying just at the edge of his awareness. Harry landed in a clearing, transforming back to human form as he hit the ground. He was breathing hard, his heart racing, his magic crackling around him in agitated patterns. The forest was silent. Too silent. Even the usual background noise of nocturnal creatures had gone quiet. "I know you're there," Harry said to the darkness. "Show yourself." For a long moment, nothing happened. Then the shadows between two ancient oaks seemed to thicken, to coalesce, and a figure stepped forward. Harry's first impression was of feathers, feathers woven into grey hair, feathers patterned on dark robes, feathers hanging from leather cords around a weathered neck. The man was old, his face lined with decades of harsh living, but his eyes were sharp and calculating. And his magic felt like Harry's. Not identical, but similar. Like a different frequency of the same fundamental force. "So," the stranger said, his accent American and his voice rough as gravel. "The storm blood finally manifests. I wondered when you'd show yourself." Harry's wand was in his hand before he consciously decided to draw it. "Who are you?" "Just an observer. For now." The man studied him with unnerving intensity. "You fly well. Better than I expected for someone so young. But you're sloppy. Leaving traces. Drawing attention. What traces? What attention? You think no one monitors the weather patterns over Britain? You think Makusa doesn't have satellites tracking magical storms?" The man shook his head. "Every time you transform, every time you call lightning, you leave a signature. And there are people who know what that signature means." Harry's grip on his wand tightened. "People like you. People who've been waiting for someone like you for a very long time." The man took a step closer, and Harry felt his magic surge in response, not attacking, but rising to meet the man's energy like two storms brushing against each other. "I'm not your enemy, Potter. Not yet. But others are coming. Others who believe what you carry belongs to them. I don't know what you're talking about. Don't you?" The man's smile was thin and humorless. "You're a Thunderbird, boy. The first to manifest in Britain in 500 years. You think that's coincidence? You think the power just happened to choose you?" Harry thought about what Sirius had said, about the Storm bloodline, about lost connections to American magical families. "My ancestry. Your inheritance. Stolen inheritance, some would say. Taken from the land that birthed it, carried across an ocean, buried in a bloodline that had no right to it." The man's voice hardened. "There are those who want it back. Who will do whatever it takes to reclaim what they believe is theirs. And you? What do you want?" "I want to see what you become. Whether you're worthy of what you carry." The man began to fade back into the shadows. "We'll speak again, Potter. When you've had time to think about what I've said. In the meantime, be more careful. The tournament is bringing a lot of attention to this school. You don't want the wrong people noticing you." Wait, but the man was gone, vanished as completely as if he'd never been there. Harry stood alone in the clearing, heart pounding, mind racing, trying to process what had just happened. Someone knew. Someone had been watching him, tracking him, knew exactly what he was. And that someone had mentioned others, people who wanted what Harry had, who believed they had a right to it. The tournament. The foreign delegations arriving tomorrow. Hundreds of new faces, new magics, new opportunities for hidden enemies to get close. Harry transformed and flew back to the castle, his joy in the flight tainted by fear. The 31st of October dawned crisp and clear, the kind of autumn day that seemed designed for pageantry. By 6 o'clock that evening, the entire student body was assembled on the front steps of the castle, teachers herding them into lines, everyone craning their necks toward the horizon. Harry stood with Ron and Hermione near the back of the Gryffindor group, close enough to see but not so close as to attract attention. His nerves were still raw from last night's encounter, and he found himself scanning every unfamiliar face with suspicious intensity. There! Someone shouted, and Harry followed the pointing fingers toward a dark shape approaching from the south. It was a carriage, but a carriage unlike any Harry had ever seen. The size of a house, pale blue, and pulled through the air by a dozen winged horses the size of elephants, their golden coats gleaming in the fading sunlight. Abraxans, Hermione breathed. I read about them, but I never imagined. The carriage landed with surprising grace, the horses stamping and snorting as they touched down. A boy in pale blue robes jumped down from the driver's seat and fumbled with something on the carriage door for a moment before a set of golden steps unfolded. The woman who emerged was the largest human being Harry had ever seen. As tall as Hagrid, but twice as broad, with a handsome olive-skinned face and black eyes that swept across the assembled students with sharp assessment. Madame Maxime, Dumbledore called out, moving forward to greet her. Welcome to Hogwarts. Dumbledore. The woman's voice was deep and surprisingly musical. I hope I find you well. In excellent form, thank you. Students began emerging from the carriage behind Madame Maxime, a dozen young witches and wizards in pale blue silk robes, shivering slightly in the Scottish cold. Harry's eyes moved over them automatically, noting faces, assessing threats, and stopped. She was perhaps the most beautiful girl he had ever seen. Silvery blonde hair that fell to her waist, delicate features, eyes that seemed to shift between blue and gray depending on the light. She moved with unconscious grace, her robes flowing around her like water. Harry felt the familiar tug of Vila allure, he recognized it from the World Cup, from stories and warnings, and let it wash over him without effect. Something about his Thunderbird nature seemed to grant him immunity, or at least resistance. The magic slid off him like rain off feathers. The girl's eyes swept the crowd, and for a moment, they met his. Harry saw surprise flicker across her perfect features, surprise and something else. Interest, perhaps. Or recognition. Then she looked away, and the moment passed. Blimey, Ron said weakly beside him. She's. Vila, Hermione said, her voice flat. Or part Vila, anyway. Honestly, Ron, try to maintain a little dignity. Dignity? Did you see her? Harry tuned out their bickering, still watching the Beauxbatons delegation. The beautiful girl had positioned herself near the back of the group, her expression carefully neutral. But every few seconds, her eyes would flick toward him, quick and assessing. She'd felt something. When their eyes met, she'd felt the same absence of affect that Harry had noticed. And it had surprised her. Interesting. A new sound drew his attention, a strange rumbling from the direction of the lake. Harry turned to see the water churning, a whirlpool forming in the center, and then a mast broke the surface, followed by the prow of a ship. Not just any ship. A ghostly vessel with a skeletal appearance, its rigging hung with what looked like tattered sails but were actually, Harry realized, some kind of magical fabric that rippled without wind. The ship rose fully from the water and glided toward the shore, where it dropped anchor with a splash. The Durmstrang delegation. They emerged onto the shore in heavy furs and blood-red robes, their faces grim and guarded. At their head was a man with a pointed silver goatee and a look of permanent irritation, Igor Karkaroff, Harry remembered from the whispers around him, the headmaster of Durmstrang. But it wasn't Karkaroff who caught Harry's attention. It was the young man walking beside him. Tall, broad-shouldered, with a hooked nose and thick dark eyebrows that gave his face a brooding intensity. He walked with the coiled readiness of an athlete, his dark eyes scanning the crowd with professional assessment. Victor Krum. Harry watched as Krum's gaze moved across the assembled students, dismissing most of them without interest. Then those dark eyes found Harry, and stopped. For a long moment, they simply looked at each other. Harry felt the same strange recognition he'd experienced with the Beauxbatons girl, not magical, exactly, but something deeper. An acknowledgement between predators. Krum's eyes narrowed slightly. Then he nodded, once, barely perceptible, and continued walking. Was that Victor Krum? Ron's voice had gone several octaves higher. Did he just nod at you? I think so. You think so? Harry, Victor Krum just acknowledged your existence. Do you understand how incredible that is? It's not that incredible, Hermione said, though she looked impressed despite herself. Harry is famous, after all. Not Quidditch famous. Not the right kind of famous. Harry let their argument continue without input, his mind working. 2 foreign students had noticed him within minutes of arriving. The Beauxbatons girl had felt his immunity to her allure. Krum had recognized something in him, the same predatory awareness, perhaps, that Harry had felt in the Quidditch star's gaze. And somewhere out there, the mysterious American was watching. Waiting. Planning something that Harry didn't understand. The tournament hadn't even started yet, and already the complications were multiplying. The welcoming feast was chaos in the best way. Foreign students mingled with Hogwarts houses, languages mixing and overlapping, curiosity overwhelming the usual house divisions. Harry found himself seated not far from the Beauxbatons delegation, close enough to observe but not so close as to seem interested. The beautiful girl, he heard someone call her Fleur, sat with her fellow students, picking at her food with obvious dissatisfaction. Her English was excellent but heavily accented, and she seemed to be cataloguing everything wrong with British cuisine. "Zay food is so heavy," she was saying to a smaller girl beside her, her sister, perhaps, given the similar features. "And Zee Castle is so cold. I do not know how they expect us to perform in these conditions. Maybe they're trying to give the Hogwarts champion an advantage," the smaller girl suggested. "Zenzei are fools. Such petty tricks will not matter against true skill." Harry found himself smiling. There was something refreshing about her directness, even if it was also incredibly arrogant. As if sensing his attention, Fleur's eyes flicked toward him. Again, that assessing look. Again, the slight furrow of her brow as she failed to get the reaction she expected. This time, Harry nodded politely before returning to his food. From the corner of his eye, he saw her face shift through several expressions, surprise, annoyance, curiosity, before settling into something that might have been respect. The feast continued. Dumbledore introduced Bartemius Crouch and Ludo Bagman, who would be serving as tournament judges alongside the 3 headmasters. The Goblet of Fire was revealed, an ancient wooden cup filled with blue-white flames, waiting to receive the names of hopeful champions. Anyone wishing to submit themselves as champion must write their name and school clearly upon a slip of parchment and drop it into the goblet, Dumbledore explained. Aspiring champions have 24 hours in which to put their names forward. Tomorrow night, on Halloween, the goblet will return the names of the 3 it has judged most worthy to represent their schools. The goblet will be placed in the entrance hall tonight, where it will be freely accessible to all those wishing to compete. He paused, his eyes sweeping the hall with that familiar gravity. To ensure that no underage student yields to temptation, I will be drawing an age line around the Goblet of Fire once it has been placed in the entrance hall. Nobody under the age of 17 will be able to cross this line. Finally, I wish to impress upon any of you wishing to compete that this tournament is not to be entered into lightly. Once a champion has been selected by the Goblet of Fire, he or she is obliged to see the tournament through to the end. The placing of your name in the goblet constitutes a binding magical contract. There can be no change of heart once you have become champion. Please be very sure, therefore, that you are wholeheartedly prepared to play before you drop your name into the goblet. The warning hung in the air, heavy with implication. Harry saw several faces around the hall go pale, students who had been fantasizing about eternal glory suddenly confronting the reality of binding magical contracts. Good. Let them be afraid. Let them understand what they were signing up for. Because Harry had a feeling that whatever was coming, it was going to be much worse than anyone expected. After the feast, Harry slipped away from Ron and Hermione with a muttered excuse about needing air. The castle was crowded with foreign students and excited Hogwarts residents, the corridors buzzing with speculation about the tournament. He made his way to the astronomy tower, the highest point in the castle that could be reached without flying. The night was clear and cold, the stars brilliant above him, and Harry stood at the parapet and felt the distant storms moving across the Atlantic. "You are strange." He turned to find Fleur Delacour standing in the doorway, her silver blonde hair catching the starlight. "I'm sorry. You do not react." She moved toward him with fluid grace, her eyes fixed on his face. "My allure. All men react. Even ze ones who try not to. Ze cannot help it, zir eyes, zir breathing, zir." She waved a hand dismissively. "Everything changes. But not you. Maybe I'm just not interested in beautiful women." Her laugh was surprisingly warm. "Then you would be ze first." "No, it is something else. I can feel it." She stopped a few feet away, studying him with unnerving intensity. "Your magic is different. It feels like a storm. Wild. Powerful. Not quite human." Harry kept his expression neutral, but his heart was racing. She could sense it. Whatever made him a Thunderbird, whatever had changed his magic this summer, she could feel it the same way he could feel her Vila nature. "The Vila are creatures of fire," she said softly. "Did you know that? We burn. Everything we touch, we burn. It is our gift and our curse. People desire us, but they cannot truly know us. They fire keeps them away." "That sounds lonely." Her expression flickered, surprise, perhaps, at being understood. "It is. Very lonely." She tilted her head, considering. "But your storm does not push me away. It does not react to my fire at all. It is like trying to burn water. Maybe that's why your allure doesn't work on me. Perhaps." She was silent for a moment, her eyes distant. "They are boys, they see me and they want my face, my body, my bloodline. They do not care who I am beneath ze beauty. But you look at me and you see." She trailed off, uncertain. "A person," Harry said. "I see a person." Fleur's smile was small but genuine. "Then you are either very wise or very foolish. I have not decided which. Let me know when you figure it out." She laughed again, and some of the distance in her eyes faded. "You are Harry Potter, yes. Ze boy who lived. That's what they call me. Then we have something in common. People see your name, your scar, your history. They do not see you." She extended her hand. "I am Fleur Delacour. And I think, perhaps, we understand each other." Harry took her hand. Her skin was warm, warmer than human normal, and something like static electricity passed between them. Recognition. Understanding. "Nice to meet you, Fleur. And you, Harry." She released his hand but didn't step back. "Ze tournament will be dangerous. Ze Azare schools are not taking it lightly. Durmstrang brings Victor Crumb, ze greatest Quidditch player of our generation. Beaux Batons brings me." There was no arrogance in her voice, just statement of fact. "Whoever Hogwarts chooses, they will need to be exceptional. I'm not old enough to compete. Dumbledore made sure of that. Did he? Fleur's eyes glittered in the starlight. I wonder. Age lines can be fooled. Magical contracts can be manipulated. And there are always those who would benefit from chaos. Harry thought about Death Eaters at the World Cup. About the dark mark in the sky. About a mysterious American warning him of enemies he didn't know. You think someone might try to interfere with the tournament? I think that when power gathers in one place, trouble follows. The tournament has killed students before. If someone wanted to cause damage, to hurt the right people, to send a message. She shrugged elegantly. What better stage? It was a chilling thought, and one Harry couldn't dismiss. The tournament was spectacle, was attention, was the magical world's eyes focused on 3 schools. The perfect place for an attack. I'll keep that in mind. Good. Fleur turned to leave, then paused at the doorway. I do not know what you are, Harry Potter. Your magic is like nothing I've felt. But I know that you are not what you seem. And I know that before this year is over, we will both to reveal ourselves. She was gone before he could respond, vanishing down the stairs with silent grace. Harry stood alone on the tower, feeling the distant storms and thinking about what she'd said. We will both have to reveal ourselves. He hoped she was wrong. But he had a feeling she wasn't. Halloween arrived with an electric tension that had nothing to do with Harry's abilities. The Goblet of Fire had been accepting names for 24 hours, and tonight it would choose its champions. Harry spent the day in a haze of distraction, barely paying attention in classes. His encounter with the American haunted him. Fleur's warning echoed in his mind. Even Moody's magical eye seemed to linger on him more than usual, tracking something that no one else could see. By evening, the great hall was packed to bursting. The 4 house tables had been pushed to the walls to make room for the assembled students, and everyone's attention was fixed on the Goblet of Fire at the head of the room. Dumbledore stood beside it, his face grave. The goblet is almost ready to make its decision, he said. I estimate that it requires 1 more minute. Now, when the champions' names are called, I would ask them please to come up to the top of the hall, walk along the staff table, and go through into the next chamber, where they will be receiving their first instructions. Harry felt the anticipation in the room like a physical pressure. Hundreds of students holding their breath, waiting to see who would be chosen for glory. The flames in the goblet turned red. A tongue of fire shot into the air, and a charred piece of parchment fluttered down. Dumbledore caught it. The champion for Durmstrang will be Victor Krum. Applause thundered through the hall as Krum rose from his seat and made his way toward the chamber beyond the staff table. Harry saw his face as he passed, grim, focused, entirely unsurprised. This was what he'd come for. The flames turned red again. The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. More applause, though Harry noticed some disappointed faces among the Beauxbatons delegation, 2 girls who looked like they might be crying. Fleur rose with perfect composure, her silver hair catching the light as she walked, and for just a moment, her eyes met Harry's. She didn't smile. But something in her expression acknowledged him, recognized him, before she vanished through the door. The Hogwarts champion is Cedric Diggory. The Hufflepuff table erupted. Harry found himself applauding genuinely. Cedric was a good choice, talented and likable, the kind of champion people could rally behind. Excellent. Dumbledore called happily as the noise died down. Well, we now have our 3 champions. I am sure I can count upon all of you, including the remaining students from Beauxbatons and Durmstrang, to give your champions every ounce of support you can muster. By cheering your champion on, you will contribute in a very real. The goblet's flames turned red. Harry felt it before he saw it, a surge of magical energy, wrong and twisted, forcing the ancient artifact to do something it wasn't designed to do. His Thunderbird instinct screamed a warning, and he was already on his feet when a 4th piece of parchment shot into the air. Dumbledore caught it. The headmaster's face went pale. Harry Potter. The words fell into silence. Complete, absolute silence, as every face in the hall turned toward Harry. He stood frozen, his mind racing. He hadn't entered his name. He hadn't gone anywhere near the goblet. The age line should have prevented, Harry Potter. Dumbledore's voice was louder now, carrying a command that couldn't be ignored. Harry! Up here, if you please. Hermione was pushing at his arm. Ron was staring at him with an expression Harry couldn't read: betrayal? Anger? Confusion? Harry walked. The distance from the Gryffindor table to the head of the hall had never felt so long. He passed dozens of faces, some hostile, some curious, some frightened. He heard whispers starting, saw accusatory glances, felt the weight of judgment pressing down on him. When he reached Dumbledore, the old wizard's eyes were searching, troubled. "Did you put your name in the goblet of fire, Harry?" "No." "Did you ask an older student to put it into the goblet of fire for you?" "No." "You're absolutely sure?" Harry met the headmaster's gaze steadily. "I didn't do this, Professor. I don't want this." Dumbledore studied him for a long moment. Then he nodded, once. "Through the door, Harry." Harry walked through into the chamber beyond and found himself facing three champions who had just watched their exclusive competition become something else entirely. Fleur's expression was unreadable. Crumb's eyes had narrowed with calculation. Cedric just looked confused. "What is it?" Fleur asked, her voice sharp. "Do they want us back in the Ball?" Before Harry could answer, the door burst open and a flood of adults poured in: Dumbledore, Maxime, Karkaroff, Crouch, Bagman, McGonagall, and Snape, all talking over each other in rising voices. "Madame Maxime," Fleur demanded. "They are saying that this little boy is to compete also." Harry felt a flare of irritation at "little boy," but held his tongue. "Bigger problems. What is the meaning of this, Dumbledore?" Madame Maxime drew herself up to her full, considerable height. "I was under the impression that your age line would prevent younger students from entering." "The age line was intact," Dumbledore said quietly. Harry did not cross it. "Which means someone else entered his name, someone who wanted very badly for him to compete." "A likely story." Karkaroff's face was flushed with anger. "Hogwarts cannot have two champions." "It is a most, the Goblet of Fire has decided," Crouch interrupted, his voice cold and precise. "The contract is binding. Mr. Potter must compete." "But he is just a child," Fleur protested. "They tasks will kill him." Harry's irritation sharpened into something harder. "I appreciate the concern, but I'm standing right here." Fleur turned to him, her eyes blazing. "You do not understand. The tournament was designed for trained adults. You are 14 years old. I didn't ask for this." "Then who did? Who would want a child in a competition that kills?" The question hung in the air. Harry saw the adults exchanging glances, troubled, suspicious, calculating. He thought about the Americans' warning. The Death Eaters at the World Cup. The feeling of wrongness when the goblet had produced his name. "Someone who doesn't care if I die," Harry said quietly. "Or someone who's counting on it." The room fell silent. Dumbledore's eyes met his, and for just a moment, Harry saw past the grandfatherly twinkle to something older and harder beneath. The old wizard understood. Knew that this wasn't accident or prank, but attack. "Nonetheless," Crouch said into the silence, "the rules are clear. Mr. Potter will compete. The first task will take place on November 24th, in front of the school and a panel of judges. The champions are not permitted to ask for or accept help from their teachers. They will face the first challenge armed only with their wands. They will receive information about the second task when the first is over." He turned and swept from the room without waiting for response. The other adults followed slowly, still arguing. Karkaroff was demanding an investigation. Maxime was threatening withdrawal from the competition. Snape was watching Harry with an expression of pure loathing. Finally, only the 4 champions remained. Cedric broke the silence first. "Potter, did you really not enter?" "I really didn't." "Then who?" "I don't know. But I'm going to find out." Krum studied him with those dark, calculating eyes. "You are upset." "Not afraid, upset. You did not want this." "No." "Then you are either honest or very good liar." Krum's expression didn't change. "I respect either." Fleur was still watching Harry with that unreadable look. "Tonight you said you were not old enough to compete. Now you are competitor." "Convenient, yes." "Fleur, I do not say you lie. I say it is convenient for someone." She moved toward the door, then paused. "Zay's first task, whatever it is, it will be designed for adults. You will need to be more than you appear to be." She left, and after a moment, Cedric and Krum followed. Harry stood alone in the chamber, feeling the weight of everything that had just happened pressing down on him. Someone had entered his name. Someone wanted him in this tournament. And whatever was coming, he was now bound by magical contract to face it. The Thunderbird stirred inside him, responding to his anger, his fear, his determination. Lightning crackled at his fingertips before he forced it back under control. If they wanted a show, Harry thought grimly, he'd give them a storm. The aftermath was worse than the event. By the time Harry made it back to Gryffindor Tower, the entire house seemed to have taken sides. Half of them believed he'd somehow cheated his way into the tournament, found a way past the age line, craved the attention and glory, betrayed the real Hogwarts champion. The other half were fascinated by his supposed genius, impressed by his audacity, eager to bask in his reflected notoriety. Neither group saw him at all. Ron's reaction was the worst. His best friend, his first friend, wouldn't even look at him. "Just tell me how you did it," Ron said when Harry finally cornered him in the dormitory. "I won't be mad. Just tell me." "I didn't do anything. Someone else entered my name." "Right. Sure." Ron's face was twisted with an ugly emotion Harry had never seen directed at him before. "Because that makes so much sense. Someone went to all the trouble of fooling the goblet, getting past Dumbledore's age line, entering your name without you knowing, yes. That's exactly what happened. Why would anyone do that? I don't know. Maybe because someone's trying to hurt me. Maybe because the same people who attacked the World Cup want me dead. Maybe because my life has been nothing but people using me as a weapon since I was a baby." Ron recoiled as if slapped. Harry was breathing hard, his anger pushing against his control, the air in the room growing charged. "You don't get it," Ron said quietly. "You never have. You've got everything, fame, money, people falling over themselves to help you. And now you're going to be the center of attention for a whole year while the rest of us watch. Again. I didn't ask for any of this. Doesn't matter. You got it anyway." Ron turned away. "Just, leave me alone for a while. I need to think." He climbed into his bed and drew the curtains closed. Harry stood alone in the middle of the dormitory, shaking with anger and hurt and something that felt dangerously like despair. Outside, thunder rumbled. The next few days were a masterclass in isolation. Ron wasn't speaking to him. Half the school was wearing "Potter stinks" badges. Even Hermione, though she believed his innocence, was too busy trying to mediate between Harry and Ron to provide much comfort. Harry threw himself into preparation instead. He didn't know what the first task would be, but he knew it would be designed for trained adults. He needed every advantage he could get. The obvious answer was his Thunderbird form. In a direct confrontation, there was almost nothing that could stand against a creature that controlled weather. But revealing that power came with massive risks, attention from the Ministry, possible investigation of his Animagus status, the Order of the Storm's unknown machinations. He needed options. Other ways to win that didn't expose his biggest secret. Moody found him practicing alone in an empty classroom one evening, running through defensive spells with increasingly aggressive efficiency. Good instincts, the old Auror said, his wooden leg thumping against the floor as he entered. Most people facing danger want more attack power. Smart ones know that not dying is more important than killing. Is this a lesson? More like, advice. From someone who's seen more tournaments than this one. Moody's magical eye spun to fix on Harry. The first task will test your courage and quick thinking. That's all I can tell you officially. Unofficially. He leaned closer, his scarred face filling Harry's vision. Play to your strengths, Potter. Don't try to be something you're not. And remember, constant vigilance. The task isn't the real danger. What do you mean? But Moody just smiled his twisted smile and limped away without answering. 2 weeks before the first task, Harry received a letter. It was waiting on his pillow when he returned from dinner, no owl, no explanation, just a sealed envelope with his name written in unfamiliar handwriting. The seal was a Thunderbird in flight. Inside, a single piece of parchment, the task involves dragons. 4 of them, 1 for each champion. You'll draw lots to see which one you face. Don't reveal this information to anyone. Don't tell them how you learned it. We're watching. We're waiting. When the time comes, you'll have to choose. The order. Harry read the letter 3 times, memorizing every word, then burned it with a muttered spell. Dragons. For dragons. The tournament officials had brought 4 of the most dangerous creatures in the magical world to Hogwarts, and expected champions to face them. Harry thought about his Thunderbird form, the size of it, the power, the lightning that could strike with surgical precision or devastating force. A dragon was dangerous, certainly. But was it more dangerous than a living hurricane? He didn't think so. The question was whether he was willing to reveal himself. Whether the risk of exposure was worth the certainty of victory. 2 weeks to decide. 2 weeks until everything changed. Harry lay on his bed and felt the distant storms moving across Scotland, calling to him, waiting for him to join them. Whatever he chose, it would have consequences. Everything did. But he was tired of being a victim. Tired of reacting instead of acting. Tired of letting other people's plans determine his fate. When the first task came, Harry would face it on his terms. And if they wanted a champion, he would give them something to remember. Chapter 2 and Chapter 3, Fire from the Goblet. The days following the champion selection blurred together in a haze of whispered accusations and pointed silences. Harry moved through the castle like a ghost, present but unseen, surrounded by people who looked through him rather than at him. The Potter stinks badges had multiplied. Draco Malfoy had outdone himself this time. The badges flashed between support Cedric Diggory, the real Hogwarts champion, and Potter stinks with a tap of the finger, and half the school seemed to be wearing them. Even students Harry had never spoken to, had never wronged in any way, sported them with smug satisfaction. He told himself it didn't matter. He had bigger problems than schoolyard politics. But it did matter. It mattered more than he wanted to admit. Hermione remained loyal, at least. She sat with him at meals, studied with him in the library, defended him to anyone who would listen. But even her support felt strained. She kept glancing toward Ron, kept trying to broker a peace that neither boy was ready for. "He'll come around," she said for the 100th time, as they walked toward potions on a gray Thursday morning. "He's just hurt. He feels left out." Left out of what? The death tournament I didn't enter. Left out of everything, Harry. Your fame, your adventures, your specialness. He loves you, but he's also jealous of you. It's complicated. It shouldn't be. No, Hermione agreed quietly. It shouldn't be. Potions was predictably awful. Snape had apparently decided that the tournament was an excellent opportunity to make Harry's life even more miserable than usual. Every mistake was magnified, every success dismissed, every moment an opportunity for sneering commentary about attention-seeking and rule-breaking. Harry endured it with gritted teeth, his anger carefully contained. The last thing he needed was an accidental magical outburst in the middle of the dungeon. But when Malfoy leaned over to flash his badge directly in Harry's face, "Stinks today, Potter, stinks tomorrow, stinks forever," something cracked. The temperature in the room dropped 10 degrees in an instant. Everyone felt it. Cauldron stopped bubbling as the heating charms faltered. Breath fogged in the suddenly frigid air. Malfoy's smirk froze on his face as he realized something was very wrong. "What?" Snape began, looking around with sharp suspicion. Harry forced himself to breathe. In, out. Calm. Control. The temperature slowly normalized, the momentary chill fading as quickly as it had come. "Fascinating," Snape said softly, his dark eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that felt like dissection. "It seems Mr. Potter's emotional control is even more lacking than previously believed." "I didn't do anything." "No." "Then perhaps the dungeon simply decided to freeze itself." 10 points from Gryffindor for disrupting my class." Harry said nothing. There was nothing to say. But he saw Hermione's worried look, and Malfoy's sudden wariness, and knew that his secret was becoming harder to keep. The interview with Rita Skeeter was a disaster waiting to happen, and Harry walked into it anyway because the alternative, refusing and making an even bigger target of himself, seemed worse. The journalist met him in a small chamber off the Great Hall, her acid-green quick-quotes quill already scratching away at a roll of parchment. She was blonde and brittle, with jeweled spectacles and a smile that showed too many teeth. "Harry. How wonderful to finally meet you properly. May I call you Harry?" "If you want." "Marvelous. Now, let's get comfortable, shall we?" She gestured to a chair that was too small for actual comfort. "This won't take long. Just a few questions about how you're feeling, what your hopes are for the tournament, that sort of thing." Harry sat. The quill scratched. "So, Harry. 14 years old, youngest champion in tournament history. How does that make you feel?" "I didn't enter myself. Someone else put my name in the goblet." Yes, that's what everyone keeps saying. But between us," Skeeter leaned forward conspiratorially, "you can tell me the truth. How did you really do it? Ancient magic? A helpful professor? Some clever trick your parents taught you before they died?" Harry felt his anger spike and forced it back down. The air around him remained steady. Warm. Normal. "My parents died when I was a baby. They didn't have time to teach me anything." "Oh, how tragic." The orphan boy, alone in the world, seeking fame to fill the void left by his murdered family. The quill scratched faster. "Tell me, Harry, do you think your parents would be proud of what you've become?" The question hit like a physical blow. Harry's vision blurred, then sharpened, and for a moment he could see the magical signature of the quill, dark, twisting, designed to transform truth into sensation. "Stop. I'm sorry." Harry stood. "We're done. But we've barely started. I haven't even asked about your romantic life, your relationship with Dumbledore, your thoughts on the other champions. I said we're done." He walked out, leaving Skeeter sputtering behind him. The corridor was empty, the stone walls cool and indifferent. Harry leaned against them and breathed until his heartbeat steadied. Whatever story Skeeter wrote, it wouldn't be the truth. But at least he hadn't given her any more ammunition than she already had. Small victories. The wand-weighing ceremony took place 2 days later, a formal event with photographs and officials and the uncomfortable weight of scrutiny from people who saw him as either a fraud or a curiosity. Harry stood with the other champions in a small room off the entrance hall, waiting for Ollivander to arrive. Fleur was examining her reflection in a pocket mirror, adjusting hair that was already perfect. Cedric was making small talk with Bagman, who seemed determined to treat the whole tournament as a particularly exciting Quidditch match. Victor Crumb stood apart, brooding, watching everything with those dark, calculating eyes. When Crumb caught Harry looking, he walked over. "The others avoid you," Crumb said without preamble. "Even the ones who believed you didn't enter." "Why?" Harry considered lying. Decided against it. "Because I'm different. Because my presence makes them uncomfortable. Because it's easier to blame the stranger than ask hard questions about how he got here." "Ah." Crumb nodded slowly. "In Bulgaria, we call this the tall poppy. The one who stands above is cut down." "That's surprisingly insightful. I am Quidditch player. People assume I am stupid." Crumb's mouth twitched in what might have been a smile. "I find it useful." Before Harry could respond, the door opened and Ollivander entered, followed by a photographer and more officials. The wand-maker's silver eyes swept across the assembled champions with professional assessment. "Ah, the champions. Good, good. Let us begin." Fleur went first, presenting her wand with an elegant flourish. 9.5 inches, Ollivander murmured, inflexible, rosewood, and containing, dear me. "An heir from Zeead of Avila," Fleur confirmed. "My grandmother." "Yes, yes. I've never actually used Vila hair myself. I find it makes for rather temperamental wands. However, to each their own, and if this suits you." He made the wand produce a stream of pink and gold sparks. "It seems to be in fine condition." Cedric was next, then Crumb. Both wands passed inspection without incident. Then Ollivander turned to Harry. "Mr. Potter. If you please." Harry handed over his wand, and the moment it left his fingers, he felt a curious sensation, as if a part of himself was being examined, weighed, found wanting. Ollivander's expression shifted. The professional courtesy faded into something deeper, more troubled. His silver eyes widened, then narrowed, then widened again. "How very interesting," he whispered. "Is something wrong?" Dumbledore asked from the doorway. "Wrong? No, not wrong. But changed." Ollivander turned the wand over in his hands, his fingers tracing the holly with reverent care. "When I sold this wand to Mr. Potter, it was 11 inches, holly and phoenix feather. The brother wand to the one that gave him his scar. A powerful combination, but not an unusual one." He paused, his eyes meeting Harry's. "Now it is something else entirely. The core remains, phoenix feather cannot be easily altered, but it has been augmented. There is storm magic woven into the wood itself. Old magic. The kind that does not come from spells or potions." The room had gone very quiet. Harry felt every eye on him, felt the weight of questions he couldn't answer. "What does that mean?" Cedric asked, voicing what everyone was thinking. "It means, Mr. Diggory, that Mr. Potter's wand has bonded with a magical force beyond its original construction. A force that, to my knowledge, has not been seen in Britain before." Ollivander trailed off, calculating. 5 centuries, perhaps. Longer. What force? Bagman looked delighted by this unexpected drama. What kind of magic? But Ollivander just shook his head, returning the wand to Harry with unusual care. "That is not my secret to tell. The wand works, and works well, better than it did before, I suspect. That is all that matters for the purposes of this ceremony." Harry took his wand back and felt the truth of Ollivander's words. The connection was stronger now, deeper, like the difference between holding hands with a friend and sharing a heartbeat with a soulmate. Fleur was watching him with that assessing look again. Crumb's eyes had narrowed with new interest. Cedric just seemed confused. And Dumbledore. Dumbledore was watching Harry with an expression that mixed pride and concern and something that looked almost like fear. The photographs that followed the wand weighing were a special kind of torture. The photographer insisted on arranging them in increasingly awkward poses, champions together, champions apart, champions pretending to duel, champions looking dramatically into the distance. Harry endured it with gritted teeth, counting the minutes until he could escape. Finally, the photographer declared himself satisfied, and the champions were released. Harry made for the door immediately, only to find Fleur blocking his path. "We need to talk." "Do we?" "Your wand." She didn't move. "Zay old man said it had been changed by storm magic." "Zat is not a common power, Harry. Not common at all. Maybe it's just accidental magic. Things happen around me. Non." Fleur's eyes were very blue in the dim light of the corridor. "I have felt your power. On Ze Tower, Ze first night. Zay way it did not react to my allure. Zay way it felt like weather, contained in flesh." She stepped closer. "You are hiding something. Something big. And I want to know what." Harry considered his options. He could lie, deflect, change the subject. He could push past her and walk away. He could tell her the truth and hope she was trustworthy. Instead, he found himself asking, "Why do you care?" Fleur blinked, surprised by the question. "What do you mean?" "You said it yourself, I'm just a little boy. A child who shouldn't be in this tournament. Why does it matter to you what secrets I'm keeping?" She was silent for a moment, her perfect features unreadable. Then, slowly, the mask slipped, just a fraction, just enough to show something genuine beneath. "Because I know what it is to be judged for what you appear to be instead of what you are. Because in ZE 3 weeks since I arrived at this school, you are ZE only person who has looked at me like I am human. Because..." She hesitated. "Because I am alone, heir. My schoolmates resent that I was chosen over them. They, Hogwarts students see only my face, my blood. Even my own sister cannot understand what it is like to carry this burden. And you think I understand? I think you understand loneliness. And I think," she took a breath, "that you might be the only one who can." The honesty caught Harry off guard. He'd expected more verbal fencing, more circling around the truth. Instead, Fleur had opened a door, shown him a glimpse of the person behind the Vila heritage and the champion's confidence. He found himself wanting to respond in kind. "Not here," he said quietly. "Not now. But soon, I'll tell you what I can. When I'm sure it's safe." Fleur nodded slowly. "I will hold you to that." She walked away, silver hair catching the torchlight, and Harry watched her go with the uncomfortable feeling that his life had just gotten significantly more complicated. The first article in the Daily Prophet appeared 3 days later. Harry didn't read it himself. Hermione intercepted the newspaper at breakfast and tried to hide it from him, but the reactions around the Great Hall made its contents clear enough. Pitying looks from some tables. Barely concealed laughter from others. Whispers that followed him like a cloud of invisible gnats. "It's not accurate," Hermione said firmly, keeping the paper clutched to her chest. "Skeeter twisted everything. She made you sound like a pathetic attention seeker desperate for love and validation." Harry kept his voice flat. "I figured." "How did you know?" "That's her style. She wrote something similar about Dumbledore last year. I'm sure it's full of..." Harry's eyes filled with tears and his voice cracked with emotion, "and all that rubbish." Hermione's expression confirmed his guess. "Harry, I'm sorry. If there's anything I can do, there isn't. Just, let it go. I've got bigger problems than what people think of me." He spent the rest of the day avoiding crowds and public spaces, which was harder than it sounded in a castle full of curious students. Eventually, he retreated to the Ollery, where only Hedwig provided company and the open sky provided some measure of peace. The storm systems over Scotland had shifted since last night. Harry tracked them automatically now, part of his awareness permanently attuned to weather patterns. A cold front moving in from the west. Clear skies predicted for the next few days. Perfect flying weather, if he dared. He didn't dare. Not with everyone watching him so closely. But he wanted to. God, he wanted to. The night before the first task, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his four-poster bed, curtains drawn, listening to his dorm mates breathe and feeling the distant pull of the storm he knew was building over the Atlantic. Tomorrow, he would face a dragon. Tomorrow, everything would change. The orders letter had confirmed what he'd already suspected. The task was designed to be nearly impossible for a teenager, even a magically talented one. Dragons were among the most dangerous creatures in the magical world, resistant to most spells, intelligent enough to be unpredictable, and armed with enough firepower to reduce a human to ash in seconds. A normal wizard would approach the problem with tricks and misdirection. A normal wizard would try to be clever, to find ways around the dragon's defenses rather than through them. Harry wasn't a normal wizard. The Thunderbird stirred inside him, responding to his thoughts, eager for release. It wanted to fly. It wanted to hunt. It wanted to show these people what real power looked like. Harry understood the temptation. Revealing himself would end the competition instantly. No other champion could match a creature that controlled weather. But it would also end his anonymity, his privacy, his chance at anything resembling a normal life. Then again, when had his life ever been normal? He thought about Fleur's words on the tower, "Before this year is over, we will both Ave to reveal ourselves." He thought about Moody's warning, "Play to your strengths. Don't try to be something you're not." He thought about the orders letter, with its ominous promise, "When the time comes, you'll have to choose." Maybe it was time to stop hiding. Maybe it was time to show the world what he'd become. Or maybe there was a middle ground, a way to demonstrate power without revealing everything. A way to win without exposing his biggest secret. Harry sat up, his mind suddenly clear. The Thunderbird could control weather. That much was obvious. But Harry had spent months learning to channel that power through his human form, to call lightning without transforming, to summon wind and rain while keeping his feet on the ground. What if he did that? What if he faced the dragon as a wizard, but a wizard who could call storms? It wouldn't be subtle. People would ask questions. Ollivander had already noted the change in his wand. But it would be deniable. Unusual magic, yes. Rare abilities, certainly. But not a complete exposure of his deepest secret. Harry lay back down, his decision made. Tomorrow, he would give them a show. But he would do it on his terms. The storm inside him purred with anticipation. The morning of November 24th dawned gray and cold, the sky heavy with clouds that seemed to match Harry's mood. The champions were escorted to a tent near the edge of the Forbidden Forest, where the first task awaited. Harry spent the walk in silence, ignoring the stares and whispers, focusing on the plan he developed during his sleepless night. The other champions walked separately, Fleur with Madame Maxime, Krum with Karkaroff, Cedric with a cluster of supportive Hufflepuffs. None of them acknowledged Harry. He preferred it that way. The champions' tent was warm and surprisingly comfortable, with separate areas for each competitor and a central space where Bagman waited with a purple silk bag clutched in his hands. "Gather round, champions, gather round." His voice was thick with barely contained excitement. "Now, when the audience has assembled, I'm going to be offering each of you this bag, from which you will select a small model of the thing you are about to face. There are different varieties, you see. And your task is to collect the golden egg." Harry felt the other's tension spike at golden egg. An objective. That was something, at least. Bagman circled the tent, offering the bag to each champion. Harry watched as Cedric drew a bluish-gray dragon with a 2 around its neck, the Swedish short snout. Fleur pulled out a green dragon marked 1, the Welsh green. Krum's model was red, marked 3, the Chinese fireball. Harry reached into the bag last, knowing before his fingers closed around the model what he would find. The Hungarian horntail glared up at him with tiny, vicious eyes, the number 4 looped around its neck. Of course. The most dangerous dragon in the world, saved for the youngest champion. Well, there you are. Bagman seemed almost gleeful. You've each drawn the dragon you will face, and the numbers refer to the order in which you are to take on the dragons. Now, I'm going to have to leave you in a moment, because I'm commentating. Mr. Diggory, you're first, just go out into the enclosure when you hear a whistle, all right? Now. Harry, could I have a quick word? Outside. Harry followed Bagman out of the tent, already knowing what this conversation would involve. How are you feeling? All right? Anything I can get you? I'm fine. Got a plan? Got a strategy? Because, I shouldn't be telling you this, but we're all feeling a bit sorry for you, to be honest. It doesn't seem fair, does it? For champions, and 3 of them are of age, trained for this. If there's anything I can do to help, hints, tips, a word in the right ear, Harry looked at the man who was supposedly an impartial judge and felt only contempt. No. Thank you. You sure? Because between us, I've got a bit of gold riding on this competition, and it would really help me out if I said no. Bagman's jovial mask slipped for just a moment, revealing something sharper and more desperate beneath. Then it was back, smooth as ever. Right. Well, best of luck then. He hurried off toward the commentator's booth, and Harry returned to the tent to wait. Cedric went first. Through the canvas walls of the tent, Harry could hear the crowd's reactions, gasps, cheers, screams. Bagman's commentary was muffled but audible. Diggory's transfigured a rock into a dog. Oh, excellent strategy. The dragon's distracted. He's going for the egg. Nearly there. Ouch, that's got to hurt. 20 minutes later, Cedric returned to the tent, clutching a golden egg and sporting a burned arm that a Medowitch was already treating. He looked pale but triumphant. Fleur Delacour, you're up. Fleur walked out with her head held high, every inch the proud Beauxbatons champion. Harry heard the crowd react to her presence, male voices going oddly dreamy, female voices cutting with something sharper. Her performance was elegant, from what Harry could hear. Some kind of enchantment that put the dragon to sleep. It almost worked, until the Welsh green snored and caught Fleur's robes on fire. She got the egg, but barely, and returned to the tent with singed hair and a scorched shoulder. Crumb was next. His approach was more brutal, a curse to the dragon's eyes, blinding it temporarily. The crowd's reaction was mixed, appreciating his effectiveness but disturbed by his methods. He returned with the egg and an expression of grim satisfaction. And now, ladies and gentlemen, the moment you've been waiting for. Our youngest champion, the boy who lived himself, Harry Potter. Harry stood. The other champions watched him, Cedric with sympathy, Fleur with curiosity, Crumb with calculation. Good luck, Cedric said quietly. Harry nodded and walked out into the light. The enclosure was vast, carved into the natural rock of the hillside to create an amphitheater of stone and earth. Stands rose on 3 sides, packed with spectators, students, teachers, ministry officials, journalists. The 4th side was open, giving the dragon room to maneuver. The Hungarian horntail crouched in the center of the arena, her spiked tail sweeping back and forth with agitated menace. She was enormous, 50 feet of black scales and bronze spines, her yellow eyes fixed on Harry with predatory intelligence. A clutch of gray eggs lay behind her, and among them, gleaming in the pale November light, was the golden egg. Harry felt the dragon's presence like heat against his skin. She was magnificent. Terrifying. Utterly focused on destroying anything that threatened her nest. For a moment, he was just a 14-year-old boy facing a creature that could kill him in seconds. Then the Thunderbird stirred, and Harry remembered what he was. He raised his wand and pointed it at the sky. Tempestas. The spell wasn't in any textbook. Harry had invented it during his summer practice, a focus for the storm magic that lived inside him. The word didn't matter, the intent did. The clouds overhead, already heavy with moisture, began to swirl. The crowd noticed immediately. Murmurs rippled through the stands as the sky darkened, as the wind picked up, as the temperature dropped. Dumbledore was on his feet, his expression sharp with sudden understanding. The Horntail noticed too. Her yellow eyes tracked upward, sensing the change in atmospheric pressure, the building charge in the air. She was a creature of fire. She knew what storm clouds meant. Harry called the lightning. It came not from the sky but from within him, channeled through his wand, directed with all the precision he'd learned over months of practice. A bolt of pure electrical energy struck the ground 10 feet in front of the dragon, close enough to make her flinch, far enough to avoid actual harm. The Horntail reared back with a roar of surprise and anger. Fire bloomed in her throat, but Harry was already moving. The rain came next, not gentle rain, but a deluge, the kind of torrential downpour that turned the world gray and drowned all other sound. The dragon's fire sputtered and hissed as water met flame. Steam billowed up, obscuring the arena. Harry ran. He couldn't see the dragon through the storm he'd created, but he could feel her. Every living creature generated electrical fields, and Harry's enhanced senses could read them like a map. He tracked the Horntail's position, dodged her snapping jaws, rolled under a swipe of her spiked tail. The golden egg gleamed ahead. Just a few more feet. The Horntail lunged at him through the rain, and Harry did something he'd never tried before. He didn't dodge, didn't run, didn't cower. He raised his wand and called a lightning bolt directly into the dragon's face. Not to kill. He didn't want to kill her. But the flash was blinding, the thunder deafening, and even a Hungarian Horntail couldn't ignore a direct electrical discharge to the skull. The dragon stumbled, dazed. Harry grabbed the golden egg and ran for the edge of the arena. The crowd was screaming, in fear, in excitement, in utter confusion. The storm dissipated as quickly as it had formed, the rain stopping, the clouds beginning to break apart, the sky returning to its normal November gray. Harry stood at the edge of the enclosure, golden egg under his arm, not even breathing hard. The Horntail shook her massive head, recovered from the lightning strike, and looked around for her prey. When she didn't find him, she settled back to her nest with a rumble of irritation. The arena was silent for a long moment. Then, like a dam breaking, the applause began. That was incredible. Hermione threw herself at Harry the moment he reached the medical tent, hugging him so tightly he could barely breathe. Her face was streaked with tears of relief. Hermione, can't breathe, sorry. Sorry. She released him but stayed close, as if afraid he might disappear. Harry, I've never seen anything like that. Where did you learn to control weather? How is that even possible? The theory alone would require, later. Please. The medical tent was chaos. Madame Pomfrey was trying to examine him, the other champions were watching with various expressions of shock, and through the canvas walls Harry could hear the crowd still buzzing with confusion and excitement. The scores, when they came, were revealing. Bagman gave him a 9. Dumbledore, a 9. Crouch, a 10, surprising, given the man's reputation for cold fairness. Madame Maxime, an 8, her expression thoughtful. Karkaroff. Karkaroff gave him a 4. The boos from the crowd were immediate and deafening. 4. Ron had apparently decided that outrage over unfair judging was worth breaking his silence. That's ridiculous. Harry just faced a dragon with weather magic. How can that be worth a 4? Karkaroff is Durmstrang's headmaster, Hermione said. He's protecting his own champion's chances. But Harry noticed something else in Karkaroff's face, not bias, but fear. The kind of fear that came from seeing something unexpected, something dangerous, something that threatened plans already in motion. Harry filed that observation away for later consideration. The final scores put him in first place, tied with Crumb. Cedric was close behind. Fleur trailed, her near disaster with the dragon fire costing her valuable points. Harry had won the first task. He felt no triumph. Only the weight of questions he couldn't answer and secrets he couldn't explain. The celebration in the Gryffindor common room that evening was overwhelming. Harry was passed from person to person, congratulated by students who had been wearing "Potter stinks" badges just that morning, praised by classmates who hadn't spoken to him in weeks. Ron was there, hovering at the edge of the crowd, looking uncertain. Harry caught his eye and nodded toward the dormitory stairs. Ron nodded back. They met in the empty dormitory, the sounds of celebration muffled by thick stone walls. For a long moment, neither spoke. "I was wrong," Ron said finally. "About you entering yourself. The first task, you wouldn't have reacted like that if you'd known what was coming. You would have had a better plan. Thanks for the vote of confidence." Ron winced. "That's not what I meant. I meant," he ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. "I was jealous. I'm always jealous. You get everything, Harry, the fame, the adventure, even the danger. And I'm just Ron. The sidekick. The friend. The person no one notices. I notice you." "Yeah, but, Ron." Harry stepped closer. "I didn't ask for any of this. Not the tournament, not the fame, not any of it. If I could trade places with you, just be normal, just be invisible, I would do it in a heartbeat." Ron was quiet for a moment. "Would you really?" "In a heartbeat," Harry repeated. "Being special is overrated. Trust me on that." Something shifted in Ron's expression. The jealousy was still there, Harry suspected it always would be, but it was joined now by understanding. By the beginning of acceptance. "I'm sorry," Ron said. "For being a git. You were a complete git." "Yeah. The worst." "I know." Harry grinned. "We're good." Ron's smile was relieved and genuine. "We're good." They headed back down to the common room together, and Harry felt something loosen in his chest that had been tight since Halloween. One problem solved. 100 more to go. The golden egg sat on Harry's nightstand, gleaming in the light from his wand. The common room had finally emptied, his dorm mates had fallen asleep, and Harry was alone with the first clue to the second task. He picked up the egg and examined it. Beautiful craftsmanship, detailed scales, a seam around the middle that suggested it was meant to be opened. Harry twisted the top. A screaming filled the dormitory, not human screaming, but something higher and more piercing, like a chorus of banshees being tortured. Harry slammed the egg shut, heart pounding, and heard his dorm mates stirring in their beds. "What was that?" Seamus demanded groggily. "Nothing. Just a nightmare. Go back to sleep." Harry waited until the others had settled, then examined the egg more carefully. Whatever was inside wasn't meant to be heard in air. The sound had been distorted, wrong, like speech played at the wrong speed or in the wrong medium. He thought about water. About the lake. About the mere people who lived beneath its surface. Another puzzle for another day. Harry set the egg aside and lay back on his bed, staring at the canopy overhead. The first task was done. He'd revealed some of his abilities but not all. The world had seen Harry Potter call lightning and summon storms. The questions would start tomorrow. The investigations. The theories and accusations and demands for explanation. But for now, in this quiet moment between crises, Harry allowed himself to feel something like satisfaction. He'd faced a dragon and won. Whatever came next, he could handle it. The storm inside him purred agreement, and Harry finally let himself sleep. The next few days were a whirlwind of attention and inquiry. The Daily Prophet ran headlines screaming, "Potter's strange powers," and "Youngest champion demonstrates unknown magic." Rita Skeeter's article was particularly vicious, implying that Harry had somehow cheated by using ancient dark arts to give himself unnatural abilities. The Ministry sent investigators. Harry endured hours of questioning from Aurors who wanted to know where he'd learned weather magic, who had taught him, what exactly he could do. He answered with half-truths and deflections, revealing nothing that couldn't be explained by exceptional magical talent and intense practice. "It's not impossible," Dumbledore told the investigators finally, after observing one particularly grueling interrogation session. "Weather magic is a known field of study, if rare. Young Mr. Potter has always demonstrated unusual magical aptitude. It seems plausible that his abilities developed naturally, especially given the stresses he's faced." The Aurors accepted this explanation reluctantly. Harry wasn't sure if they believed it or simply decided that pressing further wasn't worth the political complications. Professor Flitwick was more genuinely curious. He cornered Harry after Charm's class, his tiny face alight with academic interest. "Mr. Potter, the spell you used in the arena, Tempestas, I believe. It's not in any standard curriculum. Did you create it yourself?" "Yes, Professor." "Remarkable. The theory behind weather manipulation is extraordinarily complex. Most attempts to control atmospheric conditions on any significant scale require multiple wizards working in concert, often with specialized artifacts. For you to accomplish it alone, with a single incantation." Flitwick shook his head in wonder. "Would you consent to a demonstration?" "A small one, of course, properly supervised. The academic value would be immense." Harry considered the request. Flitwick was trustworthy, as far as he could tell, a Ravenclaw with genuine intellectual passion and no apparent agenda. A controlled demonstration might actually be useful, establishing a baseline understanding of his abilities that he could use to deflect more intrusive inquiries. "Yes," Harry said. "But not immediately. I need time to prepare." Flitwick beamed. Of course. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Potter." "This is very exciting indeed." The interview with Dumbledore was less academic. The headmaster summoned Harry to his office 3 days after the first task, the Gargoyle Guardian admitting him with a grinding of stone and a sense of impending serious conversation. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his expression grave, his half-moon spectacles reflecting the light from the fire. "Please, Harry. Sit." Harry sat. "I imagine you know why I've asked you here." "Because of what I did with the dragon." "Partly. But also because of what Mr. Ollivander observed during the wand weighing, and what I've been noticing ever since you returned to school this year." Dumbledore steepled his fingers, his blue eyes searching Harry's face. "You've changed, Harry. Your magic, your demeanor, your entire presence. Something happened this summer, something significant, and I believe it's time you told me what." Harry had been expecting this conversation. He'd prepared for it, rehearsed his responses, planned exactly how much truth to reveal. But sitting across from Dumbledore, feeling the weight of the old wizard's gaze, he found himself questioning that plan. Dumbledore had kept secrets from him. Had manipulated him, used him, placed him in danger without explanation. Harry had every right to withhold information in turn. But Dumbledore was also the most powerful wizard Harry knew, and potentially his best ally against whatever threats the tournament concealed. "If I tell you," Harry said slowly, "can you promise not to interfere? Not to try to control or contain what I've become?" Dumbledore's expression shifted, surprise, calculation, something that might have been respect. "That would depend on what you've become. If you've touched dark magic, I haven't. This isn't dark. It's just, old. And powerful. And mine. Then I give you my word that I will not attempt to control or contain you. I may offer guidance, if you'll accept it. But the choice of how to use your abilities will remain yours." Harry studied the headmaster's face, looking for deception and finding none. Whatever else Dumbledore was, he wasn't a liar, not about important promises, anyway. "All right." Harry took a breath. "This summer, something changed in me. My magic, my body, my perception of the world. I developed abilities that aren't supposed to be possible, at least not for a British wizard. He described the transformation. The storm calling. The flight. Not everything, not the Order's warning, not his suspicions about his ancestry, but enough. When he finished, Dumbledore was silent for a long moment. "A Thunderbird," the old wizard said finally, his voice soft with wonder. "I suspected something of the sort when I saw your performance in the arena. But to hear it confirmed." He shook his head slowly. "You are full of surprises, Harry Potter. Do you know how this is possible? How a British wizard could develop an American magical form? I have theories. The Potter bloodline is old, and not all of its connections have been recorded." Dumbledore's eyes grew distant, thoughtful. "There are stories, legends, really, about witches and wizards who carried the power of storms in their blood. Most scholars dismiss them as folklore. But the magical world is vast, Harry, and much of it remains unmapped." The Order of the Storm. Dumbledore's eyes sharpened. "Where did you hear that name?" "Someone warned me. Before the tournament. A man who could sense what I was, who seemed to have similar abilities." Harry described the encounter in the Forbidden Forest, the warnings about enemies and watchers and stolen inheritance. When he finished, Dumbledore's face was very grave. "The Order of the Storm is real," the headmaster said slowly. "An ancient organization that predates Makusa, predates the Statute of Secrecy, predates most of the magical governments we know today. They believe themselves the guardians of Thunderbird magic, the true heirs to a power that was stolen from them centuries ago." Stolen by who? "By European wizards who intermarried with American bloodlines and carried the gift across the ocean. The Order has spent generations trying to reclaim that power." Dumbledore paused, choosing his words carefully. "They are not evil, Harry. But they are zealous. And they will not easily accept that a British-born wizard has manifested abilities they consider their sacred birthright." Harry absorbed this, fitting it into the pattern of warnings and hints he'd accumulated. "They said others were coming. People who wanted to reclaim what I have." "Yes. The tournament has brought many foreign wizards to Hogwarts, including, I suspect, observers from organizations that do not officially exist. You will need to be careful." "I'm always careful." Dumbledore's smile was sad. "No, Harry. You're always brave. That's not quite the same thing." The conversation continued for another hour, ranging over topics from the tournament to Voldemort to the nature of magical inheritance. When Harry finally left the headmaster's office, the sun had set and the castle was quiet. He walked back toward Gryffindor Tower slowly, his mind full of new information and new concerns. Fleur was waiting for him at a corridor junction. "You spoke with Dumbledore. How did you know?" "I have eyes. And ears." She fell into step beside him, her pace matching his. "You promised you would tell me what you are hiding. Has that promise changed?" Harry considered. Fleur was a competitor, technically. But she was also the only person at Hogwarts who had sensed his true nature without being told, who had responded to his power with curiosity rather than fear. "No," he said. "It hasn't changed. But not here. Not where anyone could overhear." "Then where?" Harry thought about the astronomy tower, the Forbidden Forest, all the places they might be observed or followed. "The lake," he said finally. "Tomorrow night, after curfew. The shore where the Durmstrang ship is moored. It's private enough." Fleur nodded slowly. "I will be there." She turned and walked away, her silver hair catching the torchlight, and Harry watched her go with the feeling that his life was about to become even more complicated. The next night, Harry slipped out of the castle under his invisibility cloak. The journey to the lake was familiar now, the paths and passages burned into his memory from years of exploration. Fleur was waiting at the water's edge, wrapped in a thick cloak against the November cold. She looked up as Harry approached, somehow sensing his presence despite the cloak. "You can take that off." I know you are Skeer. Harry removed the cloak and tucked it into his robes. How did you know? I told you, I can feel your magic. It is like a storm, always present, always moving. She studied him in the moonlight. Now. Tell me what you are. Harry told her. He started with the transformation, the agony and ecstasy of becoming something not quite human. He described the first flight, the discovery of his abilities, the slow process of learning control. He explained the Order's warning, Dumbledore's revelations, the mysterious origins of his power. Fleur listened without interruption, her face unreadable in the dim light. When he finished, she was silent for a long moment. A Thunderbird, she said finally. I've never seen one. But my grandmother told me stories. Creatures of pure storm magic, more powerful than any wizard, as old as the weather itself. She tilted her head, studying him. You do not seem old. Thanks, I think. I mean, she made a frustrated sound. You carry this power, this ancient magic, but you are still Harry. Still young. Still human. Her eyes searched his face. Does it change you? The transformation. The instincts are strong. When I fly, part of me wants to keep going, to leave the earth behind completely. It would be easy to lose myself in it. But you do not. No. I come back. Always. Fleur nodded slowly. The Vila fire is similar. When I am angry, when I am afraid, I can feel it wanting to consume me. To burn away everything that is not flame. She touched her chest, where her heart would be. It takes effort to remain Fleur. To not become only the fire. Then you understand. I understand. She stepped closer, close enough that Harry could see the silver flecks in her blue eyes. We are both creatures pretending to be human, yes. Wearing masks that do not quite fit. Something like that. Then perhaps, she hesitated, then continued. Perhaps we should stop pretending. At least with each other. Harry felt something shift between them. Not romance, not yet, though the possibility hummed in the air. Something deeper. Recognition. Understanding. I'd like that, he said. Fleur's smile was small but genuine. Good. Now, show me. Show you what? The Thunderbird. I want to see what you become. Harry hesitated. Transforming here, on the grounds of Hogwarts, was risky. But the night was dark, the shore was deserted, and something in Fleur's eyes told him she needed this, needed to see his true form the way he'd seen past her Vila glamour. He stepped back, giving himself room. Reached for the storm inside him. Let it rise. The transformation took seconds. His body expanded, reshaped, reformed into something vast and electric. Wings spread to their full span, crackling with lightning. Talons sank into the earth. A beak opened to release a cry that was half thunder, half challenge. Fleur looked up at him, at the Thunderbird he had become, and her face was illuminated by the lightning that danced across his feathers. She wasn't afraid. She was awed. Magnifique, she whispered. Harry folded his wings, transformed back, became human once more. The process was smooth now, practiced, almost natural. Your turn, he said. Fleur blinked. What? Show me the fire. The real you, without the control. Fair's fair. For a moment, he thought she would refuse. Then something shifted in her expression, and she began to change. It wasn't a full transformation, Vila didn't work that way. But her hair lifted without wind, becoming a mane of silver flame. Her eyes blazed with heat. Her skin seemed to glow from within, and Harry could feel the temperature rising around them, the air shimmering with barely contained power. She was beautiful. Terrifying. Utterly inhuman. And then she was Fleur again, the fire banked, the glamour restored. "Zir," she said, her voice slightly breathless. "Now we have no secrets." Harry smiled. "We have plenty of secrets. But not this one." They stood together at the water's edge, two creatures who wore human faces, and watched the moon trace its path across the sky. For the first time since the tournament began, Harry didn't feel quite so alone. Chapter 3 and Chapter 4, The weight of wands. November bled into December, the Scottish Highlands wrapping themselves in frost and early snow. Harry moved through the days with a new kind of awareness, not just the weather patterns he could feel shifting overhead, but the political currents swirling through the castle below. The first task had changed things. Before, he'd been an interloper, a cheater, a child who didn't belong. Now he was something else entirely, a mystery, a threat, a wild card that no one quite knew how to play. Students who had worn "Potter stinks" badges now watched him with wary respect. Teachers who had dismissed him as an attention seeker reconsidered their assessments. Even the other champions treated him differently. Cedric had become almost friendly, stopping to chat when their paths crossed, offering advice about the castle's quirks and the tournament's politics. "You're not what I expected," he admitted one afternoon in the library. "I thought you'd be, I don't know. More arrogant. More like the stories." "The stories are mostly lies." "Yeah, I'm starting to figure that out." Victor Crumb remained distant but respectful, acknowledging Harry with nods when they passed in corridors, occasionally joining him and Hermione in the library for silent study sessions that seemed to puzzle and irritate Ron in equal measure. The Quidditch star was intensely private, deflecting personal questions with monosyllables, but Harry sensed a kindred spirit beneath the brooding exterior, someone who understood what it meant to be seen as a symbol rather than a person. And Fleur. Fleur had become something Harry didn't quite have words for. Not a girlfriend, their connection was deeper and stranger than that. Not just a friend, the understanding between them carried too much weight for such a simple label. They met most nights, after curfew, in various hidden corners of the castle or the grounds. Sometimes they talked for hours. Sometimes they simply sat in comfortable silence, two creatures of power learning to coexist. "Zay Ozer Bosbaton's girls think I ave gone mad," Fleur told him one evening, as they walked along the lake shore. "Zay see me spending time with you and Zay do not understand. E is a child, Zay say. E is a competitor. Why do you waste your time? What do you tell them? Nothing. Let them wonder." Her smile was sharp and satisfied. "It drives them crazy." Harry laughed, a genuine sound that still surprised him when it emerged. He laughed more often now, with Fleur, than he had in years. "My friends are confused too," he admitted. "Ron keeps asking if we're dating. Hermione keeps asking about the theoretical basis for our magical compatibility. I don't think either of them believes me when I say it's more complicated than that." "It is more complicated," Fleur agreed. "We are not dating. We are not just friends. We are." She searched for the word. "Kindred. Two of a kind. Zir is no simple name for what we are. Does there need to be?" Fleur considered this. "No," she said finally. "I suppose not." They walked on in comfortable silence, and Harry felt the knot of isolation in his chest, the one he'd carried since childhood, loosen just a little more. The golden egg remained a puzzle. Harry had tried everything he could think of, different environments, different magical conditions, different times of day. The screeching noise it produced never changed, never became more comprehensible, never offered any hint of the second task's nature. "It sounds like Mermish," Hermione said during one of their research sessions in the library. "The Mere people communicate in a frequency that's distorted in air. Underwater, it sounds completely different. So I need to listen to it underwater?" "That would be my hypothesis, yes." Harry considered the logistics. The prefect's bathroom was supposed to have an enormous tub, practically a swimming pool. It would provide privacy and sufficient depth for the experiment. I'll try it tonight, he decided. After everyone's asleep. The prefect's bathroom was everything the rumors claimed, a massive room of white marble, dominated by a pool-sized bathtub filled with taps that produced water in every color and scent imaginable. Harry locked the door behind him, stripped down, and slid into the warm water with the golden egg clutched to his chest. He took a breath, submerged himself completely, and opened the egg. The screeching transformed. A chorus of voices rose around him, haunting and beautiful, singing words that finally made sense. Come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground, and while you're searching, ponder this, we've taken what you'll sorely miss, an hour long you'll have to look, and to recover what we took, but past an hour, the prospect's black, too late, it's gone, it won't come back. Harry surfaced, gasping, his mind racing. The lake. The mere people. Something precious taken, an hour to retrieve it. The second task was starting to take shape in his mind, and with it, a significant problem. His Thunderbird form couldn't survive underwater. The creature was made for sky and storm, not the crushing depths of a Scottish loch. He would have to compete as a wizard, with wizards' limitations, against champions who had years more training than he did. Unless. Harry thought about his weather abilities, the control he'd developed over water and wind and lightning. Could he manipulate water the same way he manipulated air? Could he create a bubble of atmosphere around himself, carry his own sky into the depths? It was worth exploring. He spent the next hour experimenting in the massive bathtub, trying to shape water with his will the way he shaped weather. The results were promising but incomplete. He could move water, control its temperature, even create small air pockets, but maintaining them under pressure was exhausting. He would need more practice, more refinement, more time. The second task was scheduled for February 24th. 3 months to solve an impossible problem. Harry climbed out of the bath, dressed, and headed back to Gryffindor Tower with his mind already working on solutions. The Yule Ball announcement came during the first week of December, delivered by Professor McGonagall with her usual brisk efficiency. The Yule Ball is a traditional part of the Triwizard Tournament and an opportunity for us to socialize with our foreign guests. The ball will be open only to 4th years and above, although you may invite a younger student if you wish. Harry felt the collective attention of the common room shift toward him. As a champion, he would be expected to open the ball with the first dance. Which meant he needed a partner. The realization settled over him like a heavy cloak. Dancing. In public. With everyone watching. Mr. Potter, McGonagall continued, and Harry knew what was coming. As a champion, you and your partner will be expected to open the ball. I trust you will find someone suitable. Yes, Professor. The following days were an exercise in awkwardness. Girls he'd never spoken to suddenly found reasons to linger near him in corridors. Boys gave him advice he hadn't asked for. Even Hermione, practical, sensible Hermione, seemed distracted by the prospect of the ball, spending more time than usual on her appearance and deflecting questions about her own plans. Ron, predictably, was handling the situation with his usual grace. We should have partners by now, he moaned at breakfast 3 days after the announcement. Everyone good is going to be taken. Harry, who are you asking? Harry had known the answer to that question since McGonagall's announcement. There was really only one person he wanted to go with, one person who would understand both the spectacle and the necessity of maintaining appearances. Fleur, he said. Ron's jaw dropped. Fleur Delacour. The Vila. Part Vila. And yes. You can't, she's a champion. She's French. She's. Ron gestured helplessly. She's Fleur Delacour. I'm aware. Harry, she'll say no. She's got boys from 3 schools asking her. Older boys. Better-looking boys. Why would she go with a 4th year? Harry just smiled. I'll let you know how it goes. He found Fleur that evening by the lake, their usual meeting spot. She was watching the water, her expression distant, her breath fogging in the cold December air. Something troubles you, she said without turning. I can feel it in the air around you. Like a storm gathering. Not troubled. Just, uncertain. Harry came to stand beside her. The Yule Ball. Ah. Her lips curved slightly. You have come to ask me. Am I that obvious? To me? Yes. She turned to face him, her blue eyes searching his face. Why do you want to go with me, Harry? Is it because of what we are to each other? Or because you want to make a statement? Both, Harry admitted. And because I can't imagine going with anyone else. Anyone else would expect normal things. Small talk and dancing and pretending everything is fine. You're the only person I could spend an entire evening with and not have to pretend. Fleur was quiet for a moment. Then she laughed, a warm sound that surprised them both. That is the most honest reason anyone has ever given me for anything. She reached out and took his hand, her fingers warm against the cold. Yes, Harry. I will go with you. Really? You sound surprised. I am surprised. Ron was certain you'd say no. Ron, the red-haired boy who stares at me like I am a piece of meat. Fleur's expression sharpened with disgust. I would sooner go with the giant squid. Harry winced on his friend's behalf. He's not that bad. He just doesn't know how to act around you. Zen should learn. The allure is not an excuse for poor behavior. She squeezed his hand briefly, then released it. But we are not here to discuss your friend's failings. Tell me about the egg. You have discovered something. Harry told her about the merpeople's song, the underwater challenge, his concerns about his Thunderbird form's limitations. Fleur listened intently, her brow furrowed in thought. "Zay Lake," she said when he finished. "I have studied it. Zay merpeople territory is deep, 50 meters at least. Zay pressure alone would be dangerous for an unprotected wizard. I know. I've been trying to develop a way to carry air with me, but maintaining it under that kind of pressure. Perhaps you are approaching this wrong." Fleur's eyes brightened with sudden interest. "You control weather, yes? Storms, lightning, rain. Yes. And what is weather, at its most basic? Zay interaction of temperature and pressure. Zay movement of air and water." She stepped closer, her voice dropping with intensity. "You do not need to carry air with you, Harry. You need to become Z pressure itself. To make Z water treat you as if you are not Zir." Harry stared at her. That's brilliant. But I don't know if I can do that." "Then we will practice." Her smile was fierce and determined. Together. The following weeks fell into a rhythm of preparation and discovery. Mornings brought classes, which Harry attended with minimal attention. His grades were suffering, but the teachers seemed to understand. The tournament demanded focus, and academic performance was secondary to survival. Afternoons brought research, usually in the library with Hermione, exploring the theory behind underwater magic and pressure manipulation. Hermione had thrown herself into the project with characteristic enthusiasm, producing stacks of books and increasingly complex diagrams explaining the magical principles involved. "The key is displacement," she explained one afternoon, surrounded by enough parchment to wallpaper a small room. "You're not fighting the water, you're convincing it you're not there. It's similar to how notice-me-not charms work, actually. Redirecting attention rather than blocking it. And you think I can apply that to pressure? I think your abilities give you a unique advantage. Normal wizards have to work against the environment. You work with it." She pushed a particularly dense diagram toward him. "Look at this. The way pressure distributes through a fluid follows specific patterns. If you can sense those patterns the way you sense weather." Harry studied the diagram, feeling understanding dawn. "I could ride them. Like riding a current instead of swimming against it." "Exactly. Evenings brought practice with Fleur, first in the prefect's bathroom, which she somehow had access to despite not being a prefect, then in increasingly challenging conditions as Harry's control improved. The breakthrough came 3 weeks before the second task. Harry was submerged in the enormous bathtub, Fleur watching from the edge, when something clicked. He stopped fighting the water pressure, stopped trying to create a bubble of air, and instead let his awareness expand into the liquid around him. Water wasn't an enemy. It was just another form of weather, liquid sky, rain that hadn't fallen yet, clouds that had come to earth. He could feel its currents the same way he felt wind patterns, could sense its density and temperature the same way he tracked pressure systems. He thought about becoming part of the water rather than separate from it. Thought about letting it pass through him, around him, as if he were a ghost made of storm. The pressure that had been crushing him moments ago, vanished. Harry opened his eyes underwater and found he could see clearly, could breathe somehow, could move with a freedom that felt like flying. The water supported him rather than fought him, carried him rather than crushed him. He surfaced with a gasp of triumph. "You did it," Fleur breathed, her eyes wide. "I could feel it, ZE moment when ZE water accepted you, how did it feel?" "Like flying," Harry said. "Like being part of the storm instead of separate from it." "Then you are ready for ZE Lake." He wasn't sure about that. The bathtub was nothing compared to the black depths of a Scottish loch in February. But it was progress, real progress, and for the first time since learning about the second task, Harry felt confident he could survive it. The Yule Ball arrived with the inevitability of all dreaded social events. Harry spent the day in a state of nervous anticipation that had nothing to do with dragons or Dark Lords. He could face a Hungarian horntail without flinching, but the thought of an evening of formal dancing and small talk made his stomach clench. Ron, who had eventually managed to ask Padma Patil to the ball, after a series of increasingly desperate attempts with other girls, wasn't helping. "You're going with Fleur Delacour," Ron kept saying, as if repetition would make it more believable. "Fleur bloody Delacour. How is that fair? Life isn't fair. You've mentioned that before." "Yeah, but this is a different kind of unfair. This is, Harry Potter gets everything, unfair. I don't get everything. I get fame I didn't want, a tournament I didn't enter, and enemies who want me dead. The fact that I also get to go to a dance with someone I actually like doesn't seem like unreasonable compensation." Ron grumbled but subsided. The friendship had recovered from the post-goblet rift, but moments like this reminded Harry that the underlying tensions hadn't fully resolved. The Great Hall had been transformed for the occasion, walls draped in silver frost, enormous Christmas trees decorated with real fairies, tables arranged around a central dance floor that gleamed like polished ice. The ceiling showed a clear winter sky, stars twinkling above the hundreds of candles that floated throughout the space. Harry waited at the entrance to the hall, wearing dress robes that Sirius had sent him, bottle green, surprisingly well fitted, and trying not to fidget. Fleur descended the grand staircase like a vision from a dream. Her robes were silver white, flowing like water around her slender form. Her hair was arranged in an elaborate style that somehow made her look both regal and wild. Diamonds sparkled at her throat and ears, catching the candlelight with every movement. The entire entrance hall went silent. Harry felt the wave of Vila allure wash over the crowd, felt the boys go slack-jawed, the girls stiffen with jealousy, and felt none of it. He just saw Fleur, his friend, his kindred spirit, looking beautiful and slightly nervous and absolutely perfect. He offered his arm. "You look amazing. As do you." She took his arm, her hand light but steady. "Ready to make a spectacle of ourselves?" "No. But let's do it anyway." They walked into the great hall together, and the whispers started immediately. The champions' dance was both better and worse than Harry had feared. Better, because Fleur was an excellent dancer who led without seeming to lead, guiding him through the steps with subtle pressure and confident movement. Worse, because every eye in the room was fixed on them, watching, judging, speculating. "Ignore them," Fleur murmured as they swept across the floor. "They are not important. Easy for you to say. You're used to being stared at. And you are not. Ze boy who lived, Ze youngest champion, Ze wizard who summoned storms. Her smile was sharp with amusement. You are more accustomed to attention than I am, Harry. You have simply learned to hate it. I don't hate it. I just wish it came with less expectation. Zen stopped meeting their expectations. Fleur's eyes met his, intense and challenging. You have a power they cannot comprehend. Why do you still act as if your opinions matter? It was a good question. Harry thought about it as they danced, as other couples joined them on the floor, as the weight of attention gradually shifted away to more interesting targets. Why did he care what they thought? He'd proven himself against the dragon. He'd developed abilities that most wizards couldn't dream of. He had knowledge of his heritage, allies who understood him, power that grew stronger every day. So why was he still playing by their rules? The song ended. Harry and Fleur separated to polite applause, and Harry felt something shift inside him, not a revelation, exactly, but a settling. An acceptance of something he'd been avoiding. He wasn't a normal student anymore. He wasn't even a normal wizard. He was something new, something powerful, something that didn't fit into the categories the magical world wanted to assign him. Maybe it was time to stop pretending otherwise. The evening progressed through courses of excellent food, rounds of increasingly loud conversation, and the inevitable social complications that came with putting hundreds of teenagers in formal wear and adding music. Ron was sulking about Hermione's date, Victor Crumb, of all people, who had apparently been working up the courage to ask her for weeks. Hermione herself was glowing with happiness, her usually bushy hair somehow sleek and elegant, her plain face transformed by confidence and joy. Harry watched his friends with mixed emotions. He was happy for Hermione, genuinely. She deserved someone who appreciated her for more than her usefulness. But he could see the jealousy eating at Ron, could see the friendship fracturing along old fault lines, and knew there was nothing he could do to fix it. Some problems couldn't be solved with lightning. You are brooding, Fleur observed, appearing at his elbow with 2 glasses of something sparkling. It does not suit you. I'm not brooding. I'm contemplating. There is a difference. Brooding is dramatic. Contemplating is productive. And what productive thoughts are you contemplating? Harry accepted one of the glasses and took a sip. My friends. Their problems. How complicated everything has become. Everything was always complicated. Fleur's voice was gentle but matter-of-fact. You are simply old enough now to see it. They found a quiet corner away from the main crowd, watching the dancing from a distance. Harry told her about Ron and Hermione, about the tensions that had been building since the goblet, about his fear that the friendship he'd relied on for years was changing into something he didn't recognize. Fleur listened without judgment, occasionally asking questions, mostly just letting him talk. You cannot fix them, she said when he finished. Their problems are their own. All you can do is be honest with them about what you are and what you need. The rest is up to them. What if honesty drives them away? Then they were never truly your friends. Fleur's expression was kind but firm. Real friendship survives truth, Harry. It is built on it. If they cannot accept who you are becoming, then keeping them close will only hurt you both. It was harsh advice. It was also, Harry suspected, correct. The evening wound down toward midnight, couples drifting away in pairs and groups, the formal atmosphere gradually dissolving into casual exhaustion. Harry found himself walking the grounds with Fleur, the cold December air a welcome relief after the stuffy warmth of the great hall. Tonight was, not terrible, Fleur admitted as they reached the lake shore. They dancing was acceptable. They food was adequate. They company was. She glanced at him with a small smile. Exceptional. High praise from a Beauxbatons champion. Do not let it go to your EAD. She stopped at the water's edge, looking out across the dark surface. Zay's second task is in 2 months. Are you ready? I will be. The technique you helped me develop, it's getting stronger. I can stay underwater for almost an hour now without strain. That should be enough. Zay Song said 1 hour to recover what Zay took. Fleur's expression darkened. What do you think Zay will take? Something we'll sorely miss. Someone important, probably. A hostage. A hostage. Fleur's voice went flat. Zay would use people we care about as bargaining chips. This is a tournament that used to kill people. Using hostages seems relatively tame by comparison. It is not tame. It is cruel. Fleur turned to face him, her eyes blazing with sudden anger. Zay people we care about did not choose to compete. Zay did not accept Zay risks. To involve them without consent, I know. But I don't think they care about consent. Harry felt his own anger rising to match hers. The whole tournament is about spectacle. Entertainment. They want drama, they want danger, they want audiences gasping at the stakes. Our actual welfare doesn't matter as long as the show is exciting. They stood in charged silence, 2 creatures of power confronting the casual cruelty of the system that had ensnared them. When this is over, Fleur said finally, when the tournament is finished and we have survived, I want to change things. Make sure this never happens again. That's ambitious. I am French. We invented ambition. Her smile was fierce and determined. And I have a Thunderbird as an ally. Between the 2 of us, what can they do? Harry laughed, surprising himself. When you put it that way. Exactment. Fleur reached out and took his hand, a gesture that had become familiar over the past weeks. We will win this tournament. We will expose its cruelties. And then we will make sure no one ever has to compete against Zirwil again. That's a lot to accomplish. We have a time. Her eyes met his, serious and warm. And we have each other. Harry squeezed her hand, feeling the truth of her words settle into his bones. Whatever came next, the second task, the third, whatever schemes the tournament concealed, he wouldn't face it alone. The wind shifted, carrying the first hints of snow, and Harry let himself feel something he'd almost forgotten was possible. Hope. The new year arrived with bitter cold and growing tension. January brought mock NEWTS for the 7th years, practice exams for the OWL students, and increased scrutiny of the tournament champions from every direction. Rita Skeeter's articles had continued, each more venomous than the last. Harry had learned to ignore them, but the constant drip of insinuation and speculation took its toll on others. Hagrid had been outed as a half-giant, forcing him into hiding and devastation. Hermione had become a target after the Yule Ball, painted as a manipulative temptress playing the champions against each other. She called me a scarlet woman, Hermione said, her voice shaking with anger. A scarlet woman. I went to one dance with Victor, and suddenly I'm some kind of seductress. She's a liar, Harry said flatly. Everyone who knows you knows that. Do they? I've had girls I've never spoken to glaring at me in the corridors. Someone put a howler in my bag yesterday. People believe her, Harry. People read that rubbish and they believe it. Harry wanted to help, wanted to fix things, but Skeeter's power was social rather than magical. He couldn't blast her with lightning or summon a storm to wash away her lies. All he could do was stand by his friend and hope the situation improved. It didn't improve. But Hermione was resilient, and eventually her anger transformed into determination. I'm going to find out how she does it, Hermione declared one evening in the common room. She keeps getting information she shouldn't have access to. Private conversations, things that happened when no one else was around. There has to be a method, and I'm going to discover it. And then I'm going to destroy her. The cold certainty in Hermione's voice was new, and, Harry thought, entirely justified. Some enemies deserved to be destroyed. The second task approached with the weight of inevitability. Harry practiced every day, pushing his underwater abilities further, extending his endurance, preparing for whatever the lake might hold. The night before the task, he received a note. Meet me in the entrance hall at midnight. Come alone. This is about the hostages. Harry studied the note, running through possibilities. Could be Moody, who had shown interest in his progress. It could be McGonagall, though that seemed unlikely. It could be Malfoy, attempting some kind of trick. Or it could be someone else entirely, someone from the Order of the Storm, perhaps, or one of the mysterious Watchers Dumbledore had mentioned. He went anyway. Whatever the risk, information about the hostages was too valuable to ignore. The entrance hall was dark and empty when he arrived, lit only by moonlight streaming through the high windows. Harry waited in the shadows, his senses extended, feeling for any approach. Professor Moody emerged from a side corridor, his wooden leg thumping softly against the stone floor. Potter. Good. You came. Professor. Harry kept his distance, wary. You said this was about the hostages. It is. I've been doing some investigating. Asking questions in the right places. Moody's magical eye spun to check for observers. The hostages have been chosen. One for each champion. Someone they'd sorely miss, like the song says. Who? For Crumb, it's that Granger girl. For Delacour, her little sister. For Diggory, Cho Chang. Moody's scarred face twisted into something unreadable. For you, it's the Weasley boy. Ron. Harry felt cold despite himself. Ron as a hostage, Ron, unconscious and helpless at the bottom of the lake, waiting to be rescued or lost forever. The hour limit, Harry said. What happens if we don't retrieve them in time? Officially? Nothing. The hostages are perfectly safe, according to the officials. Dumbledore wouldn't allow real danger. Moody snorted. Unofficially. Don't test it. Whatever safety measures they have, things go wrong in this tournament. People die. Don't leave your friend at the bottom of a freezing lake any longer than necessary. I won't. Harry's voice was hard with new resolve. Thank you, Professor. For telling me. Don't thank me yet. There's more. Moody stepped closer, his voice dropping. I've been watching you all year, Potter. Watching what you can do. The storm magic, the control, it's impressive. More than impressive. But you're holding back. Why? I don't know what you mean. Don't lie to me, boy. I've been tracking dark wizards for 30 years. I know when someone's hiding their true power. The magical eye fixed on Harry with uncomfortable intensity. Whatever you are, whatever you've become, tomorrow's the day to let it out. Show them what you're really capable of. And if that draws unwanted attention. Attention's already on you. Has been since your name came out of that goblet. Moody's smile was thin and knowing. Might as well give them something worth watching. He turned and limped away into the darkness, leaving Harry alone with the weight of his words. The morning of February 24th dawned gray and bitter, the kind of day that seemed designed to make everything harder than it needed to be. Harry dressed mechanically, ate breakfast without tasting it, and made his way to the lake with the growing crowd of spectators. The stands had been erected overnight, rising in tiers above the water's edge. Judges' platforms floated on the surface. The whole setup had the air of an arena prepared for bloodsport. The champions gathered at the water's edge, each lost in their own preparations. Cedric looked pale but determined, clutching some kind of plant Harry didn't recognize. Victor was grim-faced and silent, his wand already in his hand. Fleur caught his eye and nodded once, a gesture of solidarity and understanding. Whatever happened next, they would face it together. Bagman's voice boomed across the lake, amplified by magic. Welcome to the second task. Last night, something was stolen from each of our champions. A treasure of great importance. Those treasures currently sit at the bottom of the lake, in the Merpeople's village. Each champion has 1 hour, and 1 hour only, to retrieve their treasure. On my whistle, the task begins. 3, 2, 1. The whistle shrieked. Harry didn't hesitate. He ran into the icy water, feeling the cold slam into him like a physical blow, and dove beneath the surface before the shock could register. The technique he developed with Fleur activated instantly, not a spell, not a transformation, but a shift in his relationship with the water around him. He became part of it, moved through it, let it carry him rather than fighting against it. The pressure increased as he descended, but Harry barely noticed. His awareness had expanded to encompass the lake itself, its currents, its temperatures, its hidden depths. He could feel the Merpeople's village below him, a cluster of stone structures surrounded by gardens of swaying weed. He could feel the hostages. For human shapes, magically suspended, arranged at the heart of the village like offerings to some underwater god. Harry swam faster. The village emerged from the darkness like a fever dream, crude stone buildings covered in carvings and decorations, Merpeople swimming between them with easy grace. They watched Harry's approach with expressions that ranged from curiosity to hostility, their wild green hair floating around their heads like living kelp. He ignored them and headed for the village square. The hostages were there, as promised. Ron, Hermione, Cho Chang, and a small blonde girl who had to be Gabrielle Delacour, all of them suspended by ropes tied to a massive statue, their eyes closed, their chests rising and falling with enchanted breathing. Harry reached Ron first, pulling at the rope with hands that trembled with urgency despite his control. The magical binding resisted, then snapped as he applied more force. Ron floated free, and Harry caught him, ready to swim for the surface. But something made him pause. The other hostages, Hermione's pale face, Gabrielle's small form, they were still trapped. Still waiting. The other champions hadn't arrived yet. The hour limit echoed in his mind. Past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back. Harry looked at the hostages, looked at the empty water around him, and made a decision. He wasn't leaving anyone behind. He moved to Hermione next, cutting her free with a summon knife. Then Cho. Then Gabrielle. 4 unconscious bodies, floating in the dark water, waiting to be saved. The Merpeople were agitating now, swimming closer, gesturing angrily. This wasn't allowed. This wasn't the rules. 1 hostage per champion, that was the understanding. Harry didn't care about their rules. He gathered the hostages around him, 1 under each arm, 2 towed by conjured ropes, and began the long swim toward the surface. It should have been impossible. 4 people, dead weight, through hundreds of meters of black water against a relentless current. Even with his abilities, even with his connection to the water, the strain was enormous. Harry pushed through it anyway. He felt the other champions now, Victor somewhere to his left, making good time with a partially successful shark transformation, Fleur struggling above him, her magic faltering against the cold and pressure, Cedric far behind, his gillyweed apparently taking longer than expected to work. The surface grew closer. 50 meters. 30. 20. Harry's lungs were burning despite his water-breathing technique. His arms were numb from the cold. The hostages dragged at him like anchors, pulling him down into the depths he'd just escaped. 10 meters. 5. He broke the surface with a gasp, hauling the hostages up after him, treading water as his body screamed for rest. The crowd went insane. The aftermath was chaos in the best sense. Harry managed to get Ron to the platform before collapsing, and the next several minutes were a blur of warming charms and Madame Pomfrey's sharp commands and the growing awareness that something significant had happened. Fleur was there suddenly, wrapping her sister in a desperate embrace, her face streaming with tears of relief. You saved, she kept saying. Harry, you saved, Zay Grindylows attacked me, I could not reach, and you, I couldn't leave her. Couldn't leave any of them. Fleur pulled back and looked at him, really looked at him, with an expression that combined gratitude and wonder and something deeper that Harry didn't have a name for. You are a fool, she said. A beautiful, magnificent fool. Thanks, I think. Victor and Cedric had surfaced by now, each with their hostage. The judges were conferring, arguing about points and rules and the unprecedented nature of Harry's rescue. In the end, they awarded him second place behind Cedric. His time had been longer because of the multiple rescues, but they added points for moral fiber and outstanding courage. It was a compromise that satisfied no one entirely but gave Harry enough standing to remain competitive. He didn't care about the points. He cared that everyone had survived. That evening, after the crowds had dispersed and the lake had returned to its usual stillness, Harry found himself back at the water's edge with Fleur. Zay judges wanted to give you first place, she said. I heard them arguing. But Karkaroff insisted on penalizing you for breaking ZE rules. Of course he did. E is afraid of you. Fleur's voice was thoughtful. E sees what you can do, and it frightens him. You are not supposed to be powerful, in is understanding. You are a child, a mistake, an interloper. But today you showed everyone what you really are. And what's that? Fleur turned to face him, her eyes bright in the fading light. A arrow. Not Ze kind Zay put in stories, Ze kind who follows rules and wins prizes. Zay real kind. Zay kind who sees people in danger and cannot look away. Harry felt uncomfortable with the praise. I just did what anyone would do. No. You did what almost no one would do. Zay Azur champions followed ZE rules. Zay took Zir hostage and left. You took everyone because leaving them was unthinkable to you. Fleur stepped closer. That is rare, Harry. Precious. Do not dismiss it. They stood together as darkness fell over the lake, and Harry felt the weight of the day settling into something like peace. 2 tasks down. 1 to go. Whatever came next, he would face it the same way he'd faced everything else, with power, with purpose, and with the people he cared about by his side. The storm inside him hummed with quiet satisfaction, and Harry let himself believe, just for a moment, that everything might actually be okay. Chapter 4 and Chapter 5, the spaces between March arrived with the kind of weather that couldn't decide what it wanted to be, snow one day, rain the next, occasional bursts of sunshine that felt like apologies for the gloom. Harry tracked the patterns automatically now, his awareness of atmospheric conditions as natural as breathing. The second task had changed things again. The story of Harry rescuing all 4 hostages had spread through the school like wildfire, mutating with each retelling until some versions had him fighting off armies of mere people while others claimed he'd somehow commanded the lake itself to part before him. The truth was dramatic enough, but truth had never been the currency of Hogwarts gossip. More significantly, the rescue had shifted something in the way people looked at him. Before, he'd been powerful but suspect, a cheater, an attention seeker, someone who'd stumbled into abilities he didn't deserve. Now there was grudging respect in many of the glances he received. You could argue about how he'd gotten his powers, but you couldn't argue about what he'd done with them. Ron, predictably, had complicated feelings about the whole situation. You didn't have to save everyone, he said one evening in the common room, his voice carefully neutral. You could have just grabbed me and gone. Would have gotten first place easy. Probably. So why didn't you? Harry considered the question. It deserved an honest answer. Because I couldn't. Physically couldn't. The idea of leaving them there, waiting, not knowing if anyone was coming. He shook his head. It wasn't a choice, Ron. It was just what had to happen. Ron was quiet for a long moment. Hermione says you saved her life. That the Grindylows would have gotten her if you hadn't come. The Grindylows got Fleur. Hermione was never in real danger, Dumbledore had safety measures in place. But you didn't know that. When you made the decision to take everyone, you didn't know they'd be okay if you left them. No. I didn't. Ron nodded slowly, something shifting in his expression. I've been a prat, haven't I? Since the goblet. Thinking you wanted all this, thinking you were showing off. You've had your moments. Yeah, well. Ron's ears went red. I'm sorry. For all of it. You're my best mate, and I let jealousy turn me into someone I don't want to be. Harry felt something loosen in his chest, a tension he'd been carrying since Halloween. Apology accepted. Just, try to remember, next time something insane happens, that I'm probably not enjoying it any more than you would be. Deal. Ron stuck out his hand, and Harry shook it. It wasn't a complete healing. Some wounds took longer to mend than others. But it was a start. The weeks following the second task fell into a pattern of relative normalcy, classes, homework, meals with friends, the ordinary rhythm of school life that Harry had almost forgotten existed. Almost. The third task loomed on the horizon, its details still unknown but its presence impossible to ignore. The champions had been told only that it would take place on the evening of June 24th, that it would test everything they'd learned, and that the winner would be determined by who reached the Triwizard Cup first. It will be a maze, Fleur said with certainty during one of their evening meetings. Zay tradition demands it. Zay final task is always a maze, enchanted, full of obstacles, designed to test courage and cunning. How do you know? I researched. Her smile was sharp. Unlike some people, I prepare for zings. I prepare. I just prepare differently. By brooding and hoping for the best. That's not fair. Sometimes I also pace. Fleur laughed, and Harry felt the familiar warmth of their connection settle over him. Their relationship had deepened since the Yule Ball, moving from understanding into something closer to intimacy, not romantic, exactly, but not purely platonic either. They occupied a space between categories, and both of them seemed content to leave it undefined. Zay Azur champions are worried about you, Fleur said, her tone shifting to Sirius. Victor told me he says you are different from Azur wizards, that you have powers Zay cannot predict or counter. Cedric agrees. Zay are not sure how to compete against someone who can summon storms. Should I be flattered or concerned? Both, I think. Fleur's eyes met his. You are winning, Harry. Zay points, ZE perception, ZE momentum, it is all moving in your direction. That makes you dangerous. And dangerous people attract attention. I've had attention my whole life. Not like sis. Before, you were a symbol. A story. Now you are Azrate. She paused, choosing her words carefully. Zay Order of Ze Storm. Zay Death Eaters who attacked Ze World Cup. Whoever put your name in Ze Goblet. Zay are all watching you now, seeing what you can do, making plans. Zay third task will be Zir last chance to act before Ze tournament ends. Harry had considered this. The goblet's magic bound him to complete the tournament, but that binding would dissolve the moment a winner was declared. Whatever scheme had put his name in the fire, it would need to culminate before that happened. You think something's going to happen during the third task? I think it would be foolish to assume otherwise. Fleur reached out and took his hand, a gesture that had become familiar. Promise me you will be careful. That you will not take unnecessary risks. I can't promise that. You know I can't. Then promise me you will survive. Whatever appends, whatever Zay's throw at you, come back. Harry squeezed her hand. I promise. It wasn't a promise he was certain he could keep. But he meant it anyway. The mystery of Rita Skeeter was solved in mid-April. Hermione burst into the common room one evening with a look of triumphant vindication that Harry had learned to associate with academic breakthroughs. "I found it," she announced, dropping into the chair beside Harry with barely contained excitement. "I know how she's been getting her information." "How?" "She's an unregistered animagus." Hermione's voice dropped to a whisper, though the common room was too noisy for eavesdroppers. "A beetle. She's been transforming and hiding in people's hair, on their clothing, in the corners of rooms. That's how she heard private conversations. That's how she knew things no one should have known." Harry felt a chill that had nothing to do with the temperature. A beetle could go anywhere, hear anything. It could have been present for conversations he'd thought were private, with Fleur, with Dumbledore, with Sirius. "What are you going to do?" "I've already done it." Hermione's smile was sharp and satisfied. "I caught her yesterday, in a jar. She's been quite cooperative since I explained the legal penalties for unregistered animagus activity." "You caught her?" "In a jar. With an unbreakable charm. She's not going anywhere until she agrees to my terms." Harry stared at his friend with new appreciation. Hermione could be terrifying when properly motivated. "What terms?" "No more articles about any of us for a year. No more lies, no more speculation, no more anonymous sources. And she writes a full retraction of everything she's published about you, me, and Hagrid." Hermione's expression softened slightly. "Hagrid deserves to know the truth about how she found out. He's been hiding for months because of her. You're brilliant, you know that." "I'm aware." "But she was blushing. The point is, she won't be a problem anymore. One less enemy to worry about." Harry wished all his enemies could be dealt with so cleanly. Professor Moody continued to be an enigma. The old Auror had taken a special interest in Harry's progress, offering advice that was always useful but never quite felt appropriate. "Constant vigilance" had become almost a catchphrase, repeated so often that Harry heard it in his dreams. More troubling were the moments when Moody's attention felt less like mentorship and more like surveillance. "He watches you," Fleur observed one afternoon, as they crossed paths with Moody in a corridor. The professor's magical eye tracked Harry even as his normal eye focused on a group of first-years causing a commotion ahead. "Like a hawk watching a mouse. He's an Auror. He watches everyone. Not like Zat. Not with that intensity." Fleur's expression was troubled. "Something about him feels wrong. I cannot explain it better than that." Harry had felt it too, a dissonance between the legendary Auror of the stories and the man who actually stood before him. The real Moody should be paranoid, yes, but his paranoia should be directed outward, toward threats. This Moody's attention kept turning inward, toward Hogwarts, toward Harry specifically. "I'll be careful around him," Harry promised. But careful wasn't the same as safe. May brought warmer weather and increased tension. The third task was less than 2 months away, and the champions were expected to prepare intensively. Harry's preparation took an unconventional form. He spent his nights flying, not on a broomstick, but in his Thunderbird form, soaring over the Scottish Highlands and testing the limits of his abilities. The transformation had become easier with practice, almost comfortable, though he never forgot Sirius's warning about losing himself in the animal instincts. He spent his days researching, not the maze specifically, since no one knew what it would contain, but the broader landscape of threats he might face. Dark creatures. Magical obstacles. Curses and counter-curses. Whatever came, he wanted to be ready. And he spent his evenings with the people who mattered. Ron and Hermione had become closer since the second task, their friendship settling into something more mature than the childhood bond they'd started with. They still argued, they would always argue, but there was less heat in it now, more affection. Fleur remained his anchor, the person who understood him most completely. Their relationship had evolved into something that defied easy categorization, not romance, exactly, though the potential for it hummed beneath the surface. More like partnership. Two people facing the world together, stronger for the connection. Victor Crumb had become an unexpected ally, their Quidditch rivalry transforming into grudging respect and eventually genuine friendship. They trained together sometimes, pushing each other to improve, and Harry found he valued the Bulgarian's straightforward honesty. Cedric Diggory was harder to categorize. The Hufflepuff champion was friendly enough, but there was always a competitive edge to their interactions. They were both representing Hogwarts, both vying for the same cup. Whatever personal respect existed between them, the tournament demanded they be opponents. "It's strange, isn't it?" Cedric said one afternoon, when they found themselves alone in the library researching defensive spells. "We're supposed to be enemies, but I keep finding reasons to like you." Enemies is a strong word. Competitors, then. But it amounts to the same thing. Cedric's expression was thoughtful. "I've been watching you all year, Potter. Trying to figure you out. The weather magic, the way you move, the power that keeps surprising everyone. You're not normal. I've noticed. I don't mean that as criticism. I mean," Cedric hesitated, searching for words. "You're something new. Something that doesn't fit into the categories people want to put you in. And I think, whatever happens in the maze, you're going to end up changing things. The tournament, maybe. Possibly more. That's a lot of weight to put on someone's shoulders. Maybe. But I think you can carry it." Cedric stood, gathering his books. "Good luck in the task, Potter. I mean that. You too." Harry watched him go and felt the weight of expectation settle a little heavier. 3 weeks before the third task, Sirius came to Hogsmeade. The meeting was arranged through careful coded letters, Sirius's specialty, and took place in a cave above the village that Harry had never known existed. His godfather looked thinner than he should, gaunt from months of hiding, but his eyes were sharp and his embrace was fierce. "You've grown," Sirius said, holding Harry at arm's length to study him. "Not just taller. There's something different about you. A lot's happened since we last talked." "So I've heard. Thunderbird Animagus. Rescuing hostages from the lake. Summoning storms against dragons." Sirius shook his head in wonder. "Your parents would have been so proud, Harry. So incredibly proud." The words hit harder than Harry expected. He'd spent so long being told what his parents would have thought, would have wanted, would have felt, usually by people who didn't know them at all. Hearing it from Sirius, who had actually been there, who had loved them. "Tell me about them," Harry said. "Not the stories everyone knows. The real them." They talked for hours. Sirius told stories Harry had never heard, about James's pranks and Lily's temper, about late nights in Gryffindor Tower and early mornings by the lake. About the way James had changed when he fell in love, becoming someone worthy of the brilliant, fierce witch who'd captured his heart. "Your mother would have understood the Thunderbird," Sirius said eventually. "She was fascinated by magical inheritance, spent hours researching bloodline abilities and how they manifested. If she'd known what you would become, she might have left some record. Something that explains where this power came from. It's possible. The Potter estate is full of old documents. I've been trying to access it through back channels, but the ministry has everything locked down. Your parents' will was never properly executed. There might be information there that could help. Another mystery to add to the pile." Harry filed it away for after the tournament. "There's something else," Sirius said, his expression growing serious. "I've been doing some investigating on my own. The Death Eaters at the World Cup, the Dark Mark, your name in the goblet, they're connected. Someone is planning something big, something that involves you specifically." "I know. Dumbledore thinks the same thing. Dumbledore thinks a lot of things. What I've found is more specific." Sirius leaned forward, his voice dropping. "Barty Crouch's son, the one who was supposed to have died in Azkaban. I don't think he's dead." Harry felt cold despite the warmth of the cave. "How is that possible?" His father was in charge of the prison. He had access, opportunity. And the death was never independently verified, the body was cremated before anyone could confirm the identity. Sirius's expression was grim. If Crouch Jr. is alive, and if he's working for Voldemort, he might be the one who put your name in the goblet. But why? What does Voldemort want from me? Nothing good. Whatever it is, it involves the tournament somehow. The third task, probably. Sirius gripped Harry's shoulder. Promise me you'll be careful. Promise me you'll be ready for anything. I promise. It was the same promise he'd made to Fleur. Harry wondered if he could keep either of them. The last weeks before the third task passed in a blur of preparation and paranoia. Harry trained harder than he'd ever trained before, pushing his abilities to their limits and then past them. He practiced controlling weather in confined spaces, learned to fight in darkness, developed techniques for dealing with magical obstacles he might encounter in a maze. Moody's lessons became more intense, more specific, more focused on the kinds of threats Harry might face. The old Auror seemed almost desperate to prepare him, for the task, certainly, but also for something else. Something he wouldn't name. The maze will have creatures, Moody growled during one session. Dangerous ones. Creatures that won't stop just because you're a champion. You need to be able to fight, to run, to survive. I can handle creatures. Can you? Can you handle a boggart that shows you your worst fear? A sphinx that demands answers you don't have? An acromantula the size of a horse? I faced a dragon. I think I can manage a spider. Don't get cocky, Potter. Cockiness gets people killed. Moody's magical eye spun to fix on Harry. You have power. Real power. But power without focus is just chaos. The maze will test everything you have. Harry believed him. The question was whether he was ready. The night before the third task, Harry couldn't sleep. He lay in his four-poster bed, listening to his dorm-mates breathing, feeling the distant weather patterns shifting over Scotland. A storm was building, a real one, natural rather than summoned, and it would arrive sometime tomorrow evening. The timing seemed appropriate. He thought about everything that had happened since his name came from the goblet. The dragon, the lake, the golden egg. The enemies he'd made, the allies he'd found. The power that had grown inside him until it felt less like an ability and more like an identity. He thought about Fleur, and the connection they'd built across language and culture and expectation. About Ron and Hermione, the friends who'd stood by him through everything. About Cedric and Victor, the rivals who'd become something like brothers. He thought about the Order of the Storm, and their claims on his heritage. About Voldemort, and whatever scheme had put Harry's name in the fire. About Barty Crouch Jr., and the possibility that a dead man was walking among them. Tomorrow, everything would change. He could feel it in the pressure dropping, in the electricity building in the air. Harry closed his eyes and let the approaching storm carry him toward an uncertain sleep. The morning of June 24 dawned clear and bright, the calm before the literal storm Harry could feel building in the west. Breakfast was subdued. The champions sat at separate tables, each surrounded by supporters, each lost in their own preparations. Harry picked at his food without appetite, his mind already in the maze. You'll be brilliant, Hermione said, her voice firm with conviction. You've trained for this. You're ready. Thanks. And remember, whatever happens in there, we're with you. Me and Ron and Fleur and everyone. You're not alone. The words hit harder than they should have. Harry looked at his friend, brilliant, loyal, terrifying Hermione, and felt a surge of gratitude that threatened to overwhelm him. Whatever happens, he said carefully, thank you. For everything. Hermione's eyes were suspiciously bright. Don't talk like that. You're coming back. I know. But still. Thank you. The day passed in a haze of final preparations. The champions were taken to examine the maze, a massive hedge construction that filled the Quidditch pitch, its walls 20 feet high and already humming with enchantments. The entrance points were visible, one for each champion, spaced around the perimeter. You will enter in order of current standings, Bagman explained. Mr. Potter and Mr. Diggory are tied for first, so they'll enter first. Mr. Crumb follows, then Miss Delacour. The Triwizard Cup waits at the center. First champion to touch it wins. It sounded simple. Harry knew it would be anything but. Evening arrived with the storm Harry had been tracking all day. Clouds gathered overhead as the spectators filled the stands, and the first distant rumbles of thunder accompanied Dumbledore's opening remarks. Ladies and gentlemen, the third and final task of the Triwizard Tournament is about to begin. Let me remind you how the points currently stand. Tied in first place, with 85 points each, Mr. Cedric Diggory and Mr. Harry Potter, both of Hogwarts. The cheers were deafening. Half the crowd supported Cedric, the true Hogwarts champion. The other half supported Harry, the comeback story of the tournament. The division was palpable even in the celebration. In second place, with 80 points, Mr. Victor Crumb, of Durmstrang Institute. And in third place, Miss Fleur Delacour, of Beauxbatons Academy. More cheers, more thunder, more building tension. Harry caught Fleur's eye across the starting area and saw his own determination reflected there. On my whistle, Cedric and Harry. Bagman had to shout over the wind that was picking up. 3, 2, 1. The whistle shrieked. Harry ran into the maze. The darkness was immediate and absolute. The moment he passed through the entrance, the hedge walls closed behind him, cutting off the cheers and the light and any sense of direction. Harry found himself in a corridor of living green, the leaves rustling with sounds that might have been wind and might have been something else entirely. Lumos. His wand tip blazed to life, illuminating perhaps 10 feet ahead of him. The path stretched forward, branching left after a few meters. Harry listened, extended his senses, felt for any hint of what lay ahead. The storm overhead was growing. He could feel it through the maze's enchantments, could sense the lightning building in the clouds. The power called to him, offered itself for his use. Not yet, Harry told himself. Save it for when you need it. He moved forward, taking the left branch, trusting his instincts. The maze tried to confuse him, dead ends that appeared where corridors should be, walls that shifted when he wasn't looking, but Harry had learned to navigate by more than sight. He tracked the magical currents in the air, felt for the concentration of power that would mark the maze's center. The first obstacle came 10 minutes in. The boggart emerged from the shadows without warning, shapeless for a moment before resolving into something Harry hadn't expected. Not Voldemort. Not a Dementor. Not any of the obvious fears. It was himself. Harry Potter, standing in the corridor, but wrong. His eyes were white blind with lightning, his skin crackling with electricity, his face twisted into an expression of pure, mindless rage. The Thunderbird, but corrupted. Uncontrolled. More monster than human. Ridiculous, Harry said, but his voice wavered. The boggart Harry took a step forward, lightning arcing between its fingers, and Harry felt his own power surge in response, as if his magic wanted to become what the boggart showed. This was his real fear. Not death, not loss, not pain. Losing himself. Becoming the storm instead of the wizard who wielded it. Harry forced himself to focus. To remember who he was, what he'd chosen, why he'd fought so hard to maintain control. Ridiculous. The boggart Harry exploded into a cloud of feathers that scattered harmlessly into the hedge. Harry stood shaking, his heart pounding, his magic barely contained. He moved on. The Sphinx appeared an hour into the task. She emerged from a gap in the hedge, beautiful and terrible, her woman's face regarding Harry with ancient wisdom. You are close, she said, her voice carrying despite its softness. The cup lies just beyond. But to pass, you must answer my riddle. Ask. First think of the person who lives in disguise, who deals in secrets and tells naught but lies. Next, tell me what's always the last thing to mend, the middle and end of the end. And finally give me the sound often heard during the search for a hard-to-find word. Now string them together, and answer me this, which creature would you be most unwilling to kiss? Harry's mind raced. Person in disguise dealing secrets, spy. Last thing to mend, middle and end of end, the letter D. Sound during search for a hard-to-find word, Spider. A spider. The Sphinx smiled and moved aside. Correct. You may pass. Harry stepped through the gap and found himself in a wide circular space at the heart of the maze. The Triwizard Cup sat on a pedestal at the center, glowing with blue-white light. He wasn't alone. Cedric was there, approaching from another entrance. Their eyes met across the clearing. Potter. Diggory. They stood frozen, each aware that moving would trigger a race neither wanted to run. After months of rivalry and grudging respect, it came down to this: 2 Hogwarts students, 1 cup, and a choice that would define them. Together, Harry said suddenly. We take it together. Cedric stared at him. What? It's still a Hogwarts victory either way. Why fight over which of us grabs it first? Harry held out his hand. On 3. We touch it at the same time. Something shifted in Cedric's expression, surprise, then consideration, then something that might have been respect. Together, he agreed. They moved forward, hands extended, fingers reaching for the cup. The stunning spell came from nowhere. Cedric went down hard, his body crumpling, and Harry spun to find Victor Crumb emerging from the shadows with his wand raised and his eyes blank and staring. Not blank. Empty. Imperious curse empty. Victor, stop, another stunning spell. Harry dodged, rolled, came up with his wand ready. Crumb was advancing, his movements mechanical, his face slack with enchantment. Whoever was controlling him wanted Harry out of the picture. Harry didn't want to hurt his friend. But Victor under the Imperius was dangerous, capable of anything, and the situation was deteriorating fast. Stupefy. The spell caught Victor in the chest and dropped him beside Cedric. Harry stood over both fallen champions, breathing hard, his mind racing through possibilities. Someone had Imperiused Victor. Someone was manipulating the task. The scheme he'd been warned about was unfolding right now, and he still didn't understand its shape. The cup glowed ahead of him, waiting. Harry looked at it, looked at the fallen champions, and made a decision. He revived Cedric with a muttered "Enervate" and helped the Hufflepuff to his feet. Crumb was cursed. Someone's interfering with the task. We need to touch the cup, Cedric interrupted, his voice strange. We need to touch the cup. His wand was rising. No. Harry threw himself sideways as Cedric's stunning spell missed by inches. Another champion compromised. Another friend turned enemy. The Imperius curse had spread further than he'd realized. Cedric, fight it, but Cedric wasn't fighting. His face wore the same blank expression as Victor's, his movements the same mechanical precision. Whoever was behind this had prepared well. Harry ran for the cup. Not because he wanted to win. Because the cup was clearly the focal point, the trap's trigger, and he needed to know what would happen when someone touched it. His fingers closed around the handle. The world twisted, and Harry felt the familiar horrible sensation of a portkey activating, yanking him away from the maze and through impossible space toward a destination he hadn't chosen. He landed hard on grass, in darkness, somewhere far from Hogwarts. A graveyard. Harry recognized it as soon as his eyes adjusted, a graveyard, old and unkempt, surrounded by a high fence and shadowed by a large house on a hill. Tombstones rose around him like crooked teeth, their inscriptions worn by time and weather. The cup lay beside him, still glowing faintly. A trap, just as he'd suspected. But whose trap? Welcome, Harry Potter. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere. Harry spun, wand raised, and found a figure emerging from the shadows between the tombstones. Peter Pettigrew. Wormtail. The betrayer who had escaped, the coward who had sold out Harry's parents, the man who had helped Voldemort survive in his weakened form. He was carrying something. A bundle of robes, small and twisted, moving with sickening purpose. The boy, a high, cold voice rasped from within the bundle. It worked. He came. Harry felt his scar explode with pain, worse than it had ever been, worse than he had imagined possible. He dropped to his knees, his wand falling from fingers that couldn't remember how to grip. Bind him. Ropes erupted from Wormtail's wand, wrapping Harry against one of the larger tombstones. He struggled, tried to call his power, but the pain in his scar was overwhelming, drowning out everything else. The Thunderbird, the cold voice said with something like amusement. I had heard the rumors. Such interesting developments you've undergone, Harry. Such useful power. We'll explore it together, after. After what? After I return. Wormtail was preparing something, a massive cauldron, a fire beneath it, ingredients that Harry's swimming vision couldn't identify. A ritual. The Death Eater at the World Cup, the goblet's manipulation, the portkey disguised as a trophy, everything had been building to this. Voldemort was going to resurrect himself. And Harry was going to provide something essential to the process. Bone of the Father, unknowingly given, you will renew your son. A grave opened near Harry's position, and a fine dust rose from it to settle in the cauldron. The bubbling liquid glowed with sickly light. Flesh of the servant, willingly given, you will revive your master. Wormtail raised a silver knife and, with a scream of agony, cut off his own hand. It fell into the cauldron with a horrible splash. Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe. The knife turned toward Harry. He had seconds. Seconds to act, to change what was happening, to do something other than watch his own blood fuel the return of the darkest wizard in history. Harry reached for the storm. Not the one in the sky, though that was there too, still building, still waiting. The storm inside himself. The Thunderbird that had been awakened by desperation and fear and the absolute refusal to die. Lightning exploded from Harry's body. The ropes burned away. The knife flew from Wormtail's hand. The cauldron rocked violently, its contents sloshing dangerously close to the rim. Harry was on his feet, transformed without conscious thought, his Thunderbird form filling the graveyard with crackling light. He was enormous here, his wingspan brushing the tombstones on either side, his feathers blazing with electricity. But something was wrong. The ritual was still progressing. Even as Harry's lightning struck at Wormtail, even as the cowardly man screamed and fled, the cauldron continued to bubble. The magic that had been set in motion couldn't be stopped by force alone. And then the cauldron's contents exploded outward, and a figure rose from the steam and fire, tall and pale and terrible. Lord Voldemort had returned. The Dark Lord stood in the center of the graveyard, naked and new, his red eyes fixed on Harry's Thunderbird form with an expression of hungry fascination. Magnificent, he breathed. I had heard the reports, but I didn't believe. A true Thunderbird. In Britain. In the body of the boy who defeated me. Harry screamed a challenge in the Thunderbird's voice, a sound like thunder itself, rolling across the graveyard and echoing off the distant hills. Lightning gathered in the clouds above, responding to his rage. You think your storm can hurt me? Voldemort raised his wand, a new wand, Harry noticed, not the twin to his own. I have died and returned. I have transcended mortality itself. Your lightning is nothing compared to that. He cast, and darkness erupted from his wand, not a spell Harry recognized, but something older, deeper, touched with the corruption of split souls and broken boundaries. Harry met it with lightning. The collision was cataclysmic. Light and darkness, storm and shadow, power against power in a display that must have been visible for miles. The tombstone shattered. The ground cracked. The very air seemed to scream in protest. But Voldemort wasn't alone. Death Eaters were appearing, operating into the graveyard in response to some signal Harry hadn't noticed. Masked and robed, they formed a circle around the combatants, watching with barely concealed terror as their master dueled a creature of legend. Harry was powerful. Harry was fierce. But he was also 14 years old, exhausted from the maze, bleeding from where the knife had nicked him before his transformation. And Voldemort had just been reborn at the peak of his strength. The Dark Lord's next spell broke through Harry's lightning and struck him full in the chest. The pain was indescribable, not physical, but something deeper, touching the core of what he was. Harry's transformation shattered, his Thunderbird form collapsing back into his human body. He hit the ground hard, gasping, unable to move. "Impressive," Voldemort said, walking toward him with casual menace. "More impressive than I expected. You'll make a worthy project, Harry Potter. After I've killed you, I'll study what you were. Perhaps I can replicate it." Harry struggled to rise, to call his power, to do anything other than lie helpless before his parents' murderer. But his body wouldn't respond, his magic felt drained, and the Dark Lord's wand was already rising for the killing blow. Avada, a crack of apparition. A flash of silver and blue. Albus Dumbledore appeared between Harry and Voldemort, his wand blazing with light, his face set in an expression of terrible fury. "Tom." Voldemort's curse died unspoken. For a moment, something like fear flickered across his serpentine features. Then he smiled. "Dumbledore. Come to watch your precious boy die. Come to end this. Once and for all." The duel that followed was beyond anything Harry had ever witnessed, beyond anything he'd imagined possible. The two most powerful wizards of the age clashed in a storm of spells and counterspells, magic flying so fast the eye couldn't track it. The ground shook. The air burned. The Death Eaters fled or fell, unable to withstand the collateral damage. Harry crawled toward the portkey cup, his one chance of escape. The Thunderbird inside him was stirring again, recovering from whatever Voldemort had done, but he wasn't strong enough for another confrontation. His fingers closed around the handle. Harry, no, he didn't hear the rest of Dumbledore's shout. The portkey activated, yanking him away from the graveyard, away from the duel, away from everything except the desperate need to survive. He landed on the Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts, surrounded by screaming spectators, still clutching the cup that had been designed to bring him to his death. The last thing Harry saw before darkness claimed him was Fleur's face, streaked with tears, hovering above him. "Harry, Harry, stay with me." "Stay," he tried to answer. Tried to tell her he was okay, that he'd survived, that Voldemort was back and everything was going to change. But the words wouldn't come, and the darkness was too heavy, and Harry let it pull him down into nothing. Chapter 5 and Chapter 6, Dragons and Decisions. Harry woke to white. White ceiling. White sheets. White light streaming through tall windows. The hospital wing, he realized slowly, his mind swimming up through layers of fog and confusion. He was in the hospital wing at Hogwarts. He was alive. The memories came flooding back, the maze, the graveyard, Voldemort's resurrection, the duel with Dumbledore. Harry tried to sit up and found his body responding sluggishly, as if his muscles had forgotten how to work. "Easy." A hand pressed gently against his shoulder. "You've been unconscious for 3 days. Your body needs time." Fleur. Her face swam into focus above him, pale and drawn, shadows under her eyes suggesting she hadn't slept much. She was still wearing the same robe she'd worn to the third task. 3 days. Harry's voice came out as a croak. 3 days. Zay, Headmaster said your magical core was nearly depleted. Whatever appeared in that graveyard. She shook her head, unable to finish. Voldemort. He's back. We know. Dumbledore told us. Fleur's hand found his, her fingers intertwining with his own. They ministry does not believe. They say you are lying, that the headmaster is delusional. But we know. Harry closed his eyes, feeling the weight of that knowledge settle over him. Voldemort was back, and the ministry was in denial. The war his parents had died fighting was about to begin again. Cedric. Is fine. Whatever curse controlled him broke when you touched the port key. Remembers nothing after entering the maze's center. Fleur paused. Victor is the same. They are both troubled. They know they were used against you, even if they don't remember. Ow. Small mercies. Harry had been afraid the Imperious curse might have left permanent damage. The tournament? Cancelled. After what happened, the ministry had no choice. There will be no winner, no prize, no. Fleur made a frustrated sound. None of it matters. The tournament was a distraction. A tool. We were all puppets dancing for someone else's benefit. Harry thought about Barty Crouch Jr., Sirius's theory about the supposedly dead Death Eater. He thought about Moody's strange behavior all year, his intense focus on Harry's preparation. He thought about the goblet's manipulation, the portkey cup, the ritual that had required Harry's blood specifically. Moody, he said. Was it Moody? Fleur's expression confirmed his suspicion. Crouch Jr. Had been impersonating the real Moody all year, using Polyjuice Potion. They Aurors found the real Moody locked in a trunk in his own office. He is alive, but damaged? Changed. A year of captivity, of avaying, his identity stolen, it leaves marks. Harry stared at the white ceiling and tried to process everything. The mentor who had pushed him, trained him, prepared him for the tasks, it had all been manipulation. Every piece of advice, every private lesson, every moment of apparent concern had been designed to ensure Harry reached the graveyard at the right moment. He'd been played from the beginning. I need to see Dumbledore. He will come to you. He has been waiting for you to wake. Fleur squeezed his hand. Harry, what happened here? In the graveyard? The headmaster told us some, but he said you would need to share the rest yourself. Harry thought about the ritual, the blood, the resurrection. He thought about his Thunderbird form and Voldemort's hungry fascination. He thought about the duel he'd witnessed, power beyond anything he'd imagined clashing in the darkness. Later, he said. I'll tell you everything. But I need to talk to Dumbledore first. Fleur nodded, accepting his decision without argument. It was one of the things he appreciated most about her, she understood when to push and when to wait. I will get him. But Harry, she leaned closer, her blue eyes intent on his. Whatever happens next, whatever they ask of you, remember that you are not alone. I am with you. Always. She kissed his forehead, light and gentle, and left to find the headmaster. Harry lay in the white bed and waited, feeling the storm inside him slowly rebuilding its strength. Dumbledore arrived within the hour, looking older than Harry had ever seen him. The twinkle was gone from his eyes, replaced by a weariness that seemed to press down on his shoulders like a physical weight. Harry. The headmaster settled into a chair beside the bed, his movements careful, deliberate. How are you feeling? Like I was struck by lightning. Which, technically, I was. A ghost of a smile crossed Dumbledore's face. Your humor, at least, remains intact. That's encouraging. What happened after I left? The graveyard, you were fighting him, a brief engagement. Tom recognized that defeating me would require more effort than he wished to expend, and his followers were scattered by the intensity of our exchange. He retreated before I could press the advantage. Dumbledore's expression darkened. He is recovered now, hiding, rebuilding his forces. The war has begun again, Harry, whether the Ministry acknowledges it or not. Fudge doesn't believe. Fudge is afraid. Afraid of what Voldemort's return means for his government, his power, his comfortable assumptions about the world. It is easier to deny than to confront. Dumbledore sighed. We will have to proceed without ministry support, at least for now. The Order of the Phoenix. An organization I founded during the First War, composed of witches and wizards willing to fight Voldemort outside official channels. I am rebuilding it now, calling in old members, recruiting new ones. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's. You would be welcome among us, when you're ready. Harry considered the offer. A secret organization, fighting a hidden war, operating in the shadows while the government pretended nothing was wrong. It sounded dangerous, complicated, necessary. I'll think about it. That's all I ask. Dumbledore paused, his expression shifting to something more grave. There's something else we need to discuss. Something I should have told you years ago, but... He shook his head. I convinced myself you weren't ready. Perhaps I was wrong. What is it? The prophecy. The reason Voldemort targeted your family. The reason he will never stop hunting you, no matter how many times you escape. Harry felt cold settle into his bones. A prophecy about me? About you and him. Made before your birth, heard by a spy who reported it to Voldemort. Dumbledore recited the words slowly, each one falling like a stone. The one with the power to vanquish the Dark Lord approaches, born to those who have thrice defied him, born as the 7th month dies, and the Dark Lord will mark him as his equal, but he will have power the Dark Lord knows not, and either must die at the hand of the other, for neither can live while the other survives. The words hung in the air between them, terrible and absolute. Either must die, Harry repeated slowly. At the hand of the other. Yes. So one of us has to kill the other. No other ending is possible. According to the prophecy, no. Harry absorbed this, feeling the implications ripple outward through everything he'd assumed about his future. He'd known Voldemort would come for him eventually. He'd known their conflict wasn't over. But this was different. This was destiny, carved in stone before he was born. The power the Dark Lord knows not, he said. Is that the Thunderbird? Perhaps. Or perhaps something else entirely. Dumbledore's eyes were searching, thoughtful. Love, I once believed. The protection your mother's sacrifice gave you. But your abilities have grown beyond anything I anticipated. The Thunderbird form, the weather magic, the connection to forces I don't fully understand. He shook his head. You are becoming something unprecedented, Harry. Something that defies the categories Wizarding Society has created. Is that good or bad? I don't know. I suspect it will be both. Dumbledore rose, his movements slower than they should be. Rest now. Recover your strength. The summer will bring challenges enough, there's no need to face them before you must. He turned to leave, then paused at the door. Harry. For what it's worth. I'm sorry. For keeping secrets. For treating you as a piece on a board rather than a person with his own right to knowledge. I convinced myself I was protecting you, but I see now that I was only protecting my own assumptions about what you could handle. Professor, no. Let me say this. Dumbledore's voice was heavy with regret. You deserved better. From me, from the wizarding world, from everyone who should have been looking out for you. I can't change the past, but I can try to do better going forward. Starting with honesty. Harry didn't know what to say. He'd spent years seeking Dumbledore's approval, craving the old wizard's attention and guidance. To hear him admit fault, acknowledge mistakes. Thank you, Harry said finally. For telling me the truth. Dumbledore nodded once and left, closing the door softly behind him. Harry lay in the white bed and stared at the ceiling, the prophecy's words echoing in his mind. Either must die at the hand of the other. He'd always known, on some level, that his conflict with Voldemort would end in violence. But hearing it stated so baldly, so absolutely. The storm inside him stirred, responding to his turbulent emotions. Lightning crackled between his fingers, harmless but present, a reminder of the power he carried. Power the Dark Lord knows not. Whatever that meant, Harry would have to figure it out. Because according to the prophecy, either he killed Voldemort or Voldemort killed him. There was no third option. Recovery took another week. Madame Pomfrey fussed and clucked and administered potions that tasted like various forms of punishment, but gradually Harry's strength returned. His magical core rebuilt itself, the Thunderbird's power settling back into its familiar patterns. Visitors came and went. Ron and Hermione spent hours by his bedside, filling him in on everything he'd missed. Cedric visited once, awkward and apologetic, struggling to process his role in events he couldn't remember. Victor came twice, equally troubled, his dark eyes full of questions he didn't know how to ask. Fleur was there every day. She arrived each morning after breakfast and stayed until Madame Pomfrey chased her out for the night, sometimes talking, sometimes reading, sometimes simply sitting in companionable silence. Her presence was a comfort Harry hadn't known he needed, a constant in a world that seemed to be shifting beneath his feet. Zay tournament is officially void, she told him one afternoon, a week after he'd woken. No winner, no prize money. Zay Ministry is treating it as a tragic accident. Zay refused to acknowledge what really happened. Are you going back to France? Eventually. Beauxbatons requires me to finish my education. She was quiet for a moment. But I've spoken with Madame Maxime. There may be options. Ways to continue our studies while also contributing to the fight. The Order of the Phoenix. Dumbledore approached me after spoke with you, said my abilities could be valuable, that the war would need people who could operate across borders. Fleur's expression was determined. I told him I would consider it. What about your family? Gabrielle. My family understands what is at stake. They Death Eaters are not only a British problem, their ideology spreads everywhere. They are pureblood fanatics. If Voldemort wins, will not stop at the English Channel. It was true. Harry had been so focused on his personal conflict with Voldemort that he'd almost forgotten the wider implications. This wasn't just about him and a prophecy. This was about the future of the entire wizarding world. I want you to be safe, he said quietly. And I want you to be safe. But we do not get what we want. Fleur's smile was fierce and sad. We get what we fight for. The last day of term arrived with surprising speed. Harry was finally released from the hospital wing and allowed to rejoin his classmates for the final feast. The Great Hall felt subdued, the usual end-of-year celebration muted by the shadow of recent events. The empty chair at the staff table where Moody had sat was a constant reminder of how thoroughly they'd all been deceived. Dumbledore's speech was brief and pointed. Another year ends, he said, his voice carrying through the quiet hall. A year that has brought triumph and tragedy, revelation and loss. We have been reminded, painfully, that the forces of darkness do not rest. That evil men will use any tool, exploit any trust, to achieve their aims. His eyes swept the assembled students, lingering on Harry. But we have also been reminded of something else. Of courage in the face of impossible odds. Of loyalty that survives betrayal. Of the power that comes from refusing to abandon those we love, even when abandonment would be easier. Harry felt the weight of those words, their implied message. You did well. You survived. But the hard part is still coming. In the days ahead, you will hear many things. Some true, some false. You will be asked to choose sides, to pick allegiances, to decide what you believe. Dumbledore's voice grew firm. I ask only this, remember what you saw this year. Remember the courage of your champions. Remember that darkness can be fought, must be fought, and will be fought, by all of us, together. The feast that followed was quieter than usual, conversations hushed, laughter muted. Harry sat with Ron and Hermione, picking at food he wasn't hungry for, feeling the finality of the year pressing down on him. Tomorrow, he would board the Hogwarts Express. He would return to Privet Drive, to the Dursleys, to a world that had no idea what was coming. And then, he didn't know. The summer stretched ahead like uncharted territory, full of dangers he couldn't predict and challenges he wasn't sure he could meet. But he wouldn't face them alone. That much, at least, he knew for certain. The train ride home was long and contemplative. Harry shared a compartment with Ron, Hermione, Neville, Ginny, and Luna Lovegood, a strange girl from Ravenclaw who read magazines upside down and spoke with serene certainty about creatures no one else had heard of. The conversation drifted between awkward silences and forced cheerfulness, no one quite sure how to address the elephant in the room. Finally, as they approached King's Cross, Hermione broke the tension. "We should talk about it," she said. "All of it. What happened, what's coming, what we're going to do." "Hermione," Ron started. "No. We've been dancing around it for days, pretending everything is normal when nothing is normal." Her eyes were bright with determination. "Voldemort is back. The Ministry is in denial. Harry," she turned to face him directly. "Harry has been carrying this weight alone for too long. We need to decide, all of us, whether we're going to help him carry it or not." The compartment went quiet. Neville was pale but attentive. Ginny's expression was fierce. Luna looked at Harry with her disconcertingly direct gaze, as if seeing something others couldn't. "I'm in," Ron said, breaking the silence. "Whatever you need, mate." "I'm in." "Me too," Hermione added. "You know that." "And me," Neville said, his voice stronger than Harry had ever heard it. "My parents, they were Aurors. They fought in the First War. I won't dishonor their sacrifice by hiding while others fight." Ginny nodded firmly. Luna tilted her head and smiled. "The Thunderbirds are drawn to those who speak truth to power," she said dreamily. "I think I'd like to be part of that." Harry looked at them, his friends, his allies, the people who were choosing to stand with him despite everything, and felt something loosen in his chest. "Thank you," he said. "All of you." "Don't thank us yet," Ron replied with a grim smile. "Wait until we've actually done something worth thanking." The train pulled into King's Cross, and the group gathered their belongings. As they stepped onto the platform, Harry caught sight of the Dursleys waiting near the barrier, Vernon's face purple with impatience, Petunia's expression pinched with distaste, Dudley enormous and sullen. He also saw the Order members scattered through the crowd, watching, protecting. Lupin near the tea shop. Tonks by the ticket booth. Mad-Eye Moody, the real one, scarred and suspicious, lurking in the shadows. And Fleur, standing with her family near the French delegation's departure point, her eyes finding his across the crowded platform. She didn't wave. Didn't call out. Just looked at him with an expression that said everything words couldn't. "I'll see you soon. Stay safe. Don't forget what you are." Harry nodded once, acknowledging the message, then turned to face the Dursleys. The summer would be long. The challenges would be enormous. The war was coming, and nothing would ever be the same. But he wasn't the boy who'd left Privet Drive last summer, desperate and afraid and alone. He was something else now, something powerful, something dangerous, something that Voldemort himself had called magnificent. The storm inside him settled into readiness, patient and waiting. Let them come. The first week at Privet Drive was an exercise in forced normalcy. The Dursleys had apparently decided that ignoring Harry's existence was preferable to acknowledging what he'd become. Vernon went to work, Petunia maintained her spotless house, Dudley terrorized the neighborhood children. Harry was left alone in his small bedroom, surrounded by books and letters and the ever-present hum of the storm in his blood. He used the time productively. The correspondence that had built up during his hospital wing recovery required attention, letters from friends, updates from Order members, carefully worded messages from people he'd never met who wanted to offer support or seek information. Harry answered what he could and filed the rest for later consideration. More importantly, he practiced. The transformation came easier now, almost automatic when he focused on it. He spent hours in the small hours of the night exploring the limits of his Thunderbird form, testing his control, pushing his boundaries. The backyard of number 4 became his training ground, privacy wards keeping the neighbors oblivious to the electrical storms that gathered and dispersed above the modest garden. He also worked on integrating his human magic with his Thunderbird abilities. The two had always felt somewhat separate, wizard spells on one hand, storm magic on the other. But the confrontation with Voldemort had shown him that separation was a weakness. When the Dark Lord had broken through his lightning, Harry had been left vulnerable because he couldn't switch between modes fast enough. That couldn't happen again. By the end of the first week, Harry could cast standard spells while maintaining partial transformation, lightning crackling along his arms while his wand performed precise defensive magic. It was exhausting, required intense concentration, and felt like rubbing his stomach while patting his head. But it was progress. Sirius visited on the 8th day. He arrived in dog form, slipping through the gap in the fence Harry had specifically enlarged for this purpose, and transformed in the shadow of the garden shed. His godfather looked better than he had in Hogsmeade, still thin, still gaunt, but there was color in his cheeks and purpose in his eyes. "You look like you've been through hell," Sirius said, embracing Harry fiercely. "I have been." "Yeah, I heard." Sirius pulled back, his expression serious. "Dumbledore told me everything. The graveyard, the ritual, the duel. You faced Voldemort at full strength and survived." "Barely. Surviving is surviving. There's no barely about it." Sirius settled onto the garden bench, patting the spot beside him. "Now tell me what Dumbledore didn't. Tell me how you really feel about all this." Harry sat and found himself pouring out everything, the fear, the anger, the confusion. The prophecy and its terrible implications. The weight of knowing that the war would eventually come down to him and Voldemort, one way or another. Sirius listened without interrupting, his face cycling through emotions, rage at Voldemort, frustration with Dumbledore, grief for the childhood Harry had never been allowed to have. "The prophecy's a bastard," he said finally. "Prophecies always are. They tell you just enough to make you think you understand, then twist themselves into shapes you never expected. Dumbledore thinks it's absolute. That either Voldemort kills me or I kill him. Dumbledore's brilliant, but he's not always right. He believes in prophecy because he's seen them come true. But there's a difference between a prophecy coming true and a prophecy being inevitable." Sirius's expression was intense. "You have choices, Harry. You always have choices. The prophecy might describe how things end, but you decide how you get there. And if the getting there involves becoming a killer?" Sirius was quiet for a long moment. "Your father faced that question. During the First War, when the Order was fighting Death Eaters, killing was sometimes necessary. James hated it, hated what it did to him, what it made him feel. But he did it anyway, when there was no other option, because the alternative was worse. Did it change him? Everything changes us. The question is whether we let the changes define us or whether we keep hold of who we are beneath them." Sirius gripped Harry's shoulder. "You're a good person, Harry. Whatever you have to do to survive, whatever choices you have to make, that core of goodness doesn't have to change." Harry wanted to believe that. He desperately wanted to believe that he could face Voldemort, fulfill the prophecy, and still be himself at the end. But he'd felt what the Thunderbird power could do. He'd seen the destruction it could cause, the ease with which it could kill. If he let that power loose completely, without restraint. "The boggart in the maze," he said quietly. "It showed me myself. The Thunderbird, but, wrong. Out of control. More monster than human. That's your fear talking. Not your future." "How do you know?" "Because I know you. Because I saw the same fear in your father's eyes, and he never gave in to it. Because, Sirius smiled sadly. You're so much better than you give yourself credit for, Harry. You saved 4 hostages when you only needed to save 1. You fought Voldemort to protect others, not yourself. That's not the behavior of someone who's going to lose themselves to power. Harry absorbed this, letting it settle into the part of him that still doubted. Thank you, he said. For believing in me. That's what godfathers are for. Now, Sirius's expression lightened. Tell me about this French girl I keep hearing about. The rumors have been extremely interesting. Harry groaned. Some things, at least, hadn't changed. The letters from Fleur arrived every 3rd day, like clockwork. They were written in a mixture of French and English, her handwriting elegant and precise, her words carrying the warmth that her formal manner sometimes obscured. She told him about her family's vineyard in Provence, about Gabrielle's nightmares since the lake, about the French ministry's cautious response to rumors of Voldemort's return. She also told him she loved him. Not in those exact words, Fleur was too careful with language for such directness. But it was there in the subtext, in the concerns she expressed, in the plans she was making that all seemed to assume they would be together. Harry wasn't sure how to respond. His feelings for Fleur were complicated, gratitude, admiration, affection, desire, all tangled together with the shared experience of being creatures apart. He cared about her more than he'd cared about anyone outside his immediate friends. But love? He was 14 years old. 15 in a few weeks. Did he even know what love was? I miss you, he wrote back. More than I expected to. The summer feels empty without our conversations, our training, our arguments about French cooking versus British cooking. You're still wrong, by the way, shepherd's pie is a legitimate dish. I don't know what we are. I don't know what to call this thing between us. But I know I don't want it to end. I know I want to see you again, to hear your voice, to feel the fire in your magic brushing against the storm in mine. Is that love? I honestly don't know. But it's something. Something real. Something worth fighting for. Her reply came 2 days later, longer than usual, the handwriting slightly less precise as if she'd written quickly, urgently. You stupid, wonderful boy. Of course it is love. Perhaps not the kind Z poets write about, not yet, but love nonetheless. Ze kind that grows from understanding, from respect, from 2 souls recognizing each other across impossible distance. Do not overthink this. Do not analyze until you have talked yourself out of feeling. Just, feel. Let yourself want what you want, need what you need. The rest will follow. I am coming to Britain in August. They order as work for me, and I refuse to be kept away any longer. We will see each other soon. And then we will figure out the rest. Until then, mon cher. Stay safe. Stay strong. Stay you. Harry read the letter 3 times, feeling something warm and terrifying spreading through his chest. August. She was coming in August. The summer suddenly seemed a lot less empty. July brought his birthday and an unexpected gift. Harry woke on the 31st to find Hedwig waiting with a small package and a letter bearing Dumbledore's distinctive handwriting. Dear Harry, the letter began. 15 years ago today, you came into the world under circumstances none of us could have predicted. The years since have brought you more challenges than any young person should face, and yet you have met each one with courage and resilience that continually astound me. The enclosed item belonged to your father. I have kept it safe since his death, waiting for the appropriate moment to pass it on. I believe that moment has arrived. Use it wisely. And happy birthday. The package contained a small leather journal, worn with age, its pages filled with James Potter's handwriting. Harry spent the day reading. The journal wasn't a diary, it was a research notebook, filled with James's investigations into the Potter bloodline. His father had apparently been as curious about their family's unusual heritage as Harry was, and had spent years tracking down obscure genealogies and half-remembered legends. The Storm blood, one entry read. Mentioned in 3 separate texts, always in connection with American magical traditions. The family tree shows a marriage in 1692, Euphemia Potter to a wizard named Tawodi, whose family came from the Cherokee magical community. No other records exist of Tawodi after the marriage. He seems to have vanished into the Potter line completely. Another entry, asked grandfather about the family legends. He laughed and said I was chasing fairy tales. But his eyes, I saw something there. Recognition, maybe. Fear. He knows something he won't tell me. And another, Lily thinks I'm obsessed. Maybe she's right. But something happened last week, a storm gathered when I was angry, followed my movements, responded to my mood. Coincidence? Or something else? Need to investigate further. Harry read until his eyes ached, following his father's trail of clues and dead ends. James had been so close to understanding the truth about their bloodline. If he'd had more time, if Voldemort hadn't cut his research short. The final entry was dated 3 weeks before Harry's birth. The baby's coming soon. Lily's getting nervous, though she hides it well. I've decided to put this research aside for now, there are more important things to focus on. But I'll return to it eventually. I'll find the truth about our family's gift. And maybe, someday, I'll be able to share it with my son. Harry closed the journal, his eyes burning with tears he refused to shed. His father had known. Had suspected, at least, that something unusual lived in the Potter blood. Had been searching for answers that Harry now possessed. I found it, Dad, Harry whispered to the empty room. I found what you were looking for. Somewhere in the distance, thunder rumbled. The Order of the Phoenix brought Harry to Grimmauld Place on the 2nd of August. The house was ancient and grim, filled with dark magic and decades of neglect. It had belonged to the Black family, Sirius's inheritance, and now served as the Order's headquarters. Harry moved through its shadowy halls with a mixture of curiosity and discomfort, feeling the hostile magic in the walls responding to his presence. But the discomfort faded when he saw who was waiting for him in the kitchen. Fleur stood by the window, silver blonde hair catching the light, her face transforming with a smile when she saw him. Harry. He crossed the room without conscious thought, and then she was in his arms, her warmth driving away the house's chill. She smelled like lavender and ozone, fire and storm mingling together. You're here, he said, stupidly. I told you I would be. She pulled back just far enough to look at him, her hands still resting on his shoulders. You look tired, Ave. You been sleeping? Some. Not as much as I should. Then we will fix that. Her smile was fond and fierce. I am here now. You do not, Ave, to carry everything alone. Behind them, someone cleared their throat. Harry turned to find Sirius grinning in the doorway, flanked by Remus Lupin and a pink-haired which he didn't recognize. If you two are done, Sirius said, clearly enjoying Harry's embarrassment, we've got an order meeting in 10 minutes. Dumbledore wants everyone present. Harry reluctantly released Fleur, but kept hold of her hand. They walked together into the meeting room, and he felt, for the first time since the graveyard, something like hope. The war was coming. Voldemort was gathering his forces. The Ministry was in denial, the wizarding world was in danger, and a prophecy hung over Harry's head like a guillotine blade. But he wasn't alone. He had friends, allies, people who cared about him. He had power that grew stronger every day. He had Fleur, whose fire burned beside his storm. The summer wasn't over yet. The fight had barely begun. But Harry was ready. The storm inside him rose to meet the challenge, and he faced the future with lightning in his eyes. Chapter 6 and Chapter 7, The hurricane's birth. The morning of November 24 dawned grey and bitter, clouds hanging low over the Scottish Highlands like a funeral shroud. Harry stood at the window of Gryffindor Tower, watching the weather patterns shift and merge, feeling the storm that had been building for 3 days finally begin to coalesce into something purposeful. Today was the first task. Today, he would face a dragon. The week since the goblet's selection had passed in a blur of preparation and paranoia. Harry had trained relentlessly, not just his magic, but his body, his reflexes, his ability to think under pressure. The Thunderbird form called to him constantly now, eager for release, hungry for the sky. He'd kept it contained. Barely. The other champions had their own preparations. Cedric had been seen practicing complex transfiguration in the courtyards, his movements precise and measured. Victor Crumb spent hours in the air on his broomstick, pushing the school brooms to their limits. Fleur had commandeered an empty classroom for work that no one was allowed to observe, though sometimes her veil of fire could be seen flickering through the frosted windows. They all knew about the dragons now. The secret had spread through the champions' network of contacts and observations. Harry's enhanced senses had detected the massive creatures the moment they'd been brought onto the grounds, their heat signatures blazing like bonfires against the cold Scottish night. For dragons. For champions. 1 golden egg each. Harry had spent countless hours planning his approach. The obvious solution was to fly, to transform, to meet the dragon in the sky, to use his Thunderbird abilities to simply overpower the creature. But that would reveal everything. Every secret he'd been keeping, every power he'd been hiding, exposed in a single dramatic moment. The question was whether he was ready for that exposure. "You're brooding again." He turned to find Fleur standing in the doorway of the common room, having somehow bypassed the Gryffindor portrait hole. She was dressed for cold weather, her silver blonde hair pulled back in a practical braid, her expression a mixture of concern and determination. "How did you get in here?" I asked nicely. Her smile was brief, not reaching her eyes. "Zay fat lady is surprisingly accommodating when you do not treat her like furniture." Harry almost laughed despite himself. "You're not supposed to be here. Champions aren't supposed to fraternize before the task. There are many things we are not supposed to do." Fleur crossed the room to stand beside him at the window. "And yet, here we are." They stood in silence for a moment, watching the clouds churn overhead. Harry could feel the electrical potential building in the atmosphere, the storm responding to his presence, to his anticipation. "I am afraid," Fleur said quietly. "Not of the dragon. Of what might happen after. After this tournament, it was designed to kill people, Harry. They have made it safer, they say, but..." She shook her head. "I feel something wrong. In the air, in the magic. Something beyond the official danger." Harry felt it too. Had felt it since his name emerged from the goblet. A wrongness, a manipulation, a scheme operating beneath the surface that he couldn't quite see. "Whatever happens today," he said, "we survive. That's the only goal. Survive, and figure out the rest later. And if surviving requires revealing what you are." Harry turned to face her, meeting her blue eyes with his own. "Then I reveal it. I've been hiding for months, Fleur. Playing the role of the confused child, the accidental champion, the boy who doesn't belong. But I'm tired of playing. Tired of pretending to be less than I am." Fleur's expression shifted, surprise, then understanding, then something that looked almost like pride. "Then show them," she said. "Show them all." The champion's tent was thick with tension when Harry arrived. Cedric sat in one corner, his face pale but composed, running through wand movements with mechanical precision. Victor was pacing like a caged animal, his dark eyes burning with intensity. Fleur had positioned herself near the entrance, her gaze fixed on the canvas wall as if she could see through it to the arena beyond. Bagman bustled in, purple with excitement, carrying a silk bag that writhed with movement. "Champions! Gather round, gather round." He waited until they'd formed a reluctant circle. "Now, in this bag are models of the creatures you're about to face. You'll each draw one, and the number around its neck indicates the order you'll go in. Ladies first, Miss Delacour. Fleur reached into the bag without hesitation and withdrew a small green dragon, the Welsh green, marked with a 1 around its neck. Her expression didn't change. Cedric drew next, the Swedish short snout, marked 2. His face went a shade paler, but he nodded once and stepped back. Victor's hand emerged with the Chinese fireball, marked 3. He examined it briefly, then crushed it in his fist with a grunt of acknowledgement. Harry reached into the bag. The model that met his fingers felt different from the others, heavier, hotter, almost alive. He pulled it free and found himself holding a miniature Hungarian horntail, its tiny bronze spikes gleaming, its yellow eyes fixed on him with malevolent intelligence. Number 4. Last to compete. And facing the most dangerous dragon in the world. Well, there you are. Bagman seemed oblivious to the tension. You've each pulled the dragon you will face, and the numbers indicate the order. Mr. Potter, you're last, but that gives you the advantage of watching the others, eh? The advantage of watching others face mortal danger while knowing his turn was coming. Harry didn't feel advantaged. The task is simple, Bagman continued. Each dragon is guarding a golden egg. Your goal is to collect the egg. How you do it is up to you. Any questions? No. Excellent. Miss Delacour, you're up first, just head out when you hear the whistle. He bustled away, leaving the 4 champions in heavy silence. Good luck, Cedric said quietly, to no one in particular. Victor grunted. Fleur caught Harry's eye and held it for a long moment. No words passed between them, but none were needed. They understood each other. Whatever happened next, they would face it together. The whistle shrieked, and Fleur walked out into the arena. Harry listened to the first 3 tasks with growing dread. Fleur's approach was elegant, some kind of enchantment that put the Welsh green into a trance. It almost worked perfectly, until the dragon snored and ignited her robes. She got the egg, but emerged with burns that would leave scars. Cedric's strategy was clever, transfiguring a rock into a dog to distract the short snout while he grabbed his prize. But the dragon proved faster than expected, and Cedric's face caught the edge of a flame burst. He survived. He was injured. Victor was brutal. A curse to the dragon's eyes, blinding it, then a direct assault through the chaos. Effective, but the crowd's reaction was mixed, appreciation for his efficiency warring with distaste for his methods. Then it was Harry's turn. He walked out of the tent and into the arena, feeling the weight of 10,000 stares pressing down on him. The stands were packed, every face turned toward the youngest champion, the boy who lived, the mystery that had confounded them all year. The Hungarian horntail crouched at the center of the arena, magnificent and terrible. 50 feet of black scales and bronze spikes, her spiked tail sweeping back and forth with lethal precision, her yellow eyes fixed on Harry with predatory focus. She knew what he was. Harry could feel it in the way she watched him, the way her massive head tracked his movements. Dragons were magical creatures, attuned to power in ways humans couldn't fully understand. This one recognized the Thunderbird sleeping inside him, recognized it as a threat to her dominance. She wasn't afraid. But she was aware. Harry walked to the center of the arena, ignoring the shouts of the crowd, the concerned murmurs of the judges, the desperate calculations of everyone who thought they knew what was about to happen. He raised his wand toward the sky. And called the storm. The clouds had been waiting. Building all day, gathering potential, responding to his presence without his conscious direction. Now, at his call, they answered. The sky went dark. Not gradually, instantly. The weak November sun vanished behind a wall of black clouds that seemed to materialize from nothing. Lightning flickered in the depths of the thunderheads, not striking yet, just waiting. The wind picked up, swirling around the arena in patterns that had nothing to do with natural weather. The crowd gasped, then fell silent. The dragon reared back, fire building in her throat, confused by the sudden atmospheric change. Harry didn't attack. Not yet. He let the storm build, let the power gather, let everyone see what they were dealing with. "What the hell?" someone shouted from the stands. Harry ignored them. His focus was on the dragon, on the golden egg glinting behind her, on the calculation of force and precision he was about to attempt. The horntail launched a blast of flame toward him. Harry raised his hand, not his wand, his hand, and the rain came. Not a gentle shower. A deluge. Water falling so fast and so hard that the dragon's fire sputtered and died before it could reach him. The arena became a waterfall, visibility dropping to nothing, the world reduced to gray sheets of driving rain. The dragon roared in fury, unable to produce flame in such conditions. She lunged forward blindly, snapping at where Harry had been standing. But Harry wasn't there anymore. He was airborne. The transformation happened mid-movement, his body reshaping itself as he leaped, human limbs becoming wings and talons, skin becoming feathers, his perspective shifting as his Thunderbird form erupted into existence. He was enormous. Larger than the dragon, his wingspan filling the arena, his feathers crackling with the lightning he'd gathered. The rain parted around him as if recognizing its master. The wind bent to his will. The crowd's silence became screaming, terror and amazement and disbelief all mixed together. Even the judges were on their feet, Dumbledore's expression unreadable, Karkaroff's face white with shock. The Hungarian horntail looked up at Harry and, for the first time in her ancient life, knew fear. The battle was not a battle. Harry didn't want to kill the dragon, didn't want to hurt her any more than necessary. She was a mother, protecting her eggs, facing something she couldn't possibly defeat. He respected that, even as he needed to get past her. He called lightning. Not to strike her directly, that would be cruel and unnecessary. Instead, he sent bolt after bolt into the ground around her, each impact accompanied by deafening thunder, the flashes bright enough to blind even through closed eyes. The dragon panicked. She retreated toward her nest, curling protectively around her eggs, her attention divided between the golden prize among them and the monster in the sky. Harry dove. The descent was faster than anything natural, his Thunderbird form cutting through the rain and wind like a blade through silk. He tucked his wings at the last moment, his talons extending, and grabbed the golden egg in a motion so fast the dragon didn't have time to react. He pulled up, the egg clutched safely against his feathered chest, and climbed back toward the churning sky. Below him, the horntail roared in frustration but didn't pursue. She had her real eggs safe. The golden thing had never been hers anyway. Harry circled the arena once, letting the crowd see him, really see what he had become. The rain was lessening now, the storm spending itself, the clouds beginning to break apart and admit pale November light. He landed at the edge of the arena and transformed. The change back was smooth, practiced, his body reshaping itself into human form between one heartbeat and the next. He stood on the churned earth, golden egg under his arm, soaking wet and breathing hard but unharmed. The arena was silent. 10,000 people stared at him, their faces running the gamut from shock to terror to something that looked almost like worship. The judges sat frozen at their table. Even Bagman, usually incapable of shutting up, had nothing to say. Harry looked at the crowd, at the judges, at the dragon still huddled around her nest. "Well," he said, his voice carrying in the sudden quiet. "How did I do?" The aftermath was chaos. Ministry officials swarmed the arena demanding explanations. Reporters shoved past barriers screaming questions. The other champions stood in a cluster, their faces reflecting various combinations of shock and reassessment. Harry found himself herded into the medical tent, where Madame Pomfrey examined him with trembling hands while a stream of visitors demanded his attention. Dumbledore arrived first, his expression grave. "That was quite a display, Harry. I got the egg. You did considerably more than that. You revealed yourself to the entire wizarding world." The headmaster's tone wasn't accusatory, exactly, but there was weight behind it. The consequences of that revelation will be significant. I know. Do you? The Ministry will demand answers. The International Confederation will have questions. Makusa especially will want to know how a British wizard developed an American magical form. Dumbledore paused. And there are others, organizations, individuals, who will see what you've become as either a threat or a prize. Harry thought about the Order of the Storm, about the mysterious American who had warned him in the forest. I know about them. Some of them, anyway. You've known longer than you let on. I've known a lot of things longer than I let on, Professor. Harry met the headmaster's eyes directly. I'm tired of secrets. Tired of hiding. Tired of everyone deciding what I should and shouldn't know for my own good. Something shifted in Dumbledore's expression, surprise, perhaps, or reassessment. You've changed. I've grown. Yes. You have. The old wizard was quiet for a moment. Very well, Harry. No more secrets. When you're ready, come to my office. We have much to discuss. He left, and the stream of visitors continued. Ron and Hermione pushed through, their faces pale with concern. Mate, Ron said, his voice awed. What the bloody hell was that? That was me. You, a Thunderbird, how, when, Hermione's voice kept catching, her encyclopedic mind apparently struggling to process what she'd witnessed. The theoretical implications alone, the magical theory required to support an animagus form of that magnitude, Harry, this shouldn't be possible. And yet, she repeated weakly. Victor Crumb appeared at the tent's entrance, his dark eyes fixed on Harry with new intensity. I heard stories. In Bulgaria, in Durmstrang. Old stories about wizards who became storms. I did not believe. He nodded once, a gesture of deep respect. I believe now. Cedric came next, still nursing his burned face. Potter. I don't even know what to say. I thought I was prepared for anything. Turns out I wasn't prepared for that. I wasn't either, honestly. Yeah, well. Cedric's smile was pained but genuine. At least Hogwarts will win, right? Whatever happens next, they can't say our school didn't bring the most impressive champion. Fleur found him last, after the crowd had thinned, after Madame Pomfrey had finally declared him physically unharmed. She stood in the tent entrance, her silver hair catching the fading light, her expression a complex mixture of pride and worry and something deeper that Harry didn't have a name for. You did it, she said. You showed them everything. Not everything. Just enough. It was magnificent. She moved closer, her voice dropping. Harry, when you transformed, when you rose into Ze Storm, I've never seen anything so beautiful. So powerful. So terrifying. No. Her hand found his, her fingers intertwining with his own. Not terrifying. Right. Like this was always what you were meant to be, and we were just waiting to see it. Harry felt something in his chest loosen, a tension he hadn't realized he was carrying. You're not afraid of me. I am afraid of many things. You are not one of them. Fleur's eyes met his, steady and certain. You are Harry. Ze Storm does not change that. It only makes you more yourself. Harry pulled her into a hug, feeling her warmth against the lingering chill of the rain, letting her presence ground him in the midst of everything that had changed. The first task was over. The secret was out. The world would never look at him the same way again. But standing here, with Fleur in his arms and the storm still singing in his blood, Harry found he didn't mind. Let them look. Let them wonder. Let them see what he had become. He was the Thunderbird's heir. And this was only the beginning. The scoring was anticlimactic. Bagman gave him a 10, practically vibrating with excitement. Crouch gave him a 10, his expression calculatingly neutral. Madame Maxime gave him a 10, though her eyes kept drifting toward Fleur as if worried about her student's reaction. Dumbledore gave him a 10, with a slight inclination of his head that might have been approval or warning. Karkaroff gave him a 4. The crowd's boos were deafening. Even the Durmstrang students looked embarrassed by their headmaster's obvious bias. But Harry didn't care about points. He'd accomplished what he needed to accomplish. He'd survived, he'd revealed himself on his own terms, and he'd shown everyone that whatever else they thought of him, he was not to be underestimated. The final standings put him firmly in first place, 20 points ahead of Krum and 30 ahead of Cedric and Fleur. A commanding lead, though Harry suspected it wouldn't matter much in the end. The tournament had never been about winning. That night, Harry sat alone on the astronomy tower, feeling the cold November wind and the distant weather patterns shifting across Scotland. The wizarding world was in uproar. The evening edition of the Daily Prophet had carried the headline, "Boy Who Lived Revealed as Thunderbird Animagus, Ministry Demands Explanation." Letters were already pouring in, some congratulatory, some threatening, some simply confused. Tomorrow would bring more questions, more scrutiny, more complications. The order of the storm would intensify their interest. The ministry would demand explanations. Dumbledore would want to discuss the implications. But tonight, Harry allowed himself a moment of simple satisfaction. He'd faced a dragon and won. He'd revealed his true nature and survived. He'd taken control of his own story, shown the world what he was capable of, refused to be diminished by other people's expectations. The storm inside him hummed with contentment, settling into patterns that felt less like containing a wild creature and more like breathing. He was learning to coexist with his power, to make it part of himself rather than something he had to constantly control. Tomorrow, the complications would begin. Tomorrow, the consequences would start unfolding. But tonight, Harry Potter sat on the astronomy tower and watched the stars emerge through breaking clouds, and felt, for the first time in months, something that might have been peace. He'd given them a hurricane. Let's see what they made of it. Chapter 7 and Chapter 8, Aftermath and Accusations. The morning after the first task, Harry woke to find the wizarding world had lost its collective mind. Hedwig arrived at breakfast with a sack of letters so heavy the owl could barely fly. More mail followed, carried by school owls, borrowed owls, owls Harry had never seen before. By the time the deluge ended, the pile beside his plate rivaled a small mountain. "Blimey," Ron said, staring at the correspondence with something between awe and horror. "That's got to be a record." "Most of them are probably howlers," Hermione said, though she was already sorting through the stack with characteristic efficiency. "Or interview requests. Or." She paused, frowning at a letter sealed with an official-looking crest. "This one's from Makusa. The American Magical Congress." Harry took the letter and examined the seal, an eagle surrounded by stars, distinctly different from the British Ministry's insignia. "They want to talk to me about matters of magical heritage and international cooperation." That sounds ominous. Everything sounds ominous lately. The great hall buzzed with conversation, most of it about Harry. He could feel the stares, hear the whispers, sense the mixture of awe and fear and curiosity that followed him like a cloud. Yesterday, he'd been a controversial champion. Today, he was something else entirely, a mystery, a phenomenon, a creature that defied the categories the wizarding world had created. Professor McGonagall approached the Gryffindor table with her lips pressed thin and her eyes sharp with concern. "Mr. Potter. The headmaster wishes to see you after breakfast. I suggest you finish eating quickly. Minister Fudge has arrived, and he is not in a patient mood." "The minister?" "Along with several department heads and what appears to be half the Auror Corps." McGonagall's expression made clear her opinion of this invasion. "I would recommend bringing your appetite for bureaucratic nonsense. You'll need it." Dumbledore's office was crowded when Harry arrived. Minister Fudge occupied the central chair, his lime green bowler hat sitting on his lap like a nervous pet. Beside him sat a woman Harry didn't recognize, square-jawed and severe, with close-cropped gray hair and the unmistakable bearing of someone accustomed to authority. Behind them stood a half-dozen Aurors, including the real Alastor Moody, whose magical eye fixed on Harry with considerably more suspicion than the impostor had ever shown. Dumbledore sat behind his desk, his expression carefully neutral. "Ah, Mr. Potter." Fudge's voice carried forced joviality that fooled no one. "Please, sit down. We have much to discuss." Harry remained standing. "What's this about, Minister?" "This is about an unregistered Animagus revealing himself in front of thousands of witnesses." The severe woman spoke before Fudge could respond, her voice clipped and cold. "I am Amelia Bones, head of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement. You are Harry Potter, age 14, apparently capable of transforming into a magical creature that hasn't been documented in Britain for 5 centuries. You will explain how this is possible." "I don't know how it's possible." "That's not acceptable." "It's the truth." Harry met her eyes steadily. "This summer, I discovered I could transform. I didn't choose it, didn't seek it out, didn't have anyone teach me. It simply happened." "Animagus transformations don't simply happen," Bones said flatly. "They require years of preparation, specific rituals, careful magical cultivation. Even then, the form reflects the wizard's personality, not an extinct magical species from another continent." "And yet." The words hung in the air. Bones's jaw tightened, but she didn't look away. "The Animagus registry requires all witches and wizards to document their forms," Fudge interjected, clearly uncomfortable with the tension. "Your failure to register is a serious violation." "I'm 14, Harry interrupted. "I discovered this ability 3 months ago, during a tournament I didn't enter voluntarily. Forgive me if paperwork wasn't my first priority. The law makes no exception for age or circumstance. The law also makes no provision for transformations into supposedly mythological creatures." Dumbledore's voice was mild, but it silenced the room. "We are in uncharted territory, Cornelius. I suggest we focus on understanding what has happened rather than punishing a child for failing to follow regulations that don't apply to his situation." Fudge sputtered. Bones's eyes narrowed thoughtfully. "Professor Dumbledore is correct," she said after a moment. "The standard Animagus laws assume a conventional transformation process. This is clearly something else." She turned back to Harry. "But we need answers, Mr. Potter. If you genuinely don't know how this happened, then we need to investigate, run tests, examine your magical signature, trace your lineage." "No." The word came out harder than Harry intended, but he didn't soften it. The Thunderbird inside him stirred, responding to the threat of constraint, of control. "No." Bones's voice went dangerous. "You can ask questions. I'll answer what I can. But I won't be subjected to experiments, won't be poked and prodded like a specimen, won't have my blood drawn or my magic analyzed by people who see me as a puzzle to solve rather than a person. Mr. Potter, you have revealed the existence of abilities that we need to understand, then understand them through conversation. Through cooperation. Not through force." Harry felt the storm building in his chest, consciously forced it back down. "I've spent my whole life being treated as a curiosity, a symbol, a weapon. I'm done with that. If you want to learn about what I am, you'll do it on my terms or not at all." The silence stretched. The auras shifted uneasily, hands moving toward wands. Moody's magical eye spun faster. Then, unexpectedly, Bones smiled. "Good." Harry blinked. "What?" "Good answer." The severity in her expression had shifted to something almost like approval. "The last thing we need is another wizard who bends to pressure without thought. Too many of those in the world already." She glanced at Fudge, who looked confused and slightly offended. "Minister, I suggest we table the legal questions for now. Mr. Potter has agreed to cooperate voluntarily. That's more than we could compel anyway, given his age and the unusual circumstances. But the regulations can be addressed later. Right now, we have bigger concerns. Bones turned back to Harry. Makusa will want to speak with you. Thunderbirds are considered sacred by several American magical traditions, and your existence raises questions about magical inheritance that span continents. I suggest you prepare for that conversation. I've already received their letter. Then you know what's coming. She rose, gathering her subordinates with a gesture. We'll be in touch, Mr. Potter. In the meantime, try to avoid transforming in front of large crowds. The paperwork is a nightmare. She swept out, taking most of the tension with her. Fudge lingered, clearly wanting to assert some kind of authority, but Dumbledore's patient stare eventually drove him toward the door as well. When they were finally alone, Dumbledore let out a long breath. That went better than expected. Did it? Amelia Bones is one of the fairest witches in the Ministry. Her approval matters more than Fudge's bluster. The headmaster studied Harry with those piercing blue eyes. You handled yourself well. The refusal to submit to testing was wise. There are factions who would love to get their hands on your blood, your magical signature, anything they could use to understand or replicate your abilities. You think someone wants to copy the Thunderbird transformation? I think knowledge is power, and power attracts those who crave it. Your abilities represent something unprecedented, a bridge between magical traditions, a manifestation of bloodline magic that most scholars consider impossible. There will be many who want to understand it. Not all of them will have your best interests at heart. Harry thought about the Order of the Storm, about Voldemort's fascination with his power, about all the forces circling around him like sharks scenting blood. What do I do? What you've been doing. Learn. Grow. Prepare. Dumbledore's expression softened slightly. And trust the people who have proven themselves trustworthy. You don't have to face this alone, Harry. The days following the first task were a masterclass in controlled chaos. The Daily Prophet ran story after story, each more sensational than the last. Rita Skeeter's articles were particularly venomous. She'd apparently decided that if she couldn't get Harry to cooperate with interviews, she would simply invent quotes and attribute them to anonymous sources. Harry Potter, dark wizard or dangerous creature? One headline screamed. Ministry officials warn of uncontrolled magical beast at Hogwarts, claimed another. The boy who lived, or the monster who killed? Speculated a third. Harry ignored them. He had more important things to focus on. The golden egg sat on his nightstand, its surface gleaming in the candlelight, its secrets still locked inside. He'd opened it once, producing the same ear-splitting screech that had driven his dormmates to threaten violence, and quickly closed it again. It's obviously a clue, Hermione said during one of their research sessions in the library. The sound must mean something, we just have to figure out what. It sounds like someone being tortured, Ron offered helpfully. It sounds like Mermish, Harry said, the realization striking suddenly. The mere people in the lake, I've heard them singing during my night flights. It's the same kind of sound, just distorted. Hermione's eyes lit up. Of course. Mermish is designed to be heard underwater, in air, it becomes unintelligible. Harry, you need to listen to the egg while submerged. Because nothing says relaxing evening like drowning yourself to decode a screaming egg. The prefect's bathroom has a swimming pool-sized tub, Hermione continued, ignoring Ron's sarcasm. Passwords, Pine Fresh. You could try it there. Harry filed this information away for later. The egg's secrets could wait, right now, he had more pressing concerns. Fleur found him that evening by the lake, their usual meeting spot. The November air was bitter cold, frost already forming on the grass, but neither of them seemed to feel it. Fleur's Vila blood kept her warm, Harry's storm magic made temperature largely irrelevant. Zay Azerbaijan students will not speak to me, Fleur said without preamble. Zay Zink I Ave betrayed them by associating with you. I'm sorry. Do not be. Zay were never truly my friends, only people who tolerated me because Zay had to. She turned to face him, her expression fierce in the moonlight. I would rather have one true connections on 100 false ones. Even if that connection makes your life harder. Especially Zen. She reached out, her fingers brushing his cheek. You showed everyone what you are, Harry. You refused to hide. Do you know how rare that is, how brave? It didn't feel brave. It felt necessary. The bravest things usually do. She stepped closer, her warmth cutting through the cold. Harry, what we have is this connection between us. I want you to know that it is real. That I am not here because of your power or your fame or the fire and storm between us. I am here because of you. Harry felt something shift in his chest, the storm settling into calmer patterns, making room for something warmer. Fleur. You do not have to say anything. I needed you to know. She pulled back slightly, her eyes searching his face. The tournament will get harder. The enemies circling us will get bolder. I want you to remember, when things are at their worst, that there is someone who sees you. Not the Thunderbird, not the boy who lived, not the champion. You. Harry didn't trust himself to speak. Instead, he pulled her into an embrace, feeling her arms wrap around him, her heart beating against his chest. They stood like that for a long time, two creatures of power finding warmth in each other, while the frost gathered around them and the stars wheeled overhead. The interview with Makusa came 3 days later. Harry had expected stern American officials demanding explanations. What he got was something considerably more complicated. The delegation arrived through a specially arranged international fluke connection, emerging into Dumbledore's office in a swirl of magical flame. 3 people, an elderly man in formal robes who introduced himself as Senator Maximilian Stone, Magical Congress Foreign Relations Committee, a middle-aged woman with sharp eyes who didn't offer her name, and a young man about Harry's age who looked distinctly uncomfortable with the entire situation. Mr. Potter, Senator Stone began, his voice carrying the weight of practiced diplomacy. On behalf of the Magical Congress of the United States, I want to assure you that we come in friendship and curiosity, not accusation. That's more welcoming than I expected. The Thunderbird is sacred to several of our native magical traditions. When we learned that one had manifested, particularly in someone with documented connections to our history. Stone exchanged a glance with the unnamed woman. There are those who see this as a sign. A bridge between our communities. And those who don't. There are always those who don't. Stone's expression flickered with something that might have been regret. But they are not in charge of this delegation. The unnamed woman stepped forward. I represent certain interests who have been watching for someone like you for a very long time, Mr. Potter. Interests that operate outside official government channels. Harry felt the Thunderbird stir. The Order of the Storm. Her eyebrows rose. You know of us. I've been warned about you. No doubt. Our methods are controversial. Our beliefs about magical inheritance make many uncomfortable. She tilted her head, studying him. But we are not your enemies, Mr. Potter. We never have been. We have been waiting for you. Waiting for what? For the storm blood to manifest fully. For someone with both the heritage and the power to become what you have become. Her eyes were intense, almost hungry. The Thunderbird transformation is not random, Mr. Potter. It's inherited. Passed down through bloodlines that stretch back centuries. Your ancestors carried this gift across the ocean, buried it in European lineages, waited for the right combination of circumstances to bring it back to life. Harry thought about his father's journal, about James Potter's research into the storm blood. My father knew about this. He was investigating it before he died. James Potter was closer to the truth than he realized. If he had lived. The woman shook her head. History would have been different. Why didn't you approach him? Help him understand. We tried. He refused us. Her expression was complicated, regret and frustration and something darker beneath. James Potter wanted nothing to do with his American heritage. He was British, he said. The old bloodline magics were not his concern. And yet here I am. And yet here you are. She smiled, thin and sharp. Proof that destiny finds its own path, regardless of what we choose. Senator Stone cleared his throat diplomatically. Perhaps we could focus on practical matters. Mr. Potter, MACUSA would like to extend an invitation for you to visit the United States, to learn about the magical traditions connected to your abilities, to meet others who share your heritage. Others? There are other Thunderbirds. Not Thunderbirds specifically. But there are other forms of storm blood magic. Other manifestations of the power that runs through your veins. Stone spread his hands. We're not asking for commitment, Mr. Potter. Just consideration. The offer will remain open. Harry looked at Dumbledore, who had been silent throughout the exchange. The headmaster's expression gave nothing away. I'll think about it, Harry said finally. After the tournament. Of course. Stone seemed satisfied. We wouldn't expect you to leave in the middle of competition. But when the time comes. He extended his hand, and Harry shook it. We hope to welcome you home. Home. The word echoed strangely, carrying implications Harry wasn't ready to examine. The delegation departed, leaving questions that would take much longer to process than the meeting itself. That night, Harry finally decoded the golden egg. The prefect's bathroom was as absurd as rumored, a swimming pool-sized tub, dozens of jeweled taps producing water in every color and scent imaginable, a mermaid portrait that watched with knowing eyes. Harry filled the tub, stripped down, and climbed in with the egg clutched against his chest. He took a breath, submerged himself completely, and opened it. The screaming transformed into song. Come seek us where our voices sound, we cannot sing above the ground, and while you're searching, ponder this, we've taken what you'll sorely miss, an hour long you'll have to look, and to recover what we took, but past an hour, the prospect's black, too late, it's gone, it won't come back. Harry surfaced, gasping, his mind racing. The lake. The mere people. Something precious taken, an hour to recover it. The second task was coming into focus, and with it, a significant problem. His Thunderbird form was useless underwater. The creature was born of sky and storm, not the crushing depths of a Scottish loch. He would have to find another way. Unless. He thought about what Fleur had said, about becoming part of the pressure instead of fighting it. He thought about his conversation with the MACUSA delegation, about other manifestations of storm blood magic. Weather wasn't just air and lightning. It was water, too. Rain, ice, the endless cycle of evaporation and precipitation that drove the world's climate. Maybe the lake wasn't an obstacle. Maybe it was an opportunity. Harry climbed out of the tub, dried off, and headed back to Gryffindor Tower with a new focus. He had 3 months to learn to breathe underwater. 3 months to adapt his powers to an environment they weren't designed for. It wouldn't be easy. But then, nothing about his life ever had been. The weeks that followed were consumed by preparation. Harry spent every free moment practicing, extending his weather magic into water manipulation, developing techniques for maintaining air pressure around his body, learning to sense the lake's currents the way he sensed wind patterns. Progress was slow but steady. By Christmas, he could stay submerged for 20 minutes without discomfort. By January, that had extended to 45. By February, he was confident he could survive the hour limit, though the effort required was exhausting. Meanwhile, the wizarding world continued to spin around him. The Daily Prophet's attacks intensified, then mysteriously stopped when Hermione discovered Rita Skeeter's secret and used it to blackmail the journalist into silence. The MACUSA invitation remained open, a possibility waiting in the background. The Order of the Storm sent occasional letters, cryptic communications that offered guidance without explanation. And through it all, Fleur remained his anchor. Their relationship had deepened into something neither of them could name, not quite romance, not quite friendship, but something that contained elements of both. They trained together, talked together, supported each other through the pressures of the tournament and the complications of their intertwined natures. Whatever happens next, Fleur told him the night before the second task, her hand in his, her eyes bright with determination, we face it together. Yes. Together, Harry agreed. The word felt like a promise. Like the first rumble of thunder before a storm. And storms, as Harry had learned, changed everything. Chapter 8 and Chapter 9, The Song Beneath the Waves. February arrived with bitter winds and the growing weight of the second task pressing down on Harry's shoulders. The eggs riddle played through his mind constantly, come seek us where our voices sound, a puzzle he'd solved but hadn't yet conquered. The lake stretched before Hogwarts like a black mirror, its surface occasionally disturbed by the giant squid's lazy movements or the merpeople's distant songs. Harry had spent weeks learning to feel its currents, to understand its depths the way he understood the sky. The water was different from air, denser, more resistant, less forgiving, but it was still weather. Still part of the cycle he commanded. You're overthinking it, Fleur said during one of their evening practice sessions. They'd claimed an abandoned classroom on the third floor, warding it against intrusion, filling it with conjured water for Harry to practice in. The room smelled of salt and ozone, magic crackling between the improvised waves. I'm not overthinking. I'm preparing. You are preparing to fail. Fleur crossed her arms, silver hair catching the wand light. You keep trying to force Z water to obey you. That is not how it works. That's exactly how it works. I call the storm answers. They storm answers because you are part of it. You do not command from outside, you move from within. She stepped closer, her vela warmth cutting through the room's chill. Harry, when you fly as ZE Thunderbird, do you think about every wing beat? No. Then why do you think about every water current? Zay Lake is not your enemy. It is just, different sky. Liquid sky. Her hand found his, her fingers intertwining with his own. Stop fighting it. Start being it. Harry wanted to argue, but he knew she was right. His practice sessions had been exercises in brute force, trying to carve out space in the water, to maintain air through sheer magical pressure. It was exhausting, unsustainable, exactly the wrong approach. He closed his eyes and reached for the water around him, not with commands, but with awareness. Felt its temperature, its pressure, its movement. Felt the way it wanted to flow, the paths of least resistance it naturally followed. And then he stopped trying to change it. Instead, he let himself become part of its patterns. Let the water's rhythm synchronize with his heartbeat. Let its currents carry him rather than fighting against them. The pressure that had been crushing him moments ago, shifted. The water was still there, still dense and heavy, but it moved around him now rather than through him. As if he'd become a natural feature of the underwater landscape, something the lake acknowledged and accommodated rather than something it resisted. Harry opened his eyes underwater and found he could see clearly, could breathe somehow, could move with a freedom that felt almost like flying. I did it, he gasped when he surfaced. Fleur, I actually did it. Her smile was radiant. I know. I could feel it, the moment when you stopped fighting and started flowing. She pulled him into an embrace, heedless of his soaked robes. You are ready. He wasn't sure about that. The practice room was nothing compared to the actual lake. But it was progress, real progress, and for the first time since learning about the second task, Harry felt confident he could survive it. The night before February 24th, Harry dreamed. He stood on a mesa in the American Southwest, red rock stretching to the horizon under a sky heavy with unfallen rain. An old man waited there, gray hair threaded with feathers, dark eyes that held centuries of wisdom, weathered hands resting on a staff carved with lightning patterns. You've grown, the old man said, his voice like distant thunder. Stronger than we expected. More integrated than we feared. Who are you? A teacher. A guide. One of many who've been waiting for someone like you. The old man smiled, and lightning flickered in the clouds overhead. The storm blood runs true in you, Harry Potter. Truer than it has in generations. The Order of the Storm keeps saying that. That I'm some kind of heir, that my power was stolen, that I owe them something. The Order has its own agenda. As do all organizations, all movements, all causes. The old man's expression was complicated, fond and sad and something Harry couldn't name. What matters is what you choose. Not what others claim you owe. Then why are you here? To offer a gift. One that will help you tomorrow, in the lake. The old man reached out, his weathered hand pressing against Harry's forehead. The Thunderbird is a creature of sky and storm. But all weather is connected, rain falls from clouds, rivers flow to seas, the cycle continues eternally. You do not need to be limited by form. You need only remember that water and air are siblings, not strangers. Harry felt something shift inside him, not new knowledge, but new understanding. A connection he'd always had but never recognized, a bridge between the storm above and the waters below. The second task will test more than your abilities, the old man continued. It will test your heart. What you're willing to risk for those you love. What you're willing to sacrifice for those who need you. What does that mean? You'll understand soon enough. The old man began to fade, his form dissolving into the dream sky like mist into morning. Trust the water, Harry. Trust yourself. And remember, the hurricane is not just wind and rain. It is the ocean itself, rising to meet the sky. Harry woke gasping, his sheets soaked with sweat, the taste of rain on his tongue. Outside his window, the sky was clear and cold. But somewhere over the Atlantic, a storm was building. The morning of the second task dawned gray and bitter, ice forming on the lake's surface overnight, the world holding its breath for what was to come. Harry dressed mechanically, ate breakfast without tasting it, and made his way to the lake with a mind already focused on what lay beneath its surface. The stands had been erected along the shore, crowds of spectators bundled against the cold, their excited chatter creating a buzz of anticipation that seemed to vibrate the very air. The champions gathered at the water's edge, Fleur in Beauxbatons blue, her face pale but determined, Victor in Durmstrang red, his expression grimly focused, Cedric in Hufflepuff yellow, looking nervous but ready. And Harry, in simple black robes, feeling the water call to him in ways it never had before. Bagman's voice boomed across the lake, magically amplified. Welcome, welcome to the second task. Last night, something was stolen from each of our champions, a treasure of great personal importance. These treasures currently wait at the bottom of the lake, in the village of our resident mere people. Each champion has exactly 1 hour to recover their treasure. On my whistle, 3, 2, 1. The whistle shrieked. Harry didn't hesitate. He walked into the lake without pause, feeling the cold water close around him like a familiar embrace. The other champions were struggling with various magical solutions, Victor's partial shark transformation, Cedric's bubblehead charm, Fleur's shimmer of protective enchantment, but Harry simply kept walking, letting the water rise over his head, letting it fill the spaces around him. And then he let go. Not of his magic, but of his resistance. The technique Fleur had helped him develop activated naturally, his awareness expanding to encompass the lake itself. He felt its currents, its temperatures, its hidden depths. He felt the merpeople's village far below, a cluster of stone structures surrounded by gardens of swaying weed. And he felt the hostages. For human forms, suspended in the water, their life signs slow but stable. Harry began to swim, or rather, to flow. The water carried him downward, responding to his intent, treating him as a natural part of its ecosystem rather than an intruder. He descended faster than any of the other champions, faster than should have been possible without transformation. The old man's gift pulsed inside him, the ocean itself, rising to meet the sky. He wasn't just surviving underwater anymore. He was becoming part of it. The merpeople's village emerged from the darkness like a fever dream, crude stone buildings covered in carvings, merfolk swimming between them with easy grace. They watched Harry's approach with expressions that ranged from curiosity to hostility, their wild green hair floating around their heads like living kelp. He ignored them and headed for the village square. The hostages were there, as the egg's song had promised. 4 figures bound to a massive statue, their eyes closed, their breathing slow and regular: Ron, his red hair floating in a halo around his pale face; Hermione, her expression peaceful despite the circumstances; Cho-Chang, her dark hair drifting in the current; and a small blonde girl who could only be Gabrielle Delacour. Harry reached Ron first. His best friend, bound and helpless at the bottom of a freezing lake because of a tournament Harry had never wanted to enter. The sight made something hot and angry kindle in his chest. He pulled at the rope binding Ron to the statue. The magical cord resisted, then snapped under the pressure of Harry's will. Ron floated free, and Harry caught him, ready to begin the ascent. But he hesitated. The other hostages remained bound. Hermione's face was drawn, troubled even in enchanted sleep. Gabrielle was so small, so vulnerable, her little hands curled into fists. And Cho, though Harry barely knew her, she was still a person, still someone's treasure, still waiting for rescue. The riddle echoed in his mind, but past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back. How long had passed? Half an hour? 40 minutes? The other champions were still struggling. Harry could sense them, feel their progress through the water's vibrations. Fleur was fighting Grindylow somewhere above, her magic flickering with panic. Victor was making steady progress but hadn't reached the village. Cedric was lost, circling aimlessly in the murky depths. The merpeople watched Harry with calculating eyes. This wasn't allowed, their expressions said. 1 hostage per champion. Those were the rules. Harry had never been good at following rules. He moved to Hermione next, cutting her free with a summon knife. Then Cho. Then Gabrielle. 4 hostages, floating in the dark water, waiting to be saved. The chief merman swam forward, his trident raised, his face contorted with anger. Words bubbled from his mouth, threats, probably, demands that Harry leave the others. Harry looked at him. Lightning crackled between his fingers, bright and impossible in the underwater darkness. The water around Harry began to churn, responding to his emotion, currents spinning in patterns that shouldn't exist beneath the surface. The merman retreated. Harry gathered the hostages, 1 under each arm, 2 towed by conjured ropes, and began the long swim toward the surface. The ascent was brutal. 4 people, dead weight, through hundreds of meters of black water. Even with his connection to the lake, even with the water's cooperation, the strain was enormous. Harry's lungs burned despite his ability to breathe. His muscles screamed despite the currents carrying him. The surface seemed impossibly far away. But he kept going. He thought about Fleur, fighting desperately somewhere in the darkness, unable to reach her sister. He thought about Ron and Hermione, who had faced every danger beside him for years. He thought about Cho and Gabrielle, innocent people caught in a game they hadn't chosen to play. He would not leave them behind. He could not. The light grew brighter above. 30 meters. 20. 10. Harry broke the surface with a gasp, hauling the hostages up after him, treading water as adrenaline flooded his exhausted body. The crowd went absolutely insane. The next few minutes were chaos in the best sense. Madame Pomfrey descended on the hostages with warming charms and awakening spells. Dumbledore conferred urgently with the other judges. The crowd pressed against the barriers, screaming questions and congratulations and demands for explanation. Harry managed to get Ron onto the rescue platform before his strength gave out. He floated there, gasping, watching through blurred vision as his best friend coughed up lake water and blinked back to consciousness. Harry? Ron's voice was hoarse, confused. What, where, why am I soaking wet? Second task. Lake. Hostages. Harry couldn't manage more. You saved me. And Hermione. And the others. Ron stared at him, processing this information. Then his face split into a grin. Blimey, mate. You don't do anything by halves, do you? Harry laughed, or tried to. It came out as more of a wheeze. Fleur arrived moments later, hauled onto the platform by rescue workers, her face streaming with tears of frustration. Gabrielle, she gasped. Zay Grindylows, I could not reach her, she's safe, Harry managed. I got her. Fleur's head whipped toward him. You, what? Couldn't leave her. Couldn't leave any of them. Something shattered in Fleur's expression, the composure she'd maintained through months of competition, the walls she'd built between herself and the world. She crossed the platform in 3 steps and threw herself at Harry, wrapping him in an embrace so fierce it hurt. You stupid, wonderful, impossible boy, she sobbed against his shoulder. I thought, when Z Grindylows attacked, I thought I'd lost, I know. Harry held her, feeling her warmth against his lake-chilled skin. But you didn't. She's okay. Everyone's okay. Victor and Cedric had surfaced by now, each with their hostage. The judges were conferring in heated whispers, clearly debating how to score what had just happened. Harry didn't care about scores. He cared about the people around him, Ron, coughing but grinning, Hermione, wrapped in blankets and already asking questions about how he'd done it, Gabrielle, crying in her sister's arms, Fleur, still holding on to him like he was the only solid thing in the world. This was what mattered. Not points or glory or competitive advantage. This. The scoring, when it came, was revealing. Cedric received full marks for returning with his hostage within the time limit. Victor received high marks for his efficiency, despite his brutal methods. Fleur received lower marks, her failure to reach Gabrielle had cost her, regardless of the circumstances. Harry's score was complicated. Mr. Potter returned last, Bagman announced to the crowd, having taken considerably longer than the time limit due to his decision to rescue all 4 hostages rather than just his own. Murmurs rippled through the stands. Some approving, some confused, some clearly thinking Harry had been an idiot. However, Bagman continued, the judges have determined that Mr. Potter's actions demonstrated exceptional moral fiber and outstanding courage. Points have been awarded accordingly. The final tally put Harry in second place behind Cedric, but only by a narrow margin. The judges had been generous, recognizing what Harry had done even if it hadn't been strategically optimal. Karkaroff, predictably, had tried to give Harry minimal points. He'd been overruled by the other judges, his bias too obvious to be tolerated. Second place is good, Hermione said later, as they huddled in the medical tent recovering from the ordeal. You're still in strong position for the final task. I don't care about position. I know. She squeezed his hand. That's why you did what you did. That's why you're you. Harry looked around the tent, at Ron, still shivering but determinedly cheerful, at Victor, grimly satisfied with his performance, at Cedric, being tended to by Cho with careful attention, at Fleur, who hadn't left Gabrielle's side since they'd surfaced. The tournament was supposed to be about competition, about glory, about proving who was the best. But sitting here, surrounded by people he'd saved, Harry realized it had become something else entirely. It had become about what you were willing to risk for others. What you were willing to sacrifice for those who needed you. The old man's dream warning echoed in his mind, what you're willing to risk for those you love. Harry had risked losing the task, losing the tournament, to save 4 people he cared about. He'd done it without hesitation, without calculation, without weighing the costs. And he would do it again in a heartbeat. That evening, after the crowds had dispersed and the excitement had faded, Harry found himself back at the lake shore with Fleur. The water was calm now, reflecting the stars with mirror-perfect clarity. Somewhere below, the mere people were probably still discussing the strange surface dweller who had defied their customs and rescued hostages he had no claim to. Let them discuss. Harry had more important concerns. I never thought I would meet someone like you, Fleur said quietly. Her hand found his in the darkness. Someone who would do what you did. Without hesitation. Without consideration for the consequences. The consequences didn't matter. Gabrielle mattered. Hermione and Ron and Cho mattered. But you barely know Cho. And the rules said, I don't care about rules. Harry turned to face her, meeting her eyes in the starlight. I care about doing what's right. And leaving people to suffer when I could help them, that's never going to be right. Not to me. Fleur was quiet for a long moment. Her breath fogged in the cold air, tiny clouds of warmth dissipating into the night. The tournament will end eventually, she said. The tasks, the competition, the spectacle, it will all be over. But what you did today, what you showed everyone. She shook her head slowly. That will last longer. That is what people will remember. I didn't do it to be remembered. I know. That is why they will remember. She stepped closer, her warmth cutting through the chill. Harry, whatever appends next. Whatever the final task brings. I want you to know that I. She hesitated, searching for words. I've never met anyone like you. And I never want to lose you. Harry felt something shift in his chest, the storm settling into calmer patterns, making room for something warmer. You won't lose me. You cannot promise that. I can promise to try. He pulled her into an embrace, feeling her arms wrap around him. I can promise that whatever comes, I'll fight to come back to you. They stood there, wrapped in each other's warmth, as the stars wheeled overhead and the lake reflected their light back toward heaven. 2 tasks down. 1 to go. Whatever waited in that final challenge, Harry would face it the same way he'd faced everything else, with power, with purpose, and with the knowledge that some things were worth more than victory. The wind shifted, carrying the first hints of approaching spring. Change was coming. Harry could feel it in the air, in the magic, in the spaces between heartbeats. But for now, in this quiet moment with Fleur, he let himself simply be. The storm would wait. Chapter 9 and Chapter 10, the Yule Ball's thunder. The great hall had been transformed. Harry stood at the entrance, Fleur's hand resting lightly on his arm, and tried to reconcile the familiar space with the winter wonderland it had become. Walls of silver frost sparkled in the light of hundreds of floating candles. Enormous Christmas trees lined the perimeter, decorated with real fairies whose soft glow cast dancing shadows across the icy floor. The ceiling showed a perfect winter night, stars glittering against velvet black, occasional snowflakes drifting down to vanish before they touched the tables below. It's beautiful, Fleur murmured beside him. It's overwhelming. That too. Her smile was fond. Try not to look so terrified. You faced a dragon with less concern. Dragons are simple. They want to kill you, you want to not be killed. Clear objectives. Harry tugged at his dress robes, bottle green, surprisingly well fitted, a gift from Sirius that had arrived with a note reading your father wore these to his first ball. Try not to set anything on fire. Social events have no clear objectives. The objective is to enjoy yourself. See. Impossible to measure. How do I know when I've succeeded? Fleur laughed, the sound drawing attention from nearby students. She was radiant tonight, silver-white robes that flowed like water, diamonds at her throat and ears, her hair arranged in an elaborate style that somehow made her look both regal and wild. Every eye in the vicinity tracked her movement, male gazes going dreamy, female expressions sharpening with jealousy. Harry felt none of it. The Vila allure slid off him like rain off feathers, leaving only his own genuine appreciation for how beautiful she looked. You are staring, Fleur observed. You're worth staring at. Flattery will get you everywhere. She squeezed his arm. Now come. Ze champions must open Ze Ball, and I refuse to be late because you are avaying a crisis about social expectations. They descended the grand staircase together, joining the other champions at the head of the procession. Cedric stood with Cho Chang, both of them looking elegant and slightly nervous. Victor had Hermione on his arm, a development that had sent Ron into fits of jealousy and confusion, though he'd managed to secure Padma Patil as his own date after considerable effort. The four champions and their partners formed a line, waiting for the music to begin. Potter. Victor's voice was low, meant only for Harry. You look like man facing execution. Is it that obvious? Duh. But you will survive. Is only dancing. Easy for you to say. You're famous for physical coordination. Victor's mouth twitched in what might have been a smile. Quidditch and dancing are not same thing. I have stepped on Hermione's feet 3 times during practice. That's, actually reassuring. The music swelled, a waltz, traditional and sweeping, and the champions took their first steps onto the dance floor. The dancing was both better and worse than Harry had feared. Better, because Fleur was an excellent partner who led without seeming to lead, guiding him through the steps with subtle pressure and confident movement. Worse, because every eye in the room was fixed on them, watching, judging, speculating about the boy who lived and the Beauxbatons champion who had somehow become inseparable over the past months. Ignore them, Fleur murmured as they swept across the floor. They are not important. Easy for you to say. You're used to being stared at. And you are not. Ze boy who lived, Ze youngest champion, Ze wizard who summoned storms. Her smile was sharp with amusement. You are more accustomed to attention than I am, Harry. You have simply learned to hate it. I don't hate it. I just wish it came with less expectation. Zen stop meeting zero expectations. Her eyes met his, intense and challenging. You have powers I cannot comprehend. You have proven yourself against dragons and lakes. Why do you still act as if your opinions matter? It was a good question. Harry considered it as they danced, as other couples joined them on the floor, as the weight of attention gradually shifted away to more interesting targets. Why did he care what they thought? He'd won the first task decisively. He'd saved 4 hostages when he only needed to save 1. He'd demonstrated abilities that most wizards couldn't dream of possessing. So why was he still playing by their rules? The song ended. Harry and Fleur separated to polite applause, and something shifted inside him, not a revelation, exactly, but a settling. An acceptance of something he'd been avoiding. He wasn't a normal student anymore. He wasn't even a normal wizard. He was something new, something powerful, something that didn't fit into the categories the magical world wanted to assign him. Maybe it was time to stop pretending otherwise. The evening progressed through courses of excellent food and rounds of increasingly complex social navigation. Harry found himself pulled into conversations with ministry officials who wanted to discuss his extraordinary abilities, with foreign dignitaries who wanted to establish connections, with journalists who wanted quotes despite the strict prohibition on press at the event. He handled each interaction with growing confidence, using the same direct approach that had served him well against the goblet and the dragon. You're not what I expected, Bartemius Crouch said during one such conversation, his eyes sharp and calculating behind his formal manner. The report suggested someone, younger. More easily managed. The reports were wrong. Evidently. Crouch's expression gave nothing away. The tournament has been full of surprises this year. Your performance in particular has drawn considerable interest from various quarters. I've noticed. Have you considered what you'll do when it's over? Your abilities suggest a promising career in several fields, the Auror Corps, the Department of Mysteries, perhaps international work with Makusa given your unique heritage. Harry studied the man who had sent his own son to Azkaban, who had helped organize a tournament that had nearly gotten Harry killed, whose eyes held secrets that seemed to multiply the longer you looked. I'll decide when the time comes, Harry said carefully. Right now, I'm focused on surviving until June. A practical approach. Crouch's smile didn't reach his eyes. Well, Mr. Potter, I look forward to seeing how you handle the final task. I suspect it will be illuminating. He moved away, leaving Harry with the uncomfortable feeling that the conversation had contained several layers he hadn't fully understood. Ron was sulking. Harry found his friend hunched in a corner of the great hall, his dress robes rumpled, his expression a mixture of jealousy and self-pity that had become unfortunately familiar over the past few weeks. Having fun? Harry asked, settling into the chair beside him. Oh, brilliant fun. Watching my best mate dance with the most beautiful girl at the ball while my date abandoned me for some Beauxbatons bloke, and Hermione, Ron's voice cracked. Did you know she came with Crumb? Victor Bloody Crumb? I noticed. How could she? He's the enemy. He's competing against Hogwarts. He's competing against me. And he's actually pretty decent, once you get past the brooding. Ron stared at Harry as if he'd grown a second head. You're defending him. I'm pointing out that Hermione can date whoever she wants. It's not a betrayal of house loyalty. Harry leaned back, watching the dance floor where Hermione was indeed dancing with Victor, her face radiant with happiness. She looks good tonight. She looks. Ron trailed off, his expression shifting to something more complicated than jealousy. Different. I didn't even recognize her at first. Maybe that's worth thinking about. What do you mean? I mean maybe you've been looking at her without really seeing her. Maybe tonight, without the books and the bossiness and the familiar patterns, you're finally noticing what's been there all along. Ron was quiet for a long moment. When did you get so insightful? I've been spending time with someone who doesn't let me avoid difficult truths. Harry smiled. It's annoying but useful. Fleur. Among others. Harry stood, offering his hand. Come on. Let's find you someone to dance with who isn't going to abandon you for a French wizard. I don't want to dance. Yes, you do. You're just afraid of looking stupid. Harry's smile sharpened. I faced a dragon, Ron. You can face a dance floor. Ron grumbled, but he took Harry's hand and let himself be pulled toward the crowd. The evening wound toward midnight, the formal atmosphere gradually dissolving into casual exhaustion and small group conversations. Harry found himself on the castle steps with Fleur, the cold December air a welcome relief after the stuffy warmth of the great hall. The sky was clear and brilliant with stars, the grounds covered in a light dusting of snow that sparkled in the moonlight. Tonight was not terrible, Fleur admitted, leaning against the stone railing. Zay dancing was acceptable. Zay food was adequate. Zay company was. She glanced at him with a small smile. Exceptional. High praise from a Beauxbatons champion. Do not let it go to your EAD. She turned to face him fully, her expression growing serious. Zay's second task is in 2 months. Zay final task after that. And Zen. And then the tournament ends. Yes. Her voice was soft, uncertain in a way Harry had rarely heard. What appends after, Harry? When ZE competition is over, when there are no more tasks to prepare for, what becomes of us? It was a question Harry had been avoiding. The tournament had given their relationship structure, purpose, a shared focus that made everything else seem manageable. What happened when that structure disappeared? I don't know, he admitted. But I know I don't want this to end. Whatever this is. Nor do I. Fleur stepped closer, close enough that Harry could see the silver flecks in her blue eyes. You are the first person who has ever seen me, Harry. Not the Vila, not the champion, not the beautiful girl everyone wants but no one knows. Me. You're the first person who's ever seen me, too. Not the boy who lived, not the Thunderbird, not the mystery everyone wants to solve. Just, me. The space between them seemed to shrink. Harry was acutely aware of Fleur's warmth, her presence, the way the starlight caught in her silver hair. "Harry." Her voice was barely a whisper. He kissed her. It wasn't planned, wasn't calculated, wasn't anything other than the natural conclusion of months of connection and trust and something that had been building since the moment they'd met on the astronomy tower. Fleur's lips were warm against his, her hands finding his shoulders, her body pressing close. When they finally separated, both slightly breathless, Fleur's expression was caught between wonder and fierce satisfaction. "Finally," she said. "I was beginning to think you would never." Harry kissed her again, cutting off whatever complaint she'd been about to voice. This time was longer, deeper, the kind of kiss that made the rest of the world fade into irrelevance. When they broke apart the second time, they were both smiling. "We should probably go back inside," Harry said, not moving. "Probably. People will talk. Let's Fleur's smile was radiant. "I've spent my entire life being talked about. At least now Zay will have something true to discuss." They returned to the ball hand in hand, not bothering to hide what had changed between them. The whispers started immediately, shocked, scandalized, fascinated, but Harry found he genuinely didn't care. Let them talk. Let them speculate. Let them try to fit this into their neat categories and simple explanations. He had something real now. Something that transcended the tournament and the prophecy and all the complications of his complicated life. And he intended to fight for it. The night continued, as nights do, toward its inevitable conclusion. Harry and Fleur danced again, closer now, more intimate. They talked with friends and deflected questions from acquaintances. They watched Ron finally manage a conversation with Hermione that didn't end in shouting, progress, however small. And when the clock struck midnight and the ball officially ended, they walked together through the quiet corridors of Hogwarts, not toward their separate dormitories but toward a future neither could fully see. "Whatever happens next," Fleur said as they reached the entrance to Gryffindor Tower, "remember this night. Remember that we chose each other. Not because of power or convenience or alliance. Because of this." She kissed him one more time, soft and sweet and full of promise, and then she was gone, silver hair disappearing around a corner, leaving Harry alone with the fat lady's knowing smile. "About time," the portrait said. "Honestly, the dancing around you two have been doing all year." Harry just laughed and gave the password, climbing through the portrait hole with a lightness in his chest that had nothing to do with magic. The Yule Ball was over. The tournament continued. The challenges ahead would be formidable and probably deadly. But tonight, none of that mattered. Tonight, Harry Potter was happy. The weeks following the Yule Ball brought a shift in the castle's atmosphere. Harry and Fleur's relationship was public now, impossible to hide and pointless to deny. The reaction was predictably mixed. Ron had required 3 days of adjustment before accepting it, Hermione had launched into a detailed analysis of interschool relationships throughout tournament history, and the general student population had split between those who found it romantic and those who found it scandalous. The prophet, predictably, went insane. "Boy who lived seduces French champion," screamed one headline. "Vila magic or true love? Experts weigh in," declared another. "Potter's romantic entanglement raises questions about tournament integrity," suggested a third. Harry ignored them all. He had more important things to focus on. The second task loomed closer every day, and while his underwater abilities had improved dramatically, he still felt unprepared for whatever awaited in the lake's depths. The Riddle's mention of "something you'll sorely miss" haunted him. What would they take? Who would they take? "Zay will probably use hostages," Fleur said during one of their planning sessions. Zay traditional format requires something Ze champions value, placed in danger, to motivate their performance. Using people as props in a competition. Lovely. Zay tournament was never designed for kindness. Her expression darkened. "My sister is here. Visiting for Ze winter. If Zay take They won't, Harry said with certainty he didn't entirely feel. And if they do, I'll get her back. You cannot promise that. I can promise to try. He took her hand, meeting her eyes. Whatever happens in that lake, Fleur, I won't let anything happen to the people we care about. Not while I can prevent it. She studied him for a long moment, something shifting in her expression. You mean that? Truly. With everything I am. Fleur's smile was small but genuine. Then I believe you. The night before February 24th, Harry received a visitor. Professor Moody, the real one, recovered from his year of captivity and reinstated to his position, appeared at the Gryffindor portrait hole with his magical eye spinning wildly. Potter. Walk with me. It wasn't a request. Harry followed the scarred Auror through the castle's corridors, noting how different he seemed from the impostor who had worn his face. The real Moody was warier, quieter, more contained, a man who had learned that trust was a luxury he couldn't afford. The second task, Moody said without preamble. You've figured out what they're planning. Hostages. Something or someone important to each champion. Right. And you've got a way to survive underwater for an hour? I've been practicing. Good. Moody's magical eye fixed on Harry with uncomfortable intensity. Because what you're about to face isn't just a task. It's a test. They'll be watching to see how you handle pressure, how you prioritize, what choices you make when everything's on the line. Who's they? Everyone. The Ministry, the international observers, the people who've been watching you all year, trying to figure out what you are and what you're capable of. Moody's voice dropped lower. And someone else. Someone who put your name in that goblet, who's been manipulating this tournament from the beginning, who wants you to reach a specific moment at a specific time. Harry felt cold despite the castle's warmth. You know who it is? I have suspicions. Can't prove anything yet. Moody stopped walking, turning to face Harry directly. Tomorrow, when you're in that lake, keep your eyes open. Not just for the task, for anything that seems off, anything that doesn't fit the official narrative. Whatever's being planned, it's building towards something. The final task, probably. And what am I supposed to do about it? Survive. Pay attention. Be ready for anything. Moody's scarred face twisted into something that might have been a smile. You've got power most wizards can't dream of, Potter. Time to start thinking about how to use it strategically instead of just reactively. He limped away without waiting for a response, leaving Harry alone in the corridor with more questions than answers. Sleep was slow to come that night. Harry lay in his four-poster bed, staring at the canopy overhead, feeling the distant weather patterns shifting across Scotland. The lake sat cold and still in his awareness, waiting, patient, full of secrets it wasn't ready to reveal. Tomorrow, everything would change. Again. He thought about Fleur, about their kiss, about the future they were tentatively building together. He thought about Ron and Hermione, who had stood by him through so much. He thought about Cedric and Victor, rivals who had become something like allies. He thought about the mysterious forces circling around him, the Order of the Storm, the Ministry's suspicion, whatever scheme had put his name in the goblet. The storm inside him stirred, responding to his turbulent thoughts. Lightning crackled at his fingertips, harmless but present. Power, Moody had said. Time to start thinking strategically. Harry closed his eyes and let the storm settle into calmer patterns. Whatever tomorrow brought, he would face it. Whatever sacrifices were required, he would make them. Whatever enemies emerged, he would defeat them. Because that was what he did now. Not because anyone expected it, not because prophecy demanded it, but because it was who he had chosen to be. The boy who summoned hurricanes. The wizard who walked between worlds. The Thunderbird's heir. Sleep came eventually, carrying dreams of water and sky, of fire and storm, of a future that was equal parts terrifying and wonderful. Tomorrow, the second task. Tomorrow, everything would change. But tonight, in the quiet darkness of Gryffindor Tower, Harry Potter allowed himself to hope that the changes would be worth the cost. Chapter 10 and Chapter 11, Blood and Water. The morning of February 24th arrived with the kind of bitter cold that seeped into bones and refused to leave. Harry woke before dawn, his body thrumming with nervous energy, his mind already racing through the possibilities of what lay ahead. The lake waited. He dressed in silence, not wanting to wake his dorm mates, and made his way down to the common room. The fire had burned low during the night, leaving only embers that cast dancing shadows across the familiar furniture. Harry stood at the window, watching the first grey light of dawn creep across the grounds, feeling the distant pull of water that had become as familiar as the call of storms. "You're up early." Harry turned to find Hermione descending the girls' staircase, wrapped in a thick dressing gown, her hair even more chaotic than usual. "Couldn't sleep." "Understandable." She joined him at the window, her expression serious. "Harry, I need to tell you something. About the task." "What is it?" "Last night, after you went to bed, Professor McGonagall came to the common room. She said she needed to speak with me and Ron separately." Hermione's voice was careful, measured. "She asked about our relationship with you, about what you valued most, about who you would miss if they were gone." Harry felt cold settle into his stomach. "They're using you as hostages." "That's what I assumed." She didn't confirm it, but the questions were pointed. Hermione took a breath. "Harry, I don't know if I'll remember any of this. She mentioned something about enchanted sleep, about making sure the hostages don't panic. But I wanted you to know, in case something goes wrong, that I trust you. Whatever happens down there, I trust you to do the right thing." "Hermione, I'm not afraid." Her voice was steady, certain. "Not of the lake, not of the Mere people, not of any of it. Because I know you'll come for me. For us. That's who you are." Harry pulled her into a hug, feeling her warmth against the morning's chill. "I won't let anything happen to you. I know." She pulled back, her eyes bright with unshed tears. "Now go. Eat breakfast. Prepare. And Harry," she smiled, small but genuine. "Give them hell." The champions gathered at the lake's edge as the morning sun climbed higher, casting pale light across the black water. The stands were packed despite the cold, spectators bundled in heavy cloaks and warming charms, their breath fogging in the frigid air. Harry stood apart from the others, feeling the lake's presence like a second heartbeat. The water called to him in ways it hadn't before his months of practice, not as an obstacle to overcome, but as an environment to inhabit. The old man's dream gift pulsed inside him, waiting to be used. Fleur appeared at his side, her face pale with worry. "Zay took Gabrielle." "I know. She is only 8 years old, Harry. If something happens to her, nothing will happen to her." Harry met her eyes, letting her see the certainty in his own. "I swear it." Whatever Fleur saw in his expression seemed to steady her. She nodded once, squared her shoulders, and took her position among the champions. Bagman's voice boomed across the lake, explaining the task's rules for the audience. Harry barely listened. His attention was already extending downward, through the water, toward the village he could sense at the lake's bottom. 4 hostages. 4 champions. 1 hour. The rules were simple. The execution would be anything but. The whistle shrieked. Harry walked into the water without hesitation. The cold hit him like a physical blow, but he pushed through it, letting the familiar technique take hold. The water parted around him, accepted him, began to carry him downward as if he belonged to its depths. He was vaguely aware of the other champions struggling with their various magical solutions, Victor's partial transformation, Cedric's bubblehead charm, Fleur's shimmering enchantment. But Harry's attention was focused inward, on the connection he'd forged with the lake over months of practice. The ocean itself, rising to meet the sky. He descended faster than should have been possible, the water flowing around him like wind around wings. The darkness of the depths closed in, but Harry didn't need light to navigate. He could feel the currents, the temperature gradients, the subtle pressure changes that mapped the lake's geography as clearly as any chart. The merpeople's village emerged from the gloom, stone buildings, waving gardens of kelp, the massive statue at the center where the hostages waited. Harry slowed his descent, taking in the scene with careful attention. 4 figures hung suspended in the water, their eyes closed, their breathing slow and regular. Ron, his red hair floating in a halo around his pale face. Hermione, her expression peaceful despite the circumstances. Cho Chang, dark hair drifting in the current. And Gabrielle, so small, so young, her little hands curled into fists even in enchanted sleep. Merpeople circled the statue, their wild hair streaming, their expressions a mixture of curiosity and hostility. They watched Harry's approach with calculating eyes, clearly uncertain what to make of the wizard who moved through their domain as if he belonged there. Harry ignored them and headed for Ron. His best friend first. Then Hermione. Then, a flash of magical energy cut through the water, followed by a scream that was somehow audible despite the depths. Fleur. Harry spun, his senses extending outward, and felt what was happening above. Grindylows, dozens of them, had swarmed the French champion, their clawed hands tearing at her protective enchantments, their teeth flashing in the murky water. Fleur's magic was failing. Her fire was useless underwater, and her other abilities couldn't handle this many attackers at once. She was being dragged away from the village, away from Gabrielle, away from any hope of completing the task. The merpeople watched with impassive interest. This wasn't their concern. Harry made a decision. He reached Ron first, cutting through the magical binding with a summon knife. His friend floated free, still unconscious, still breathing through whatever enchantment kept the hostages alive. But instead of heading for the surface, Harry turned toward the struggle above. The Grindylows scattered as Harry approached. They weren't intelligent creatures, but they had survival instincts, and something about Harry's presence triggered every one of them. The wizard who moved through water like he was born to it, whose eyes glowed with barely contained power, whose very presence made the currents shift in unnatural patterns, this was not prey. This was predator. Fleur hung limp in the water, her enchantments shredded, her consciousness fading. Harry caught her before she could sink, channeling power into her lungs, forcing the water out and air in through sheer magical will. Her eyes fluttered open, focusing on his face with dazed confusion. Harry. Hold your breath. I'm taking you up. Gabrielle, I'll get her. But you need air first. He didn't wait for argument. With Fleur tucked against his side and Ron towed behind, Harry rocketed toward the surface, the water parting before him like a living thing eager to please. They broke into air and light, Fleur gasping, Ron still unconscious, the rescue platforms rushing to meet them. Harry barely paused to deposit them before turning and diving back down. Gabrielle still waited. Hermione still waited. And the clock was still ticking. The descent was faster this time, fueled by urgency and something that felt like anger. The merpeople had watched Fleur almost die. Had watched and done nothing. Harry understood that they weren't obligated to help. That the task was designed to test the champions, not to be easy. But understanding didn't require approval, and right now, Harry's approval was in very short supply. He reached the statue again and found the situation had changed. Victor had arrived, his shark-transformed head looking grotesque but effective, already cutting Hermione free with magically sharpened teeth. Cedric was close behind, his bubblehead charm giving him clear vision as he worked on Cho's bindings. Neither of them moved toward Gabrielle. The little girl hung alone, her silver hair floating around her pale face, waiting for a champion who wasn't coming. Harry didn't hesitate. He cut through Gabrielle's bindings in seconds, caught her small body against his chest, and began the ascent. The other champions watched him go with expressions he couldn't quite read, confusion, perhaps, or grudging respect. Let them wonder. Harry had more important concerns. The surface erupted into chaos as Harry emerged with Gabrielle. Fleur was there immediately, having refused the rescue workers' attempts to warm her until she knew her sister was safe. She tore Gabrielle from Harry's arms, clutching the girl against her chest, sobbing words in French that Harry didn't need to understand. Madame Pomfrey descended on them with warming charms and medical checks, her expression a mixture of professional concern and personal relief. The crowd was screaming, cheers and confusion mixing into a wall of noise that seemed to press against Harry's skull. He let himself float, let the exhaustion finally hit, let the lake hold him up while his body caught up with what his magic had done. Harry. Hermione's voice, close and concerned. He opened eyes he hadn't realized he'd closed and found her treading water beside him, Victor having apparently deposited her safely before returning to secure his official rescue. "You saved Gabrielle," she said. "You went back for her when Fleur couldn't leave her down there. The rules said one hostage per champion." "I don't care about rules." Harry managed a weak smile. "I care about people." Hermione's expression was complicated, pride and worry and something that looked like awe. "Harry Potter," she said softly. "Always making things more complicated than they need to be. It's a gift." They were pulled from the water together, wrapped in blankets and warming charms, surrounded by people demanding explanations and congratulations and medical attention. Through it all, Harry's eyes kept finding Fleur. She stood on the rescue platform, Gabrielle wrapped in her arms, her face streaked with tears and lake water. When she met Harry's gaze, the gratitude there was so intense it almost hurt to witness. "Thank you," her expression said. "Thank you for everything." Harry nodded once and let himself be carried away by the chaos. The scoring was predictable in its controversy. Cedric received full marks for efficiency. Victor received high marks for his successful rescue. Fleur received lower marks, her failure to complete the task had cost her, regardless of the circumstances beyond her control. Harry's score was complicated. "Mr. Potter returned outside the time limit," Bagman announced, clearly uncomfortable with the situation. Having chosen to rescue Miss Delacour when her champion could not, and having saved 2 hostages when the rules required only 1. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. The judges conferred in heated whispers. However, Bagman continued, "The judges have determined that Mr. Potter's actions demonstrated exceptional moral fiber. Points have been awarded accordingly." The final tally put Harry in second place behind Cedric, though only by a narrow margin. The moral fiber points had been generous, recognition of what Harry had done even if it hadn't been optimal strategy. Karkaroff had tried to give Harry minimal points. He'd been overruled by the other judges, his bias too obvious to be tolerated. "Second place is excellent," Hermione said as they huddled in the medical tent. "You're still in strong position for the final task." "I don't care about position," Harry said, and meant it. "I know." She squeezed his hand. "That's why you did what you did. That's why you're you." Fleur found him that evening by the lake. The sun was setting, painting the water in shades of gold and crimson, the day's drama fading into the quiet of approaching night. Harry sat on a rock at the water's edge, feeling the lake's presence like a sleeping friend. Fleur settled beside him without speaking. For a long moment, they simply sat together, watching the light change. "You saved her," Fleur said finally. "My sister. You saved her life. The enchantment would have protected her. Dumbledore wouldn't have let, Zay enchantment was failing." Fleur's voice was quiet but certain. "I felt it, in Zee water. Zay Grindylows disrupted Zee magic when Zay attacked me. If you had not gone back." Harry didn't have an answer to that. He'd acted on instinct, not calculation. The idea of leaving Gabrielle alone in the dark water, waiting for a rescue that might not come, it had been unthinkable. "You could have lost Zee task," Fleur continued. "Lost Zee tournament. All because you would not abandon a child you barely knew. She's your sister. That makes her family. Fleur was silent for a moment. Then, slowly, she reached out and took his hand. When this is over, she said, when the tournament is finished and we have survived, I want to build something real with you. Not just the connection between our magics, not just the alliance of the competition. Something that lasts. I want that too. Then promise me. Her eyes met his, fierce and vulnerable. Promise me that whatever appends in the final task, whatever they throw at you, you will come back. To me. To us. Harry thought about the prophecy he still hadn't told her about. About Voldemort, and the Order of the Storm, and all the dangers circling around him like sharks. I promise to try, he said. I promise to fight with everything I have. It wasn't the absolute assurance she wanted. But Fleur nodded, accepting it, understanding that some promises couldn't be made absolutely. Then that will have to be enough. She leaned against him, her head finding his shoulder, her warmth cutting through the evening's chill. They sat together as the sun finished setting and the stars began to emerge, two people facing an uncertain future with nothing but each other. The tournament continued. The dangers multiplied. The final task loomed closer every day. But in this moment, with Fleur beside him and the lake peaceful at his feet, Harry allowed himself to believe that everything might somehow work out. The storm inside him settled into calm patterns, and for once, he didn't fight it. The weeks following the second task passed in a blur of preparation and speculation. The final task was scheduled for June 24th, a maze, according to the hints Bagman had dropped. Harry threw himself into training with renewed intensity, pushing his abilities further, developing techniques he hoped he would never need. Meanwhile, the world outside Hogwarts grew darker. Reports filtered through the prophet of unexplained disappearances, of dark marks appearing in the sky over Muggle villages, of Death Eaters gathering in shadows after years of hiding. The Ministry denied everything, of course. Fudge insisted that these were isolated incidents, unconnected to any larger threat. Harry knew better. The dread in his scar, the whispers in his dreams, the growing certainty that something was building toward a terrible conclusion, these weren't imagination. These were warnings. Voldemort's planning something, he told Dumbledore during one of their increasingly frequent meetings. I can feel it. The tournament, the tasks, all of it, it's building toward something. I believe you're correct. Dumbledore's expression was grave. Our intelligence suggests that Tom has recovered significantly from his weakened state. He is recruiting, rebuilding, preparing for something. Something involving me. Very likely. The tournament has placed you in a unique position, publicly visible, frequently vulnerable, surrounded by witnesses who could be used as hostages or leverage. Dumbledore's eyes were tired but determined. I have increased the security around the final task, but I cannot guarantee your safety. Whoever arranged for your name to enter the goblet has proven themselves clever and patient. Crouch Jr. We still have no definitive proof. But the circumstantial evidence is compelling. Dumbledore leaned forward. Harry, when you enter that maze, be ready for anything. The official obstacles will be challenging but survivable. It's the unofficial threats that concern me. The portkey that's supposed to take me somewhere I don't want to go. Dumbledore's expression flickered. You've deduced more than I expected. I've had time to think. The goblet, the tasks, the way everything's been arranged, it's all too convenient. Someone wants me to reach the center of that maze, to touch whatever's waiting there. And I'm betting it's not just a trophy. Very astute. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The cup at the maze's center has been examined repeatedly. We've found no signs of tampering. But that doesn't mean it's safe. So what do I do? Refuse to complete the task? You can't. The magical contract binding you to the tournament would exact a severe penalty. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. No, Harry. You must compete. But you must also be ready to face whatever waits beyond the competition. Harry absorbed this, feeling the weight of inevitability settling over him. The final task wasn't just a challenge, it was a trap. And he was walking into it with his eyes open. Then I'll be ready, he said. Whatever it takes. The night before the final task, Harry stood on the astronomy tower, feeling the wind against his face and the stars wheeling overhead. The storm inside him was calm for once, settled into patterns that felt less like containment and more like preparation. Months of training, of growth, of learning to work with his power instead of against it, all of it had led to this moment. Tomorrow, everything would change. Fleur found him there, as she always seemed to when he needed her. She said nothing, just stood beside him, her shoulder brushing his, her presence a warmth against the night's chill. I'm scared, Harry admitted. Not of the maze or the obstacles. Scared of what comes after. So am I. Fleur's voice was soft. But I've learned some things this year, Harry. Fear does not have to stop us. It can drive us forward, if we let it. Wise words. I learned them from someone who faced a dragon with nothing but lightning and determination. She turned to face him, her eyes bright in the starlight. You will survive this. You will face whatever waits and you will emerge victorious. I believe that with all my heart. Even if you can't know for certain. Especially then. Faith is most powerful when certainty is impossible. Harry pulled her into his arms, holding her close, memorizing the feel of her warmth and the sound of her heartbeat. Whatever tomorrow brought, he wanted to carry this moment with him. I love you, he said, the words escaping before he could stop them. I don't know when it happened or how, but I love you. Fleur's breath caught. Then her arms tightened around him, and her voice came thick with emotion. I love you too, Harry Potter. My storm. My hurt. My home. They stood together on the tower, wrapped in each other's arms, as the night deepened and the final task drew closer. Tomorrow would bring danger and darkness and challenges beyond imagining. But tonight, they had this. And sometimes, that was enough. Chapter 11 and Chapter 12, The Lake's Memory. The weeks following the second task settled into an uneasy rhythm. Harry divided his time between classes, training, and the growing pile of correspondence that seemed to multiply every time he looked away. The wizarding world had opinions about the boy who saved 4 hostages instead of 1. Many of those opinions arrived by owl. Another marriage proposal, Hermione said dryly, examining a perfumed envelope at breakfast. This one's from a witch in Portugal. She says your noble spirit would complement her family's vineyard perfectly. Burn it. Already planning to. She set the letter aside and fixed Harry with her serious expression. But we need to talk about something more important. The lake. Harry looked up from his eggs. What about it? You saw something down there. When you were rescuing Gabrielle, you paused at the merpeople statue. Your expression changed. Hermione leaned closer, dropping her voice. What did you see? Harry had hoped no one had noticed. He should have known better. Hermione noticed everything. Carvings, he admitted. Ancient ones, on the base of the statue. They showed a Thunderbird in flight, and beneath it, words in a language I didn't recognize. He paused. But my Thunderbird instincts did. What do you mean? I mean that part of me, the part that transforms, that controls storms, it understood. Not the words exactly, but the meaning. The feeling behind them. Harry pushed his plate away, appetite gone. Something about inheritance. About power that was carried across an ocean and buried in bloodlines that forgot what they were. Hermione's eyes had gone wide. Harry, that could be connected to your ancestry. To the storm blood your father was researching. I know. That's why I need to go back. Back. To the lake. To the carvings. To see if I can learn more. Harry met her gaze steadily. "I've been relying on fragments, my father's journal, hints from Akusa, cryptic warnings from the Order of the Storm. But those carvings are something concrete. Something that might actually explain where this power came from." Hermione was quiet for a moment, her brilliant mind clearly working through the implications. "You'd need to go at night. Without permission. Probably without telling anyone except you and Ron. And Fleur. Naturally." A small smile crossed her face. "When have we ever let you do something dangerous alone?" The expedition happened 3 nights later, under a sky heavy with clouds that seemed to gather at Harry's unspoken request. Ron and Hermione waited on the shore, bundled against the cold, their wands ready for any emergency. Fleur stood at the water's edge, her expression a mixture of concern and determination. "I should come with you," she said for the 3rd time. "You can't breathe underwater." "Neither can you." "Not really. I can fake it well enough." Harry squeezed her hand. "I need you up here. If something goes wrong, if I don't surface within an hour, I will come after you. You'll get Dumbledore. Promise me." Fleur's jaw tightened, but she nodded. 1 hour. Not a minute more." Harry kissed her briefly, then turned and walked into the lake. The cold embraced him like an old friend now, the water parting around him with familiar ease. He descended through the darkness, navigating by the currents and pressure gradients he'd learned to read like text, heading for the Merpeople's village and the statue at its heart. The village was quiet at this hour, most of its inhabitants resting in their stone dwellings. Harry moved carefully, not wanting to attract attention, not wanting to explain his presence to creatures who might not appreciate an unauthorized visit. The statue loomed ahead, pale stone in the underwater gloom. Harry approached its base, searching for the carvings he'd glimpsed during the second task. There. Ancient marks, worn by centuries of water but still legible to someone who knew what to look for. Harry pressed his palm against the stone and let his Thunderbird awareness flow into the carvings. The response was immediate. Images flooded his mind, not memories exactly, but impressions, feelings, fragments of knowledge preserved in the stone for anyone with the right kind of magic to find. He saw a storm over an endless ocean, carrying travelers toward a new world. He saw meetings between European wizards and indigenous magical peoples, exchanges of knowledge and power that bridged cultures and continents. He saw a wedding, a Potter ancestor, he somehow knew, joining with a woman whose eyes crackled with lightning, whose heritage stretched back to the first Thunderbirds. He saw the children of that union, carrying dormant power in their blood, passing it down through generations until it faded to a whisper. He saw the fear of those who wanted that power for themselves, the order that formed to protect, or reclaim, what they considered sacred. And he saw himself. Not as he was now, but as he might become. A figure at the center of a hurricane, power blazing around him like a second sun, facing a darkness that threatened to consume everything he loved. The vision faded, leaving Harry gasping against the statue, his heart pounding with emotions he couldn't name. He understood now. Understood why the Thunderbird form had chosen him, why the power had awakened when it did, why so many forces had aligned to bring him to this moment. He wasn't just a wizard who'd stumbled into an unusual Animagus form. He was the culmination of centuries of magical inheritance. The storm that had been building since before his great-great-grandparents were born, finally breaking free. And according to what he'd just seen, he was running out of time to learn how to control it. Harry surfaced to find dawn breaking over the lake, golden light spilling across the water like a blessing. Fleur was in the shallows immediately, her hands finding his face, her eyes searching for signs of damage. "You were gone for 3 hours. 3 hours, Harry." "I was about to, 3 hours." Harry shook his head, trying to clear the lingering visions. It felt like minutes. "What, a peen down Zier? What did you see?" Harry told her. Told Ron and Hermione too, once they'd all retreated to the warmth of the room of requirement. He described the visions, the revelations, the terrible glimpse of a future that might or might not come to pass. When he finished, the room was silent. "So you're basically magical royalty," Ron said finally. "Storm royalty, anyway. That's what you took from this?" "I'm processing. Give me a minute." Ron ran a hand through his hair. "Okay, so there's an ancient magical bloodline, centuries of inheritance, a prophecy about you specifically. Wait, there's already a prophecy about you, isn't there? The one with Voldemort? This isn't exactly a prophecy. More like, a possibility. Something the carvings recorded because they sensed it might happen. And the part about running out of time?" Hermione's voice was sharp with concern. "What does that mean?" Harry hesitated. The vision had been clear but not specific: impending deadlines, converging threats, the sense that events were accelerating toward a conclusion. "I think it means the tournament isn't just about competition anymore. Something's coming. Something that all of this, the tasks, the training, the revelation of my powers, has been building toward." "Zay final task," Fleur said quietly. "It is in 3 months. Whatever is planned, it will happen then." "Probably." Harry felt the storm inside him stir, responding to his growing certainty. "Which means we have 3 months to prepare for something we don't fully understand." "Business as usual, then," Ron said with grim humor. Despite everything, Harry smiled. Business as usual. The investigation into Harry's heritage continued over the following weeks, though progress was slower than anyone would have liked. Hermione threw herself into research with characteristic intensity, spending hours in the library tracking down obscure references to Storm Blood and Thunderbird magic. She produced stacks of notes, increasingly complex diagrams, and a timeline of Potter family history that covered an entire wall of the Room of Requirement. The marriage happened in 1692, she reported during one of their research sessions. Right around the Salem witch trials, actually. A lot of American magical families were fleeing to Europe during that period, the Muggle persecution was intense, and the magical communities weren't much better organized. "So my ancestor married a refugee? More like a diplomat." Tawodi, that was her name, came from a family that served as intermediaries between different magical traditions. The Potters were well connected in British magical society. The marriage would have been politically advantageous for both sides. And magically advantageous, Fleur added. Zay combination of European wand magic and American storm magic would have been powerful. Unique. But it didn't manifest, Harry said. Not for centuries. It manifested in small ways. Hermione shuffled through her notes. I found references to Potter family members with unusual weather sensitivity, with affinity for storm-related magic, with Animagus forms that were always birds. The potential was there. It just needed the right circumstances to fully activate. Circumstances like nearly dying from Dementor exposure, having a piece of Voldemort's soul in my head, and growing up in a magically suppressive environment that forced my abilities to build up pressure until they exploded. Hermione winced. When you put it that way, it sounds rather horrible. Traumatic? Perfectly on brand for my life. I was going to say, unfortunate, but yes. Harry laughed despite himself. The situation was objectively terrible, but there was something freeing about finally understanding why he was the way he was. Not a freak, not an accident, not a cosmic joke, just the latest iteration of a very old magical pattern. The question is what to do with this information, Ron said. I mean, it's interesting and all, but how does it help us with the tournament? With whatever's coming? Knowledge is power, Hermione said firmly. Understanding Harry's heritage means understanding his potential. If there are abilities he hasn't accessed yet, techniques his ancestors developed, ways to strengthen or refine his control, Zay Order of Ze Storm would know, Fleur interrupted. Zay have been studying this magic for centuries. If we could convince them to share their knowledge. They want to take my power back, Harry said. Or at least some of them do. I'm not sure approaching them directly is safe. Not all of them. Fleur's expression was thoughtful. "Ze woman from Makusa, ZE1 who said she represented ZE order, she seemed more interested in understanding you's on controlling you. Perhaps Skeer are factions within ZE organization. Some who want to reclaim what ZE see as Zeers, and Azers who simply want to ensure ZE power is used well." It was a possibility Harry hadn't fully considered. He'd been treating the Order as a monolithic threat, but organizations were rarely that simple. There were always divisions, competing interests, individuals who disagreed with the official line. "I could write to them," he said slowly. "Request a meeting. See what they're actually willing to offer. Is that safe? Probably not. But neither is going into the final task blind." Harry met Fleur's eyes. "I'd rather know what I'm dealing with than be surprised." The letter to Makusa went out the following morning, carefully worded to express interest without commitment. The response came faster than expected, a formal invitation to meet with Order representatives at a neutral location, during the Easter holidays when Harry would have more freedom to travel. "They're eager," Dumbledore observed when Harry showed him the invitation. "Perhaps too eager. You think it's a trap?" "I think nothing involving ancient magical organizations is ever straightforward." The headmaster's expression was troubled. "But I also think you're right that knowledge is valuable. If you're determined to go, I would recommend bringing allies and establishing clear boundaries for what you will and won't discuss. Would you come with me? My presence might complicate matters. The Order has history with several European magical institutions. My involvement could be seen as political rather than personal." Dumbledore paused. "But I could suggest alternatives. Mad-Eye Moody has experience with international magical organizations. And Remus Lupin has contacts in American magical communities that might prove useful." Harry nodded slowly. The real Moody had been wary but helpful since his recovery, treating Harry with a gruff respect that felt more genuine than his impostor's calculated mentorship. And Lupin, his father's old friend, who had taught him the Patronus charm, who understood something about being seen as a dangerous creature, seemed like a natural choice. "I'll ask them." "Do." "And Harry," Dumbledore's eyes were serious. "Whatever you learn from the Order, remember that their perspective is not the only valid one. They have protected this magic for centuries, but protection can become possession. Their interests and yours may not always align." "I understand. I hope so." The headmaster's smile was tired but warm. "You've grown remarkably this year, Harry. Whatever happens next, I want you to know that I'm proud of the young man you're becoming." The words hit harder than Harry expected. Dumbledore's approval had always mattered to him, more than he'd ever admitted, and hearing it stated so directly. "Thank you, Professor. Go. Prepare for your meeting. And try to stay out of trouble until then." Harry laughed. "I'll do my best." The Easter holidays arrived with the promise of answers, and the threat of new complications. Harry traveled to the meeting point with Moody and Lupin flanking him, both wizards alert for any sign of treachery. Fleur had wanted to come, but they'd agreed it was better for her to remain at Hogwarts as backup, ready to alert Dumbledore if anything went wrong. The location was a cabin in the Scottish Highlands, remote and heavily warded, accessible only by a specific portkey provided in the Makusa invitation. Harry arrived to find three figures waiting inside: the unnamed woman from the previous meeting, an elderly man with feathers braided into his gray hair, and a young woman about Harry's age whose eyes crackled with barely contained lightning. "Mr. Potter," the unnamed woman said. "Thank you for coming. Thank you for meeting with me." Harry took the seat indicated, Moody and Lupin positioning themselves at his flanks. "I have questions." "We expected you would. That's why we're here." The woman gestured to her companions. "This is Grandfather Storm, one of the Order's eldest members, a keeper of our histories. And this is Winona Brightsky, a contemporary practitioner of Thunderbird magic." Harry's attention sharpened. Thunderbird magic. You mean there are others? Not many. The full manifestation is rare, perhaps one per generation, sometimes fewer. Winona spoke for the first time, her voice carrying the rumble of distant thunder. But I've managed a partial transformation. Enough to understand what you're going through. What am I going through, exactly? Awakening. Integration. The slow process of becoming what you were always meant to be. Winona leaned forward, her lightning-touched eyes intense. The Thunderbird isn't just an Animagus form, Harry. It's a magical tradition, a way of understanding and interacting with the world. It changes how you perceive everything, weather, magic, other people. It's as much a spiritual transformation as a physical one. I've noticed. Have you? Grandfather Storm spoke for the first time, his voice like wine through ancient trees. Have you noticed how your empathy has deepened? How you feel the emotions of those around you like pressure systems in the air? How you can sense lies the way you sense approaching storms? Harry stared at the old man, realizing that several strange experiences over the past month suddenly made more sense. The way he'd known immediately that Crouch's Moody wasn't who he claimed to be. The way he'd sensed Fleur's fear for her sister before she'd spoken. The way Ron's jealousy and Hermione's worry had felt almost physical, like shifts in atmospheric pressure. I didn't understand what it was. Few do, at first. The Thunderbird's gifts manifest gradually, woven so thoroughly into normal perception that they seem like intuition rather than power. Grandfather Storm smiled, weathered face creasing with ancient humor. But they are power, young one. Power that can save lives or destroy them, depending on how it's used. Is that why the Order has been watching me? To make sure I use it correctly? The unnamed woman answered. Partly. We've also been watching to ensure you survive long enough to use it at all. The enemies gathering around you, the Dark Lord, his followers, others with their own agendas, they would love to capture or eliminate you before you reach your full potential. And what is my full potential? The three Order members exchanged glances. Something passed between them, agreement, or perhaps resignation. That, Grandfather Storm said finally, is what we've come to discuss. The conversation lasted hours. Harry learned about the history of Thunderbird magic, its origins among indigenous American peoples, its spread through careful marriages and alliances, its near extinction during the periods of persecution and magical warfare that had marked the 16th and 17th centuries. He learned about the abilities he might develop as his transformation deepened, the empathic sensitivity Grandfather Storm had mentioned, but also more dramatic powers. The ability to ride lightning across vast distances. The power to communicate with other beings of storm and sky. The capacity to perceive magical energy directly, seeing spells and enchantments as clearly as he saw physical objects. And he learned about the risks. The Thunderbird transformation is not like ordinary Animagus magic, Winona explained. It doesn't just change your body, it changes your soul. The longer you inhabit the form, the more you become it. Some practitioners have lost themselves entirely, forgetting they were ever human, living out their lives as pure storm. That's what I saw in the boggart, Harry said quietly. My worst fear. Losing myself to the power. It's a legitimate fear. And a necessary one. Grandfather Storm's expression was grave. The fear of losing control is what keeps you human. Embrace it, but don't let it paralyze you. The Thunderbird is part of you, it's not a separate entity waiting to consume you. You and it are one. Then why does it feel like something else? Something trying to take over? Because you're still learning to integrate it. Still thinking of human and Thunderbird as separate categories. Winona's eyes met his, lightning to lightning. When you stop fighting that separation, when you accept that the storm is just another aspect of who you are, that's when the fear stops and the true power begins. It was a lot to process. Harry sat in silence for a long moment, feeling the storm inside him stir in response to his turbulent emotions. Finally, he asked the question that had been building since the conversation began. What do you want from me? You said you've been watching, waiting, protecting. But what's the end goal? What does the Order actually want? The unnamed woman answered. We want the Thunderbird magic to survive. To flourish. To be passed on to future generations who can use it wisely. Her expression was complicated, hope and fear and something that looked almost like desperation. For too long, our numbers have dwindled. The old bloodlines have faded, the knowledge has been lost, the practitioners have died without successors. You represent something we haven't seen in decades, a full manifestation, with the potential to master abilities we thought lost forever. So you want me to, what? Join the Order. Become your weapon. We want you to survive, Grandfather Storm said firmly. Whatever else happens, whatever allegiances you choose, that's what matters most. A dead Thunderbird helps no one. And the faction that wants to reclaim my power? The ones who think the European bloodline stole something that belongs to them? Another exchange of glances. The unnamed woman sighed. Those factions exist. I won't lie to you. There are members of the Order who believe the Storm blood should never have left American shores, that the power you carry is a theft perpetrated by your ancestors. Her jaw tightened. They're wrong. Magic doesn't belong to bloodlines or nations, it belongs to those who can use it. But their beliefs make them dangerous. How dangerous? Dangerous enough that we've spent the past year making sure they couldn't reach you. Dangerous enough that I've broken several oaths just by having this conversation. The woman's eyes were tired but determined. You needed to know the truth, Harry. About what you are, where you come from, what you face. The Order isn't monolithic, we're a collection of factions with competing interests, just like any organization. But those of us who believe in protecting rather than controlling, we're on your side. Harry absorbed this, feeling the pieces of his situation rearrange themselves into a new pattern. The Order wasn't just watching him, it was fighting over him. Different factions wanted different things, and Harry was caught in the middle of a conflict that had been brewing for centuries. What happens now? He asked. That's up to you. Grandfather Storm rose, his movements slow but graceful despite his age. We've told you what we know, offered what guidance we can. The path forward is yours to choose. And if I choose to walk it alone, then we'll respect that choice. But know that our offer remains open. Training, knowledge, protection, whenever you're ready, we'll be here. The meeting ended with handshakes and formal farewells. Harry left the cabin with more information than he'd arrived with, and more questions than he'd expected. The return journey to Hogwarts was quiet. Moody and Lupin flanked Harry through the portkey transition, both wizards processing what they'd witnessed in their own ways. They're telling the truth, Moody said finally, his magical eye spinning with agitation. Or most of it, anyway. I didn't detect deception, just careful selection of what to share. That's still manipulation. All communication is manipulation, Potter. The question is whether the manipulation serves your interests or theirs. Moody's scarred face twisted into something that might have been a smile. In this case, I think it's a bit of both. What do you think I should do? I think you should keep training. Keep learning. Keep building alliances with people you trust. Moody's expression grew serious. And I think you should prepare for the possibility that the final task isn't the end of your troubles, it's just the beginning. Harry nodded slowly. He'd been thinking the same thing. The tournament had always been a means to an end. Someone had arranged for his participation, had manipulated events to bring him to this specific moment. Whatever that someone wanted, it would likely become clear in the maze. And when it did, Harry intended to be ready. Chapter 12 and Chapter 13, Hunters and Hunted. The attack came 3 weeks before the final task. Harry was flying over the Forbidden Forest in his Thunderbird form, a late-night patrol that had become habit since the lake's revelations. The forest stretched beneath him like a dark ocean, its ancient magic prickling against his feathers, its secrets whispered on winds that only he could hear. He sensed them before he saw them, 3 disturbances in the magical atmosphere, approaching fast from the east, their signatures wrong in ways that made his instincts scream warning. Harry banked hard, dropping toward the canopy, but they were faster than he'd anticipated. Lightning struck at him from below, not natural lightning, but something corrupted, tasting of stolen power and ancient grudges. Harry twisted away, feeling the bolt sear past his wing, and dove into the trees. The forest closed around him, branches whipping at his feathers, darkness pressing in from all sides. He transformed mid-flight, crashing through undergrowth as a human, rolling to his feet with his wand already raised. 3 figures emerged from the shadows. They wore feathered cloaks that seemed to drink the moonlight, their faces hidden behind masks carved to resemble bird skulls. Their magic radiated outward in waves that resonated sickeningly with Harry's own power, storm magic, but twisted, hungry, wrong. "The stolen one," one of them said, their voice distorted by enchantment. "We've waited so long. The Order of the Storm, I presume." Harry kept his wand steady, tracking all 3. "The faction that didn't get the memo about leaving me alone. The Order is divided. We represent those who remember the old ways, the true ways." The speaker advanced slowly, feathered cloak rustling. "The Thunderbird belongs to our bloodlines. Your ancestors took what wasn't theirs to take. My ancestors married into your bloodlines. That's called inheritance, not theft. Semantics. The power was meant for us. We will reclaim it." They attacked. The first spell was binding magic, ropes of corrupted lightning that sought to wrap around Harry's limbs and drag him down. He deflected it with a shield that crackled with his own power, but the second attacker was already moving, flanking him while the third prepared something that looked disturbingly like a ritual circle. Harry threw himself sideways, rolling behind a massive oak, buying seconds to think. 3 opponents. All trained in storm magic, all carrying artifacts designed to counter his abilities. If this had been a fair fight, he might have been overwhelmed. Good thing Harry didn't believe in fair fights. He transformed. The Thunderbird erupted from his human form, massive wings shattering branches, lightning blazing between feathers that suddenly filled the clearing with blinding light. The attackers stumbled back, their carefully prepared tactics disrupted by the sheer scale of what they faced. Harry screamed a challenge that was half thunder, half rage, and the storm answered. The sky above the forest had been clear. Within seconds, it was churning with clouds that materialized from nothing, responding to Harry's fury. Rain began to fall, not gently, but in sheets, driven horizontal by winds that seemed to come from every direction at once. The first attacker tried to bind him again. Harry caught the spell on his wing, absorbed its power, redirected it back amplified tenfold. The figure flew backward, crashing through trees, their feathered cloak smoking. The second attacker was smarter, they'd produced an artifact, some kind of collar or chain, and were attempting to get close enough to attach it. Harry could feel the binding magic radiating from the device, designed specifically to contain Thunderbird power. He hit them with a lightning bolt. Not at full strength, Harry didn't want to kill, despite what these people had tried to do. But the concentrated electrical discharge was enough to drop the attacker where they stood, their artifact melting in their hands. The third figure, the one who'd been preparing the ritual, was running. Harry let them go. Part of him wanted to chase, to catch, to ensure they couldn't report back or try again. But another part, the human part, the part that remembered he was 14 years old and fighting for his life in a forest at midnight, just wanted it to be over. He transformed back to human form and stood in the ruined clearing, breathing hard, the rain still falling around him though the clouds were already beginning to disperse. Harry. He spun, wand raised, then lowered it as familiar figures burst through the undergrowth. Sirius, still in dog form, bounded toward him and transformed mid-leap into the worried godfather Harry had come to rely on. Behind him came Remus Lupin, wand out, eyes scanning the shadows. And bringing up the rear, improbably, was the real Alastair Moody, his wooden leg somehow keeping pace despite the rough terrain. "We felt the storm," Sirius said, grabbing Harry's shoulders, checking him for injuries. From the castle. The whole sky went wrong and Dumbledore sent us. Are you hurt? What happened? Order of the Storm. The hostile faction. Harry gestured toward the unconscious attackers. They wanted to reclaim my power. Moody was already examining the fallen figures, his magical eye spinning as he assessed threats. These are Sirius operatives. Armed, organized, prepared specifically to counter your abilities. He turned to Harry, expression grave. You're lucky to be alive. I'm lucky they underestimated me. That too. Moody's eye fixed on something near the clearing's edge. They marked you. Old magic. They'll be able to track you now unless we do something about it. Harry felt it then, a slight wrongness in his magical signature, like a splinter lodged beneath his skin. The attackers must have managed it during the initial exchange, when he was still in human form. Can you remove it? I can try. But it'll hurt. Moody raised his wand. Brace yourself. The counter-curse was agony, white-hot pain lancing through Harry's chest, pulling at something that had woven itself into his magic without his knowledge. He gritted his teeth, refusing to scream, feeling the mark tear free like a bandage ripped from a wound. When it was over, Harry was on his knees, gasping, his vision swimming. Got it. Moody's voice was gruff but satisfied. Nasty piece of work, that. Whoever these people are, they know their craft. They've been studying Thunderbird magic for centuries, Harry managed. Of course they know their craft. Sirius helped him to his feet, his expression a mixture of worry and barely controlled rage. We need to tell Dumbledore. Increase security. These people got onto Hogwarts grounds, that shouldn't have been possible. They came through the forest, Harry said. The wards are weaker there, and they had artifacts that helped them slip through. He paused, remembering something one of them had said. They knew I'd be flying tonight. They were waiting. A spy, then. Someone inside Hogwarts feeding them information. Or someone watching from outside with magical surveillance. Moody's eye spun toward the castle. Either way, we've got a leak. And until we find it, Potter here is a walking target. The walk back to the castle was tense, all four of them on high alert for any sign of another attack. But the forest remained quiet, its usual night sounds gradually returning as the lingering effects of Harry's storm faded. They found Dumbledore waiting at the main entrance, his expression grave. I felt what happened, the headmaster said. The disturbance in the wards, the magical signatures. Are you injured, Harry? Bruised ego, mostly. They almost had me. Almost is a considerable distance from actually. Dumbledore studied him with those piercing blue eyes. You defeated 3 trained operatives with centuries of collective knowledge about storm magic. That's not a failure, Harry. That's a remarkable success. It won't be the last time. They got away, one of them, at least. They'll report back, regroup, try again. Yes. They will. Dumbledore nodded slowly. Which means we need to accelerate your training. The final task is in 3 weeks. Whatever happens in that maze, you need to be ready. The following weeks were the most intense of Harry's life. Dumbledore arranged for specialized instruction, not just standard defensive magic, but techniques specifically designed to counter the threats Harry now faced. Moody taught him combat tactics, ways to use his environment as a weapon, methods for fighting multiple opponents simultaneously. Lupin helped him refine his magical endurance, pushing his reserves further than he'd thought possible. Sirius worked with him on the Animagus transformation, teaching him tricks for faster, more seamless shifting between forms. And Fleur trained with him every evening, her fire magic complementing his storm abilities in ways that made both of them stronger. You are faster than before, she observed after one particularly intense session. More fluid. Z transformation used to cost you time and energy. Now it appends like breathing. I've had motivation. Near-death experiences will do that. Her smile was thin but proud. But it is more than fear driving you. You have accepted ZE Thunderbird as part of yourself. Stopped fighting ZE integration. Harry considered this. She was right, something had shifted during the attack, some barrier between human and Thunderbird finally dissolving. He no longer felt like a wizard who could become a storm creature. He felt like a storm creature who happened to also be a wizard. Is that dangerous? The Order people said losing yourself to the transformation was a risk. The risk is in denial, not acceptance. Fleur's expression was serious. When you fight what you are, you create division. Division creates weakness. But when you embrace every part of yourself, human and Thunderbird, fear and courage, light and dark, that is when true power emerges. You sound like you've been reading philosophy. I've been talking to Grandfather Storm. He has been corresponding with me since the meeting. She smiled at Harry's surprised expression. Did you think the Order was only interested in you? My Vila heritage intersects with storm magic in interesting ways. Says Zir is precedent, fire and storm combining in ancient rituals, creating power greater than either alone. Fire and storm. Harry felt the rightness of it, had felt it since the first moment Fleur's warmth had brushed against his lightning. Like us. Like us. Fleur took his hand, her fingers intertwining with his. Whatever waits in that maze, Harry, we face it together. Even if I cannot walk beside you, I will be watching. Waiting. Ready to burn down anything that threatens you. That's simultaneously romantic and terrifying. I am French. We invented romantic terror. Harry laughed, and for a moment, the weight of everything, the tournament, the prophecy, the enemies circling, felt lighter. The night before the final task, Harry dreamed again. He stood on the mesa, as before, but the landscape had changed. Storm clouds churned overhead, their depths flickering with lightning that illuminated a vast gathering, hundreds of figures in feathered cloaks, their faces turned toward him, their expressions ranging from hope to hostility. Grandfather Storm waited at the mesa's edge, his weathered face grave. You've grown, the old man said. More than I dared hope. But the tests ahead will push you further still. The maze? The maze is just the beginning. What waits at its center? Grandfather Storm shook his head. We cannot see clearly. Too many possibilities, too many forces converging. But we can see this, the choice you make there will determine not just your fate, but the fate of our entire tradition. No pressure, then. All the pressure. The old man's smile was sad. You've carried weight beyond your years since the moment you were born, Harry Potter. I won't pretend this is different. But know that you don't carry it alone. Whatever happens tomorrow, there are those who will stand with you. The dream began to fade, the mesa dissolving into mist, Grandfather Storm's voice echoing as if from a great distance. Trust the storm. Trust yourself. And when the moment comes, let go. Harry woke to dawn breaking over Hogwarts, the final day of the tournament stretching ahead like a road into darkness. The morning passed in a blur of last-minute preparations. Ron and Hermione found him in the common room, their expressions a mixture of support and barely concealed fear. Whatever happens in there, Hermione said, pulling him into a fierce hug, remember who you are. Not the Thunderbird, not the champion, not the prophecy. Harry. Our Harry. I'll remember. And try not to die, Ron added, his attempt at humor falling slightly flat. It would be really inconvenient for our friendship. I'll do my best. Fleur found him an hour before the task, in the quiet corner of the castle they'd claimed as their own. She said nothing, just held him, her warmth surrounding him, her heartbeat steady against his chest. Come back to me, she whispered. Always. The maze loomed at the center of the Quidditch pitch, its hedges 20 feet tall and humming with barely contained magic. The stands were packed, thousands of spectators watching with excited anticipation, unaware of the dangers that might lurk beyond the competition. Harry stood with the other champions at the entrance, feeling the weight of countless stares and the greater weight of what was to come. "Champions," Bagman announced, his voice magically amplified, "on my whistle, you will enter the maze. The Triwizard Cup waits at the center. The first to reach it wins eternal glory." The whistle shrieked. Harry ran into the darkness. Chapter 13 and Chapter 15, Alliances and Anchors. The weeks following the graveyard were a study in controlled chaos. Harry spent 3 days in the hospital wing, not because his injuries required it, the Thunderbird transformation had protected him from the worst of the battle, but because Dumbledore insisted on keeping him somewhere secure while the situation stabilized. Stabilized was a generous term. The Ministry's response to Voldemort's return had been exactly what Harry expected: denial, deflection, and increasingly desperate attempts to discredit anyone who claimed the Dark Lord had risen. Fudge had visited Hogwarts personally, his lime green bowler hat clutched in nervous hands, his voice rising to near hysteria as he dismissed Harry's account as the delusions of a traumatized child. "You expect me to believe," Fudge had sputtered, "that you-know-who, the most feared dark wizard in history, has returned from the dead? Based on the word of a 14-year-old who transforms into a mythical bird? I expect you to investigate," Harry had replied flatly. "Send Aurors to the graveyard. Examine the evidence. Question the Death Eaters who were captured." "What captured Death Eaters? Your account mentions no prisoners." "Because they escaped when I did." "But there were witnesses. Crouch Jr. confessed everything before the Dementors. Crouch Jr. is dead. Has been for years." Fudge's face had gone purple. "This is exactly what I warned the Wisengamot about. Allowing children to compete in dangerous tournaments, exposing them to dark magic, filling their heads with nonsense about ancient bloodlines and storm powers." The conversation had deteriorated from there. Dumbledore had eventually escorted Fudge out, but the damage was done. The Ministry would not be helping. The war would have to be fought without official support. Which meant it was time to build other alliances. The Order of the Phoenix reconvened for the first time in 13 years. Harry wasn't invited to the initial meetings, too young, too exposed, too likely to be targeted if his involvement became known. But Sirius kept him informed through careful letters, and Fleur shared what she learned through her own Order contacts. "They are organizing," she reported during one of their evening meetings. "Recruiting old members, establishing safe houses, preparing for a war that most people refuse to believe is coming." "Who's joined?" "Many. Lupin, of course. Tonks, Z.E. Auror with Z.E. Pink Air. Kingsley Shacklebolt, who has been protecting Z.E. Minister without him knowing. They Weasleys, all of them." Fleur paused. "And as heirs you might not expect. Severus Snape has returned to his role as spy within Z.E. Death Eater ranks." Harry's expression hardened. "Snape. The man who hates me for existing. The man who aided your father, perhaps. But he loved your mother, Harry. Loved her enough to turn against Voldemort once, and apparently enough to do so again." Fleur's voice was gentle but firm. "We cannot choose our allies based on personal comfort. We must accept help from anyone willing to give it." It was a hard truth, but Harry couldn't argue with the logic. If Snape's information could save lives, even if those lives weren't his, then personal grudges had to be set aside. What about the Order of the Storm? They Ave reached out. Grandfather Storm says they are willing to provide training, resources, even fighters if ZE's situation demands it. Fleur hesitated. "But there are conditions." "Of course there are. They want you to acknowledge your heritage. Publicly. To claim ZE Thunderbird mantle not as a British wizard who appeared to develop unusual abilities, but as a true heir to Zir tradition." Her eyes searched his face. "They want you to become a symbol, Harry. A bridge between Zir world and ours." Harry absorbed this, feeling the weight of yet another expectation settling onto his shoulders. The boy who lived. The Thunderbird heir. The symbol of international magical cooperation. What do you think I should do? I think you should do what feels right. Fleur took his hand, her warmth grounding him. Not what ZE order wants, not what ZE ministry demands, not what anyone expects. What you believe is correct. And if I don't know what that is, then you keep searching until you find it. She smiled. You have time, Harry. Not much, perhaps, but some. Use it wisely. The summer holidays arrived with the weight of unfinished business. Harry returned to Privet Drive for exactly 1 day before the Order extracted him, deeming the Dursley residence too vulnerable for someone the Dark Lord wanted dead. He was relocated to Grimmauld Place, Sirius's childhood home, now serving as Order headquarters, and immediately thrown into a world of secret meetings and desperate planning. The house was as grim as the story suggested. Dark magic clung to every surface, accumulated over generations of black family residents. House elf heads lined the walls. Portraits screamed obscenities at anyone who walked too loudly. But it was also full of people Harry cared about. Ron and Hermione arrived within the week, their parents having agreed to let them stay for the remainder of the summer. Fleur came and went, her duties with the Order taking her across Britain and occasionally to France, but she always returned to Harry's side when she could. And through it all, the training continued. Moody, the real one this time, scarred and paranoid and relentlessly effective, took over Harry's combat instruction. They dueled for hours every day, the old Auror pushing Harry's abilities further than anyone had before. You've got power, Moody growled after one particularly intense session. More than enough to take on most Death Eaters. But power without control is just chaos. You need precision. Discipline. The ability to apply exactly the right amount of force at exactly the right moment. I thought the Thunderbird was supposed to be about overwhelming force. The Thunderbird is about being a force of nature. And nature isn't always hurricanes and lightning, Potter. Sometimes it's the gentle rain that wears down mountains. Sometimes it's the fog that conceals armies. Sometimes it's the calm before the storm. Moody's magical eye fixed on Harry with uncomfortable intensity. Learn to be all of it. Not just the dramatic parts. It was good advice, and Harry took it to heart. He practiced subtlety alongside power, learning to summon mist as easily as lightning, to create breezes that could carry whispers across rooms, to sense the approach of enemies through changes in air pressure that most wizards would never notice. And he practiced with Fleur. Their sessions had evolved beyond simple training into something more complex, a merging of abilities that neither fully understood but both felt drawn to explore. Her fire complemented his storm in ways that seemed almost designed, as if the magic itself wanted them to work together. This is what Grandfather Storm meant, Fleur said one evening, after they'd managed to create a whirlwind of fire and lightning that had scorched a training dummy to ash. Fire and storm, combining. They old rituals spoke of this. What kind of rituals? I am not certain, he was vague on the details. She paused, her expression thoughtful. But I think what we are doing is rediscovering something ancient. Something that was lost when the magical traditions separated. And that's a good thing. I believe so. Her eyes met his, warm with affection and fierce with determination. Whatever we are becoming, Harry, we are becoming it together. That can only make us stronger. Victor Crumb visited in August. The Bulgarian Quidditch star arrived at Grimmauld Place with little warning, having apparently traveled from his home country specifically to speak with Harry. His face was grim, his usual brooding intensity sharpened into something closer to urgency. The Dark Lord is recruiting internationally, Victor said without preamble. Bulgaria, Romania, the Balkans, his agents are everywhere. They approach pureblood families, offer promises of power and glory, threaten those who refuse. We've heard similar reports from France, Fleur confirmed. They Death Eaters do not respect borders. No. They do not. Victor's dark eyes fixed on Harry. I came to offer alliance. Not just friendship, formal alliance. Durmstrang has connections, resources, knowledge that could be useful in the fight. Karkaroff won't approve of that. Karkaroff has fled. Disappeared the night of the third task and not been seen since. Victor's expression was contemptuous. He was always a coward. The school will choose new leadership, and I have influence in that choice. Harry considered this unexpected development. Victor Crumb, positioning himself as a power broker in international magical politics. It wasn't what he'd expected from the taciturn Quidditch player he'd competed against. Why? Harry asked. Why risk yourself for a fight that isn't yours? Because it will become my fight. Eventually. The Dark Lord's ambitions do not end at British borders. Victor's jaw tightened. And because I owe you. You saved Hermione when I could not. You showed courage that shamed everyone else in that tournament. I do not forget debts. This isn't about debts. No. But it is about honor. About standing against evil when others look away. Victor extended his hand. I offer what I can, Potter. Take it or leave it. Harry took his hand. We'll need all the help we can get. The alliance with Victor was just the beginning. Over the following weeks, Harry found himself at the center of an expanding network of connections. The Order of the Storm formally acknowledged him as an heir to their tradition, though they remained divided on what that meant. MACUSA extended cautious offers of cooperation, their representatives making clear that American involvement would depend on how the war developed. Even the French ministry, historically neutral in British magical affairs, began making overtures through Fleur's family connections. You're becoming a nexus, Dumbledore observed during one of their increasingly rare private meetings. A point around which alliances form. It's not an accident, Harry. People sense the power you carry, the destiny you represent. They want to be part of whatever is coming. I didn't ask for any of this. Few leaders do. The best ones rarely want the positions they eventually hold. Dumbledore's expression was thoughtful. But you have a choice in how you respond. You can resist this role, try to remain simply Harry Potter, 14-year-old wizard. Or you can accept what you're becoming and use it to help others. What if I'm not ready? You're not. No one ever is. Dumbledore smiled sadly. But readiness is less important than willingness. Are you willing to lead, Harry? To make difficult decisions, to accept responsibility for others' lives, to carry burdens that will only grow heavier? Harry thought about the question, really thought about it. The honest answer was that he didn't know. The idea of leading armies, making strategic decisions, being responsible for people beyond his immediate friends, it was terrifying. But so was the alternative. Standing aside while others fought and died. Letting Voldemort's darkness spread unopposed. Failing to use the power he'd been given, inherited, earned, whatever it was, to protect the people he loved. I'm willing to try, Harry said finally. I can't promise more than that. That's enough. Dumbledore nodded approvingly. For now, that's enough. The night before Harry's 15th birthday, Fleur found him on the roof of Grimmauld Place. He'd taken to coming up here when he needed to think. The sky above London wasn't as clear as it was over Hogwarts, but it was still sky, still open, still calling to the Thunderbird part of him that longed for flight. Fleur settled beside him without speaking, her presence warm against the cool night air. Tomorrow you will be 15, she said eventually. Yeah. Do you feel different? Older? Harry laughed softly. I feel like I've lived several lifetimes in the past year. 15 seems almost arbitrary. Age is arbitrary. Experience is what matters. Fleur's hand found his. And you have more experience on most people twice your age. Is that supposed to be comforting? It is supposed to be honest. She turned to face him, her silver hair catching the city's distant lights. Harry, whatever appends next, ze war, ze battles, ze choices you will have to make, I want you to know that I am with you. Not because of alliances or obligations or strategic advantage. Because I love you. The words hit Harry harder than he expected. He'd known, of course, had felt it in every touch, every glance, every moment they'd shared. But hearing it stated so directly. I love you too, he said. I've loved you since. I don't even know when. The Yule Ball. The lake. The first time you looked at me like I was a person instead of a symbol. That long ago. Her smile was radiant. You are even slower than I suspected. In my defense, I was busy fighting dragons and escaping Dark Lords. Excuses. But she was laughing, and then she was kissing him, and the roof of Grimmauld Place became, for a moment, the most perfect place in the world. When they finally separated, Fleur's expression was serious again. They order has asked me to return to France for a time. To coordinate with ZE European magical communities, to build ZE alliances that will be needed when ZE war spreads. How long? Weeks. Perhaps months. Her eyes searched his face. I do not want to leave you. But you have to. Yes. The word was heavy with regret. Zay work is important. Zay connections I can build will save lives. But it means being apart, and I. She trailed off, struggling for words. I'll be here when you get back, Harry said. Whatever happens, wherever this war takes us, I'll be here. Promise? I promise. It wasn't enough, could never be enough, in a world where promises were broken by death and disaster every day. But it was what they had, and sometimes that had to be sufficient. They stayed on the roof until dawn began to lighten the eastern sky, holding each other, watching the stars fade, savoring the peace before the storm. Tomorrow would bring Harry's birthday, and with it, the next phase of a war that showed no signs of ending. But tonight, they had this. And sometimes, that was enough. Chapter 15 and Chapter 16, The Maze's Heart. The final task had arrived. Harry stood at the entrance to the maze, feeling the weight of every moment that had led to this point. The hedges loomed 20 feet high, their leaves rustling with enchantments that seemed to whisper warnings to anyone foolish enough to enter. The June evening was warm, but Harry felt cold, the kind of cold that came from knowing something terrible waited at the journey's end. The other champions flanked him at their respective entrances. Cedric, determined and focused, his earlier conversation with Harry still fresh between them. Victor, grim-faced and ready, his alliance with Harry now formalized through weeks of correspondence. And Fleur, her silver hair catching the fading sunlight, her eyes finding his across the distance with a message that needed no words. Come back to me. Harry nodded almost imperceptibly. Always. Bagman's voice boomed across the pitch, explaining rules that Harry barely heard. The crowd's anticipation pressed against his awareness like a physical force, thousands of people, all watching, all waiting to see what the youngest champion would do. None of them knew what really waited at the maze's center. Harry had told Cedric about the port key, had warned him that the cup wasn't what it seemed. The Hufflepuff champion had agreed to Harry's plan, reached the center together, but let Harry handle whatever trap had been set. If things went wrong, Cedric would retreat and bring help. It wasn't a perfect plan. But it was better than walking in blind. The whistle shrieked. Harry ran. The maze was everything he'd expected and worse. The hedges seemed alive, reaching for him with thorny branches, closing behind him to cut off retreat. The darkness was absolute, broken only by the faint glow of his wand, and filled with sounds that might have been wind or might have been something hunting. Harry moved quickly but carefully, his Thunderbird senses extended to their limits. He could feel the maze's structure now, not just the physical walls, but the magical currents that flowed through them, the enchantments that shifted the passages, the concentration of power at the center that pulled at him like gravity. A boggart emerged from a side passage. Harry didn't slow down. Ridiculous. The monster wearing his face dissolved into mist, and Harry kept running. A sphinx blocked his path, demanding her riddle. Harry answered without pausing to think. The words came from somewhere deeper than conscious thought, pulled from the Thunderbird awareness that had become as natural as breathing. Correct, the sphinx purred, and stepped aside. More obstacles. A blast ended script that Harry dispatched with concentrated lightning. A patch of golden mist that tried to invert his sense of direction, he pushed through by trusting his magical senses rather than his physical ones. A section where the hedges themselves attacked, thorny vines lashing out like whips. Through it all, Harry pressed forward. He found Victor first, wandering in circles, his eyes blank with the unmistakable emptiness of the Imperious curse. Someone had gotten to him, turned him into a weapon against the other champions. Harry didn't hesitate. A precisely targeted stunning spell dropped the Bulgarian Quidditch star where he stood, breaking the curse's hold. Victor would wake with a headache and no memory of what had happened, but he would wake. One ally down. Two still active. Harry continued toward the center. He found Cedric fighting an Acromantula. The massive spider had the Hufflepuff champion cornered, its mandibles clicking with hungry anticipation, its many eyes gleaming in the darkness. Cedric was bleeding from multiple wounds, his wand movements growing desperate. Harry called lightning. The bolt struck the Acromantula with enough force to throw it 30 feet. The creature twitched once and went still, its legs curling inward in death. Thanks, Cedric gasped, leaning against the hedge for support. You're hurt. I'll live. Cedric straightened, wincing. The centers close. I can feel it. So can I. Harry studied his fellow champion, seeing exhaustion and determination in equal measure. Can you keep going? Do I have a choice? You always have a choice. That's kind of the point. Cedric was quiet for a moment. Then he nodded. Together, then. Like we planned. They moved through the final passages side by side, covering each other's blind spots, working in concert against obstacles that seemed designed to separate them. The maze fought their cooperation, threw creatures at them, shifted walls between them, tried every trick to break their alliance. But two champions working together proved stronger than the maze's machinations. The center opened before them suddenly. A circular clearing, perhaps 50 feet across, surrounded by the highest hedges Harry had seen. At the center stood a pedestal, and on that pedestal gleamed the Triwizard Cup, silver and blue, beautiful and terrible, promising glory to whoever touched it first. Harry stopped at the clearing's edge. Wait. Cedric paused beside him. What is it? Something's wrong. Harry extended his senses, feeling the magic concentrated in the space before them. The cup blazed with power, but it wasn't the power of a simple trophy. There were layers to it, enchantments woven into enchantments, magic that didn't belong to any legitimate tournament purpose. It's a portkey, Harry said quietly. Modified. Someone wants it to take the winner somewhere specific. Cedric's face went pale in the moonlight. The trap you warned me about. Yeah. Harry's jaw tightened. Whoever set this up, they're expecting me to touch that cup and be transported to wherever they're waiting. So what do we do? Harry had been thinking about this for weeks. Running through scenarios, calculating probabilities, trying to find an approach that didn't end with him walking into an ambush. He hadn't found one. I go, he said finally. You stay here, guard the entrance. If I'm not back in 15 minutes, get out of the maze and find Dumbledore. You're going to spring the trap deliberately. I'm going to control how it springs. Harry turned to face Cedric fully. I know what's waiting on the other side, or at least, I have a good idea. Voldemort wants me specifically. If I don't show up, he'll try again. Keep trying until he succeeds. At least this way, I choose the moment. That's insane. Probably. Harry smiled grimly. But it's also necessary. This thing between me and Voldemort, it won't end until one of us finishes it. Tonight might as well be the night I start. Cedric stared at him for a long moment. You're really going to do this? I don't see another option. There's always another option. We could both leave. Refuse to finish the task. Let someone else deal with the cup. The magical contract wouldn't allow that. And even if it did, Harry shook his head. Running doesn't solve anything. It just delays the inevitable. Cedric was quiet, processing. Finally, he extended his hand. Good luck, Potter. You're either the bravest person I've ever met or the most foolish. Probably both. Harry shook his hand. Remember, 15 minutes. Then get help. He turned and walked toward the cup. The clearing seemed to stretch as Harry crossed it, each step taking longer than it should. He could feel the magic intensifying around him, the portkey's power reaching out like eager hands. 10 feet from the pedestal, he stopped. The cup gleamed before him, beautiful and deadly. One touch, and he'd be transported to whatever hell Voldemort had prepared. One touch, and the trap would spring. Harry thought about everyone he was leaving behind. Fleur, watching from the stands, trusting him to survive. Ron and Hermione, who had faced every danger beside him. Sirius, who had waited 12 years for the godson he'd barely known. Dumbledore, who had guided him with gentle hands and hidden agendas. He thought about his parents, who had died protecting him from the darkness that waited on the other side of that portkey. He thought about the prophecy, and the destiny he'd never asked for, and the power that had been building inside him since the moment he first transformed. Either must die at the hand of the other. Harry reached for the cup. The moment his fingers touched the metal, the world twisted. The graveyard was exactly as he'd seen it in Crouch's memories, dark, overgrown, dominated by a massive yew tree and a distant manor house that radiated malevolence. Tombstones rose around him like crooked teeth, their inscriptions worn by time and weather. But something was different from what he'd expected. The clearing before the largest tombstone was empty. No cauldron, no gathered Death Eaters, no twisted form of the not yet resurrected Dark Lord. Just silence, and shadows, and the growing certainty that he'd walked into something even worse than he'd imagined. Harry Potter. The voice came from everywhere and nowhere, high and cold and utterly inhuman. Harry spun, wand raised, but there was no target to aim at, only darkness and the sense of something vast moving in the spaces between. We wondered if you would come alone. How very Gryffindor of you. A figure emerged from behind the yew tree. Not Voldemort, at least, not the Voldemort Harry had expected. This being was already restored, already powerful, his red eyes gleaming with terrible intelligence in a face that was barely human. You're confused, Voldemort said, his lipless mouth twisting into something like a smile. Expecting the ritual, the cauldron, the dramatic resurrection. But we've moved beyond such crude methods, Potter. Your blood was taken weeks ago, when you touched the goblet itself. The ritual was completed in secret, without witnesses, without the vulnerability of a graveyard confrontation. Harry felt cold horror spreading through his chest. Then this is simply the place I chose to kill you. Voldemort raised his wand, bone-white, 13 inches, holding a core that Harry could somehow sense was wrong in fundamental ways. I've waited a long time for this moment. Since before you were born, I've known that you were destined to be my enemy. Tonight, that destiny ends. Harry didn't wait for the killing curse. He transformed. The Thunderbird erupted into existence with a crack of displaced air and a flash of lightning that illuminated the entire graveyard. Harry's wings spread to their full span, his feathers crackling with electrical discharge, his cry splitting the night like the voice of the storm itself. Voldemort's eyes widened with something that might have been surprise, or hunger. Magnificent, the Dark Lord breathed. I had heard the rumors, but I didn't believe. A true Thunderbird, in Britain, bound to the soul of the boy I marked as my equal. Harry didn't respond with words. He responded with lightning. The bolt struck with enough force to crater the ground, but Voldemort wasn't there anymore. He'd moved with inhuman speed, appearing 20 feet to the left, his wand already casting counterattacks. Darkness erupted toward Harry, spells woven from shadow and malice and centuries of accumulated dark magic. He met them with wind and rain and the pure power of the storm, their magics colliding in displays that must have been visible for miles. But Voldemort was strong. Stronger than Harry had expected, even knowing what he faced. The Dark Lord's resurrection had been complete, his power fully restored, his connection to his Horcruxes feeding him strength that seemed endless. And he wasn't alone. Death Eaters emerged from the shadows, Bellatrix Lestrange, cackling with mad glee, Lucius Malfoy, his silver mask gleaming, a dozen others whose names Harry didn't know but whose power he could feel pressing against him from every direction. Harry fought. He called hurricanes down upon them, lightning striking again and again, wind tearing at robes and masks and the very ground beneath their feet. Death Eaters fell, stunned or wounded, unable to withstand the fury he unleashed. But for every one he dropped, Voldemort's attacks grew stronger. The Dark Lord was learning, adapting, finding patterns in Harry's defense and exploiting them with terrible precision. A curse broke through, not Avada Kedavra, but something else, something that burned through Harry's feathers and seared the flesh beneath. He screamed, the sound emerging as thunder, and felt his transformation falter. No. Not yet. Not like this. Harry gathered everything he had left, every reserve of power, every ounce of determination, every fragment of the storm that lived inside him, and released it all at once. The hurricane that descended on the graveyard was unlike anything he'd ever produced. Not a weather phenomenon, but an apocalypse, wind and rain and lightning combined into a single force of destruction that scoured the earth and filled the sky. Death Eaters scattered, fleeing, unable to stand against nature itself. Even Voldemort was forced back, his shield straining against the onslaught. But Harry couldn't maintain it. The power was draining from him faster than he could replace it, his transformation collapsing, his human form reasserting itself as exhaustion overwhelmed will. He fell. Harry hit the ground hard, gasping, his body refusing to obey commands. The storm faded around him, the hurricane dissipating, the graveyard returning to its natural darkness. Voldemort stood over him, untouched by the devastation that had leveled everything else, his red eyes gleaming with triumph. "Impressive," the Dark Lord said. "Truly impressive. I had not expected you to have mastered the transformation so completely. But in the end, Potter, power is not enough. You lack experience. You lack ruthlessness. You lack the willingness to do whatever is necessary to win." He raised his wand. Avada, a crack of apparition split the air. Dumbledore appeared between Harry and Voldemort, his wand blazing with light, his face set in an expression of terrible fury. "Tom." Voldemort's killing curse died unspoken. For a moment, just a moment, something like fear flickered across his inhuman features. Then it was replaced by cold calculation. "Dumbledore. Come to watch your precious boy die. Come to end this. Once and for all." The duel that followed was beyond anything Harry had ever witnessed, beyond anything he'd imagined possible. The two most powerful wizards of the age clashed in a storm of spells and counterspells, magic flying so fast the eye couldn't track it. But Harry was barely conscious, his vision swimming, his body too damaged to move. He watched through a haze of pain as the two titans battled, as the graveyard shook with the force of their confrontation, as the very fabric of reality seemed to strain under the weight of their power. Dumbledore was winning. Slowly, gradually, his experience and precision overwhelming Voldemort's raw magical might. The Dark Lord was being pushed back, his defenses crumbling, and then Voldemort looked at Harry. Looked at the fallen boy who had survived him so many times, who had escaped every trap, who carried a piece of his own soul without knowing it. His eyes narrowed with sudden decision. Another time, then. He vanished. Not apparition, Harry would have felt that. Something else, some darker form of travel that left no trace, no trail, nothing for even Dumbledore to follow. The graveyard fell silent. Harry. Dumbledore's voice, close and concerned. Harry felt hands helping him sit up, felt healing magic flowing into his wounds, felt the terrible weight of exhaustion beginning to lift. He got away, Harry managed. Yes. But you survived. That's what matters. I failed. I was supposed to end this, you were supposed to survive long enough to fight another day. Dumbledore's eyes were kind but firm. You faced Lord Voldemort at the peak of his power and held him off until help arrived. That's not failure, Harry. That's victory. Harry wanted to argue, but he didn't have the strength. The portkey cup lay nearby, still glowing faintly. Dumbledore helped him reach it, and together they activated its return function. The world twisted one final time, and Harry was back at Hogwarts. The aftermath was chaos. Fleur was there immediately, her hands finding his face, her tears mixing with the rain that still clung to his robes. Ron and Hermione pushed through the crowd, their faces white with terror and relief. Cedric emerged from the maze, his 15-minute deadline apparently having elapsed just as Harry returned. Questions bombarded him from every direction. Ministry officials demanded explanations. Reporters shouted for quotes. Even some of the judges seemed uncertain how to process what had clearly been more than a simple tournament task. But Harry only had eyes for one person. He's back, he told Fleur, his voice barely a whisper. Voldemort. He's been back for weeks. The ritual happened in secret, I was supposed to be the final piece, but... Shoo. She held him close, her warmth surrounding him. You are alive. That is all that matters. The war, the war can wait until tomorrow. Tonight, you rest. Tonight, you are safe. Harry let himself believe her. Let himself sink into her embrace, into the relief of survival, into the simple joy of being alive when every odd had been against him. Tomorrow would bring consequences. Tomorrow would bring war. But tonight, he had this. And sometimes, that was enough. Chapter 16 and Chapter 17, The Graveyard Storm. The truth came out in fragments over the following days. Harry spent the first 48 hours in the hospital wing, not because his injuries required it, Madame Pomfrey had healed the worst of the damage within hours, but because Dumbledore insisted on keeping him somewhere secure while the political situation stabilized. Stabilized was perhaps too optimistic a word. The Ministry's response to Voldemort's confirmed return had been swift and predictable: denial, deflection, and increasingly desperate attempts to discredit anyone who contradicted the official narrative. Fudge had arrived at Hogwarts within hours of Harry's return, his lime green bowler hat clutched in nervous hands, his voice rising to near hysteria as he dismissed the evidence before him. You expect me to believe, the minister had sputtered, that you-know-who, the most feared dark wizard in history, has been resurrected for weeks without anyone noticing? That the entire tournament was a trap orchestrated by Death Eaters operating under our very noses? I expect you to investigate, Dumbledore had replied, his voice carrying the weight of centuries of authority. Examine the graveyard. Question the captured Death Eaters. Review the modifications made to the Triwizard Cup. What captured Death Eaters? What modifications? All I see is a traumatized boy with a history of attention-seeking and a headmaster who has been undermining ministry authority for years. The conversation had deteriorated from there. But Harry had learned something important from that exchange: the ministry would not be helping. Whatever war was coming, they would have to fight it without official support. Which meant it was time to take matters into their own hands. The Order of the Phoenix met in full session 3 days after the graveyard confrontation. Harry wasn't invited to the meeting itself, too young, Dumbledore said, too exposed, but Sirius kept him informed through careful conversations in the quiet corners of Grimmauld Place, where the Order had established its new headquarters. Snape's confirmed it, Sirius reported, his expression grim. Voldemort's been operating for weeks, rebuilding his inner circle, recruiting from the old families. The resurrection ritual was completed in secret, your blood from the goblet was the final component. How many Death Eaters? Dozens confirmed. Probably more we don't know about. Sirius ran a hand through his hair. He's being careful this time. No dramatic attacks, no public declarations. Just quiet expansion, building strength while the Ministry looks the other way. And the Order's response? We're mobilizing. Recruiting old members, establishing safe houses, preparing surveillance networks. Sirius paused, his eyes searching Harry's face. But Harry, there's something else. Something Dumbledore didn't want to tell you yet. Harry felt cold despite the summer warmth. What? The prophecy. The full prophecy, not just the fragment Voldemort heard before your birth. Sirius's voice dropped to barely a whisper. Dumbledore retrieved it from the Department of Mysteries. It says that neither can live while the other survives. The words hit Harry like a physical blow. He'd known, on some level, that his conflict with Voldemort would end in violence. But hearing it stated so baldly, so one of us has to die. One of you has to kill the other. There's no other ending, according to the prophecy. Sirius gripped Harry's shoulder. But prophecies can be interpreted many ways. They're not absolute, they're absolute enough. Harry's voice was flat. Voldemort believes it. That's why he keeps coming after me. That's why he won't stop until one of us is dead. Harry, it's okay. It wasn't okay, but Harry said it anyway. I've known for a while that this would end with a confrontation. At least now I know why. Sirius looked like he wanted to say more, but the sound of footsteps on the stairs interrupted them. Fleur appeared in the doorway, her expression concerned. The Order meeting is finished. Dumbledore wants to speak with you, Harry. Harry rose, squeezing his godfather's shoulder as he passed. We'll talk more later. The walk to Dumbledore's improvised office felt longer than it should have. Harry's mind was churning with the prophecy's implications, with the weight of a destiny he'd never asked for but couldn't escape. Neither can live while the other survives. The words echoed in his skull like a death sentence. Dumbledore looked older than Harry had ever seen him. The headmaster sat behind a desk cluttered with papers and artifacts, his half-moon spectacles reflecting the candlelight, his expression carrying the weight of difficult decisions already made. Harry. Please, sit. Harry sat. I imagine Sirius has told you about the prophecy. Yes. Then you understand why I've kept certain things from you. Why I've tried to shield you from the full truth of your situation. Dumbledore's eyes were tired but kind. I convinced myself it was for your protection. That you were too young to carry such burdens. I see now that I was wrong. You were trying to protect me. I was trying to protect my image of you. The innocent child I wanted you to remain, rather than the warrior you were becoming. Dumbledore shook his head slowly. But innocence is a luxury we can no longer afford. The war has begun, Harry. And you are at its center, whether either of us wishes it or not. So what now? Now we prepare. You've already begun, your abilities have grown remarkably over the past year. But there's more to learn, more to understand about the power you carry. Dumbledore leaned forward. The Thunderbird transformation is not just an Animagus form. It's a connection to an ancient magical tradition, one that may hold the key to defeating Voldemort. The power the Dark Lord knows not. Perhaps. Or perhaps something else entirely. Dumbledore's expression was complicated. I've been corresponding with the Order of the Storm, seeking their knowledge about Thunderbird magic. What I've learned is troubling. Troubling how? The full manifestation of Thunderbird power requires integration, a merging of human and elemental aspects that goes beyond simple transformation. Those who achieve it become something more than wizard or creature. They become forces of nature. Dumbledore paused. But the process is dangerous. Some who attempt it lose themselves entirely, forgetting they were ever human. Harry thought about his boggart, the vision of himself consumed by lightning, more monster than man. I've seen that possibility. Yes. Your boggart revealed it, as boggarts do. Dumbledore nodded slowly. The question is whether you can achieve the integration without losing yourself. Whether you can become the Storm while remaining Harry Potter. And if I can't? Then we find another way. The prophecy speaks of power the Dark Lord knows not, it doesn't specify what form that power must take. Dumbledore's eyes met Harry's directly. You are more than your transformation, Harry. More than your bloodline, more than your destiny. Whatever path we choose, it must be one that preserves who you are, not just what you can do. Harry absorbed this, feeling the truth of it settle into his bones. The Thunderbird was part of him, but it wasn't all of him. His friendships, his loves, his choices, these mattered just as much as the storm in his blood. I understand. Good. Dumbledore rose, his movements slower than they used to be. Rest now. The summer will bring training, preparation, difficult decisions. But tonight, be with the people you care about. Let them remind you what we're fighting for. Harry stood to leave, then paused at the door. Professor. Thank you. For finally telling me the truth. I should have told you years ago. But better late than never, I suppose. Dumbledore's smile was sad but genuine. Go. Your friends are waiting. Harry found them in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, Ron and Hermione, talking quietly over cups of tea that had long since gone cold. Their faces lit up when they saw him, relief and worry mixing in equal measure. How are you feeling? Hermione asked immediately. The wounds from the graveyard, healed. Mostly. Harry settled into a chair between them. But there's something I need to tell you. Something Dumbledore finally explained. He told them about the prophecy. The full prophecy, with its terrible implications and inescapable conclusion. Ron's face went pale. Hermione's eyes filled with tears she was too stubborn to shed. So it's you or him, Ron said when Harry finished. No other options. That's what it sounds like. But prophecies can be wrong, Hermione insisted. They're interpretations, not certainties, Voldemort believes it. That makes it certain enough. Harry met her eyes. I'm not telling you this because I want sympathy. I'm telling you because you deserve to know. Because if you're going to stand beside me, and I hope you will, you should understand what that means. Hermione was quiet for a moment. Then she reached across the table and took Harry's hand. We've stood beside you since first year. Through trolls and basilisks and dementors and everything else. Do you really think a prophecy is going to change that? She's right, mate. Ron's voice was steady despite his pallor. We're not going anywhere. Whatever comes, we face it together. Harry felt something loosen in his chest, a tension he'd been carrying since Dumbledore's revelation. He'd been afraid, he realized. Afraid that the truth would drive them away, that the weight of his destiny would be too much for their friendship to bear. He should have known better. Thank you, he said. Both of you. Don't thank us yet, Ron replied with a ghost of his usual grin. Thank us after we've actually helped you kill a Dark Lord. Fleur found him later that night, on the roof of Grimmauld Place where the stars were visible despite London's light pollution. She didn't ask about the prophecy, she already knew, having been briefed by the Order. She simply sat beside him, her shoulder warm against his, and watched the sky in companionable silence. Zay's stars are different in France, she said eventually. Zay same constellations, but Ze air is cleaner. You can see more of them. I'd like to see that someday. You will. When this is over, I will take you to Provence. Show you ze vineyards, ze lavender fields, ze places where I grew up. Her hand found his. We will have a future, Harry. I have to believe that. Even knowing what the prophecy says. Especially knowing that. Fleur turned to face him, her eyes bright in the darkness. The prophecy says one of you must die at ze Ozers and. It does not say which one. It does not say when, or how, or what appends after. She squeezed his hand. We write the rest of the story ourselves. Harry wanted to believe her. Wanted to believe that there was a future beyond the war, beyond the prophecy, beyond the terrible weight of destiny. I love you, he said, because it was true and because he needed to say it. I love you too. Fleur kissed him, soft and sweet and full of promise. Now stop brooding and come to bed. Tomorrow will bring enough troubles without borrowing from ze future. She led him inside, away from the stars and the prophecy and the looming shadow of war. Tomorrow would bring training and planning and the grim work of preparation. But tonight, they had each other. And sometimes, that was enough. The summer passed in a blur of activity. Harry trained relentlessly, pushing his abilities further than he'd ever thought possible. Moody drilled him in combat tactics, teaching him to fight smart rather than just hard. Lupin helped him refine his magical endurance, extending the time he could maintain transformation without exhaustion. Sirius worked with him on the Animagus aspects, sharing techniques that had taken him years to master. And through it all, Harry practiced the integration Dumbledore had described, the merging of human and Thunderbird that would either make him invincible or destroy him entirely. The process was terrifying. Each session pushed him closer to the edge, closer to the point where the storm might overwhelm the wizard. He learned to ride that edge, to dance along the boundary between control and chaos, to touch the infinite power of the elements without being consumed by it. Some days he failed. Some days the Thunderbird rose up inside him and he lost himself for hours, returning to human awareness with no memory of what he'd done. Those were the dangerous days, the days when Fleur or Sirius or someone else had to talk him back from the brink. But gradually, slowly, he found balance. The integration wasn't about suppressing the Thunderbird or dominating it. It was about accepting it as part of himself, as natural as his heartbeat, as essential as his breath. When he stopped fighting the transformation and started flowing with it, the power became easier to control. By August, Harry could maintain full Thunderbird form for hours without strain. By September, he could shift between forms as easily as changing clothes. By the time the new school year approached, he had become something neither fully human nor fully elemental. He had become what the prophecy required. A weapon capable of destroying the darkest wizard of the age. Or, if things went wrong, a monster capable of destroying everything else. The night before Harry was scheduled to return to Hogwarts, Dumbledore called him for a final meeting. "You've grown remarkably," the headmaster said, studying Harry with those piercing blue eyes. "More than I dared hope. The integration is nearly complete." Nearly. The final stage cannot be taught, it must be experienced. When the moment comes, when you face Voldemort for the last time, you will either achieve full integration or... Dumbledore didn't finish the sentence. Or I'll lose myself. Become what my boggart showed. Yes. Dumbledore's voice was heavy. It's a risk we must accept. But Harry, I believe in you. I believe that your heart, your connections, your love for the people around you, these will anchor you when the storm threatens to carry you away. And if they don't, then your friends will do what must be done. Dumbledore met his eyes steadily. They know the risks. They've agreed to take action if you lose yourself completely. It's not a pleasant contingency, but it's necessary. Harry absorbed this, the knowledge that his friends might have to kill him if he became a monster. It should have been horrifying. Instead, it felt almost comforting. If the worst happened, if he became something that threatened the people he loved, they wouldn't let him continue. They would stop him, whatever the cost. It was the ultimate expression of trust. I understand, Harry said. And I accept. Good. Dumbledore rose, extending his hand. This may be the last time we speak before the final confrontation. Whatever happens, Harry, know that I am proud of you. Proud of the man you've become. Harry shook the offered hand. Thank you, Professor. For everything. The next morning, Harry returned to Hogwarts for what might be his final year. The war was coming. And he was ready. Chapter 17 and Chapter 18, Thunder Against Thunder. The confrontation came sooner than anyone expected. October had barely begun when the wards around Hogwarts screamed their warning, a sound Harry felt more than heard, resonating through the Thunderbird awareness that had become as natural as breathing. He was in the Great Hall when it happened, eating breakfast with Ron and Hermione, discussing their upcoming charms exam. One moment, everything was normal. The next, the sky above the enchanted ceiling went black. Not the darkness of clouds or approaching storm. Something else, something that swallowed light, that pressed against the castle's ancient protections like a weight of malevolence given form. Everyone to the common rooms. McGonagall's voice cut through the sudden chaos. Prefects, escort the younger students. Teachers, defensive positions. Harry didn't move toward Gryffindor Tower. He moved toward the entrance hall, toward the darkness, toward the confrontation he'd known was coming since the graveyard. Harry, wait, Hermione grabbed his arm. I have to go. Then we're coming with you. No. Harry turned to face his friends, seeing the determination in their eyes, and the fear beneath it. This is between me and him. It always has been. You need to help protect the students, make sure no one else gets caught in the crossfire. That's insane, Ron said flatly. You can't face him alone. I won't be alone. Dumbledore's coming, I can feel him moving through the castle. Harry managed a smile that felt more confident than he felt. Besides, I've been training for this all summer. Time to see if it paid off. Before they could argue further, he ran. The grounds of Hogwarts had become a battlefield. Death Eaters swarmed across the lawn, their dark robes billowing, their masks gleaming in the unnatural darkness. They cast curses at the castle's defenders, teachers and older students who had taken positions along the walls, returning fire with desperate precision. But the Death Eaters were just the opening wave. At the edge of the Forbidden Forest, a figure stood alone, his presence warping the air around him, his red eyes blazing with power that had been building for months. Lord Voldemort had come to Hogwarts. Harry burst through the main doors and felt the Dark Lord's attention snap toward him immediately. Across the chaos of battle, their eyes met. Harry Potter. Voldemort's voice carried impossibly, cutting through the sounds of combat. I wondered when you would show yourself. Come to die at last. Come to finish this. Harry walked forward, and the battle seemed to part around him. Death Eaters and defenders alike stopped fighting, drawn by the weight of what was about to happen. Even the unnatural darkness seemed to hold its breath. You've grown stronger. Voldemort's tone was almost admiring. I felt it, through our connection. The Thunderbird power, finally integrating. You've become quite the weapon, haven't you? I'm not a weapon. I'm your ending. Voldemort laughed, a high, cold sound that made Harry's scar burn with reflected malice. Bold words. But words won't save you tonight. Nothing will. He raised his wand, and the darkness around him condensed into something solid, something hungry, something that reached toward Harry with tendrils of pure shadow. Harry transformed. The Thunderbird exploded into existence with a crack of displaced air and a flash of lightning that illuminated the entire grounds. Harry's wings spread to their full span, his feathers blazing with electrical discharge, his cry splitting the night like the voice of storm itself. Voldemort's shadow magic met his lightning in a collision that shook the earth. The impact threw both of them backward, Harry tumbling through the air before catching himself on currents of wind, Voldemort sliding across the ground before anchoring himself with dark magic. They recovered in the same instant, attacks already forming, power building for the real battle. Impressive, Voldemort hissed. But I've prepared for this. He cast something Harry didn't recognize, a spell that felt ancient and wrong, drawn from sources darker than any textbook could describe. The darkness around him coalesced into a shape, a form, a creature of shadow that rose to match Harry's Thunderbird in size and presence. A counter Thunderbird. Made of darkness instead of storm, of shadow instead of lightning. The Dark Lord knows not. Voldemort's voice dripped with contempt. The prophecy spoke of power I didn't understand. But understanding comes with time, Potter. And I've had months to study your abilities, to devise counters, to prepare for exactly this moment. The Shadow Thunderbird attacked. What followed was unlike anything Harry had experienced, a battle between elemental forces, storm versus shadow, light versus dark. They clashed above Hogwarts in displays of power that would be spoken of for generations, their magics colliding in explosions that lit the night like a second sun. Harry threw lightning, and Voldemort's creature absorbed it. Harry called hurricanes, and the Shadow Thunderbird tore through them. Harry tried every technique he'd learned, every trick Moody and Lupin and Sirius had taught him, but nothing seemed to work. For every attack he launched, Voldemort had a counter. For every defense he raised, the Shadow found a way through. The Dark Lord had been planning this for months. Every moment since his resurrection, he'd been preparing for exactly this confrontation, studying the Thunderbird, developing counters, creating a weapon specifically designed to destroy Harry's greatest asset. And it was working. Harry felt his power draining, his transformation straining, the Shadow's attacks wearing down his defenses. He was losing. No. The thought came from somewhere deep inside, not the Thunderbird, but something older, something human. The core of who he was, buried beneath layers of power and prophecy and destiny. I am not just the storm. Harry remembered Fleur's words, "Zay storm does not change who you are. It only makes you more yourself." He remembered Dumbledore's warning, your heart, your connections, your love for the people around you, these will anchor you. He remembered every moment that had brought him here, Ron's loyalty, Hermione's brilliance, Sirius's love, Fleur's fire. His parents' sacrifice. His friends' trust. Everything that made him Harry Potter, not just the Thunderbird's heir. The integration Dumbledore had described wasn't about merging human and elemental. It was about accepting that they were never separate to begin with. Harry let go. Not of control, of limitation. Of the belief that his human self and his Thunderbird self were different things, requiring balance, requiring management. They weren't different. They were the same. The storm was his heart, and his heart was the storm. Power flooded through him, not the raw force of the Thunderbird, but something more. The love he felt for his friends. The grief he carried for his parents. The hope he held for the future. The determination that had kept him fighting through every trial. All of it became lightning. All of it became storm. Harry screamed, a sound that was human and elemental and something beyond both, and the sky answered. Not just the clouds above Hogwarts. The entire atmosphere, responding to a call that reached beyond local weather, beyond natural patterns, beyond anything the Thunderbird had ever channeled. A hurricane descended on the battlefield. Not a metaphorical hurricane, a real one. Hundreds of miles across, drawn from the Atlantic, condensed and focused and directed with precision that should have been impossible. Winds that could flatten cities, rain that could drown continents, lightning that struck with the force of nuclear weapons. All of it focused on the Shadow Thunderbird. Voldemort's creation didn't stand a chance. The darkness that had seemed invincible moments before was torn apart, scattered, reduced to wisps of shadow that the wind carried away into nothingness. The counter Thunderbird dissolved, and with it, the Dark Lord's advantage. Harry dove toward Voldemort, lightning gathering around him like a shroud, his power greater than it had ever been. For the first time since his resurrection, Voldemort looked afraid. "This isn't possible," the Dark Lord hissed, his wand moving desperately, shields forming and failing against Harry's onslaught. "No wizard can channel this much power, I'm not just a wizard." Lightning struck with surgical precision, breaking through Voldemort's defenses, forcing him backward step by step. The hurricane howled around them, but Harry controlled it with perfect awareness, protecting the castle's defenders while focusing destruction on the enemy. "The prophecy was right," Harry continued, his voice carrying the weight of thunder. "There is power you don't know. Not just the Thunderbird, all of it. The love my mother died to give me. The bonds I've built with people who believe in me. The choice to be more than my destiny." He struck again, and Voldemort screamed as lightning seared through his protections. "You split your soul to become immortal. You thought that made you stronger. But it made you less human. Less capable of understanding what really matters." Another strike. Voldemort fell to his knees. "You can't kill me," the Dark Lord gasped, his red eyes blazing with desperation and hate. "The Horcruxes, I am bound to this world, I know about the Horcruxes." Voldemort's face went white. "Did you think Dumbledore wouldn't figure it out? We've been hunting them all summer." The diary was already destroyed. The ring. The locket. The cup. The diadem. Harry loomed over his enemy, storm and man combined into a single force of terrible purpose. "There's only one left. And it's inside me." Understanding dawned in Voldemort's eyes, and with it, something that looked almost like hope. "Then you can't kill me without killing yourself. We're bound together, Potter. You die, I die. Neither of us can, I know." Harry called the lightning one final time. Not to strike Voldemort, to strike himself. The bolt hit with enough force to stop his heart. Harry felt his body die, felt his soul begin to leave, felt the connection to the fragment of Voldemort inside him finally, permanently sever. But the Thunderbird wasn't bound by human mortality. It caught his soul before it could pass beyond, held him in the space between life and death, gave him a choice he shouldn't have had. "Return," the storm whispered. "You are not finished. Return." Harry chose to live. His heart restarted with a crack of internal lightning. His lungs filled with air that tasted like ozone and victory. His eyes opened to find the hurricane fading, the battle over, Voldemort's body lying broken on the ground. The Dark Lord wasn't quite dead, couldn't be, with the soul fragment that had been inside Harry now exposed and vulnerable. But he was powerless, his wand destroyed, his Death Eaters scattered or captured, his grand design in ruins. Dumbledore appeared beside Harry, his expression a mixture of awe and relief. "Harry. You survived." "Barely." Harry's voice came out rough, damaged by the lightning that had stopped his heart. "The last Horcrux, it's destroyed. I felt it die when I did. Then it's time to end this." They looked at Voldemort together, the Dark Lord who had terrorized the wizarding world for generations, reduced to a broken thing on the ground, his immortality stripped away, his power gone. "Will you do it?" Dumbledore asked quietly. Harry considered. The prophecy said one of them had to die at the other's hand. It would be fitting for Harry to be the one who ended it, who delivered the final blow after everything Voldemort had taken from him. But revenge wasn't what Harry wanted. Had never been what he wanted. "No," he said. "Let the Ministry have him. Let him face justice. Let the world see what he's become." Dumbledore nodded slowly. "A merciful choice. A just one. He spent his whole life afraid of death, afraid of weakness, afraid of everything he couldn't control. Let him live with that fear, in a cell, knowing he'll never escape it." It wasn't the dramatic ending the prophecy had seemed to promise. But prophecies, Harry had learned, weren't about dramatics. They were about endings. And this was one. The aftermath stretched into dawn. Death Eaters were captured, wounded were treated, students emerged from hiding to witness the battlefield where their world had changed forever. The ministry arrived, too late to help, of course, but in time to take credit, and Fudge's face as he confronted the evidence of his denials was almost worth the night's terror. Harry sat on the steps of the castle, exhausted beyond words, watching the sun rise over a world that was finally, truly free. Fleur found him there. She didn't speak. Just sat beside him, her warmth cutting through the lingering chill, her presence a comfort that required no words. "It's over," Harry said eventually. "Yes. I don't know what comes next." "Neither do I." Fleur's hand found his, their fingers intertwining. "But we will find out together." Ron and Hermione appeared, settling on his other side, completing the circle that had begun in their first year on the Hogwarts Express. They'd come so far since then. Faced so much. Lost and gained and grown in ways none of them could have predicted. "So," Ron said after a while, "what do you want to do now that you're not destined for mortal combat?" Harry laughed, a real laugh, surprising himself. "I have absolutely no idea." "That's the first sane thing you've said in years," Hermione observed. "Maybe we should celebrate that." The sun continued to rise, painting the sky in shades of gold and pink, burning away the last shadows of the night. Below them, the wizarding world was beginning the long process of healing, of rebuilding, of coming to terms with everything that had happened. Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the Thunderbird's heir, the destroyer of Voldemort, sat with his friends and watched the dawn. The prophecy was fulfilled. The war was over. The rest of his life was just beginning. Chapter 18 and Chapter 19, the Dark Lords offer the graveyard battle had been won, but the war was far from over. Harry stood in the ruins of what had been Voldemort's ritual site, 3 days after escaping the maze, surveying the damage his hurricane had wrought. The tombstones were scattered, the yew tree shattered, the Riddle Manor on the hill reduced to rubble by lightning strikes he barely remembered calling. But Voldemort had escaped. The Dark Lord had fled in the final moments of their confrontation, using some form of dark travel that left no trace for even Dumbledore to follow. His Death Eaters had scattered with him, disappearing into the shadows they'd emerged from, leaving behind only questions and growing fear. "He'll regroup," Moody said, his magical eye scanning the devastation. "Build his forces. Try again." "I know. You hurt him, Potter. Badly. Whatever you did with that hurricane, it damaged more than just his pride. I've never seen that kind of power from a single wizard." Harry didn't respond. The truth was, he wasn't entirely sure what he'd done. In the heat of battle, he'd reached for something beyond his normal abilities, and the storm had answered in ways that still frightened him. "The Order of the Storm has been in contact," Moody continued. "They want to meet. Urgently." "About what?" "Wouldn't say. But given what you demonstrated." Moody's scarred face twisted into something that might have been concern. "They've never seen a full manifestation like yours. Some of them are calling you a legend come to life. Others are calling you a threat. Which one should I be worried about?" "Both." The meeting took place at a neutral location, an ancient stone circle in the Scottish Highlands, older than Hogwarts, humming with magic that predated written history. Harry arrived with Dumbledore at his side, finding a delegation of Order representatives already waiting. Grandfather Storm was there, looking older than the last time they'd met, his weathered face grave. Beside him stood the unnamed woman who had first contacted Harry at Hogwarts, and several others he didn't recognize, men and women whose eyes crackled with lightning, whose presence made the air taste of ozone. "Harry Potter," Grandfather Storm said. "You have exceeded all our expectations. That seems to be a pattern." "Indeed." The old man's expression was complicated. "What you did in that graveyard, calling a hurricane from the Atlantic, channeling power that should have killed you, it has not been done in 500 years. Perhaps longer. I didn't exactly plan it." "No. That's what makes it remarkable." Grandfather Storm stepped closer, his eyes searching Harry's face. "The full integration of human and Thunderbird has always been our tradition's goal. But it's also been our greatest fear. Those who achieve it become something beyond wizard or creature. They become forces of nature, capable of great good or terrible destruction, depending on their choices. And you're worried about which way I'll go. We're worried about what others might do to influence you. The unnamed woman spoke up, her voice sharp. The Dark Lord survived your confrontation. He will not make the same mistakes twice. When he returns, and he will return, he will come with new strategies, new weapons, new ways to counter or corrupt your power. I can handle Voldemort. Can you? Grandfather Storm's voice was gentle but probing. You hurt him badly, yes. But you also revealed the full extent of your abilities. He knows what you're capable of now. And Tom Riddle has never been one to face a challenge he couldn't overcome. The word sent a chill through Harry despite the summer warmth. The old man was right, in his desperate bid to defeat Voldemort, Harry had shown his hand completely. The Dark Lord would spend the coming months analyzing what had happened, developing counters, preparing for their next confrontation. So what do you suggest? Training. Deeper than anything you've attempted. There are aspects of Thunderbird magic you haven't touched, abilities that could give you an edge when Voldemort returns. Grandfather Storm paused. But there's a cost. The training would require you to leave Britain, to come to America, to immerse yourself in our traditions completely. Leave Britain. With Voldemort still out there. Voldemort is recovering, rebuilding. He won't be ready for another major confrontation for months, perhaps longer. You have time, not much, but some. The old man's eyes were intent. Use it wisely. Harry looked at Dumbledore, who had been silent throughout the exchange. The choice is yours, the headmaster said quietly. But Grandfather Storm makes a valid point. The power you demonstrated in the graveyard was remarkable, but it was also uncontrolled. If you can learn to harness it deliberately, I could end this war before it really begins. Perhaps. Or perhaps not. The future is never certain. Dumbledore's expression was complicated. But knowledge is always valuable. And the Order of the Storm has knowledge we cannot provide. Harry turned back to Grandfather Storm. How long would the training take? Weeks. Possibly months. It depends on how quickly you can learn, how deeply you're willing to commit. Months. Away from Hogwarts, away from his friends, away from Fleur. While Voldemort rebuilt and planned and prepared. But also months to grow stronger. To learn abilities that might make the difference in the final confrontation. I need to think about it, Harry said finally. Talk to the people who matter to me. Of course. Grandfather Storm inclined his head. We'll await your decision. But Harry, don't wait too long. Time is the one resource none of us can create more of. The conversation with Fleur happened that night, on the roof of Grimmauld Place where they'd shared so many moments. They want you to leave, she said when Harry finished explaining. To go to America, to train with them, to become even more powerful than you are. Yes. And you are considering it. I don't know what I'm considering. Harry ran a hand through his hair, frustrated. Part of me thinks it's the right thing to do, get stronger, learn everything I can, be ready for when Voldemort comes back. But another part wants to stay. To be with the people you love. To not miss whatever time we have. Yeah. Fleur was quiet for a long moment, her silver hair catching the starlight. When she spoke, her voice was thoughtful. Do you remember what I told you, the night before the first task? About showing them what you really are? I remember. You did that. You have been doing it all year, revealing yourself, accepting your power, becoming who you were meant to be. She turned to face him. But there is a difference between revealing yourself and losing yourself. If you go to America, immerse yourself in their training, become even more the Thunderbirds than you already are. You're worried I'll lose the human part. I am worried that the human part is what makes you worth fighting for. Fleur's eyes were bright with unshed tears. The prophecy speaks of power the Dark Lord knows not. But that power is not just the storm, Harry. It is your hurt. Your love. Your connections to the people around you. If you cut yourself off from those things to train, I might become exactly what my boggart showed. Yes. Harry absorbed this, feeling the truth of it settle into his bones. The graveyard battle had been won not just through power, but through remembering what he was fighting for. The faces of his friends, the warmth of Fleur's love, the sacrifices his parents had made, these had anchored him when the storm threatened to carry him away. Could he maintain those anchors across an ocean, immersed in training designed to push him further into the elemental aspects of his nature? He didn't know. What would you do? He asked. I would stay. Fleur's answer was immediate. Not because ZE training is not valuable, but because ZE training, with Dumbledore, with Moody, with ZE people who know you and love you, that training will make you strong in ways ZE Order cannot understand. They see ZE Thunderbird. We see Harry. And if that's not enough? If Voldemort comes back with something I can't counter, then we face him together. All of us. Fleur took his hand, her warmth grounding him. You are not alone in this fight, Harry. You never have been. The Order of ZE Storm wants you to become a weapon. We want you to become a leader. There is a difference. Harry looked at their intertwined fingers, feeling the fire in her touch, the storm in his blood, the way they complemented each other without either being diminished. She was right. He knew she was right. I'll stay, he said. Train here. Learn what I can from everyone who's willing to teach me. And ZE Order of ZE Storm. I'll maintain contact. Accept whatever knowledge they're willing to share without requiring my presence. But my place is here. With you. With everyone who's counting on me. Fleur smiled, and the expression transformed her face from beautiful to radiant. Then that is settled. Now come inside, it is cold, and we have better ways to spend ZE nights on discussing politics. Harry laughed and let her lead him toward the warmth of the house. The war was coming. Voldemort would return. The final confrontation was inevitable. But tonight, he had this, love and warmth and the simple joy of being alive, being human, being Harry. And that was worth fighting for. The summer continued, bringing training and preparation and moments of unexpected peace. Harry worked with everyone who had knowledge to share, Moody on combat, Lupin on endurance, Sirius on Animagus techniques, Dumbledore on the deeper mysteries of magic. He corresponded with the Order of the Storm, learning what he could through letters and occasional mirror conversations, accepting their knowledge while declining their invitations. And through it all, he maintained the connections that Fleur had reminded him were essential. Ron and Hermione became his constant companions in training, pushing each other to improve, developing teamwork that would be essential in the battles to come. Victor Crumb visited twice, bringing news from the European magical communities and offering alliance that Harry accepted gratefully. Even Cedric Diggory, scarred but stronger for his tournament experiences, reached out to offer whatever help he could provide. The network of alliances grew, spreading beyond Britain to encompass France, Bulgaria, the Nordic countries, even cautious feelers from Mikusa. Harry found himself at the center of an international coalition, not by design but by the simple fact of what he represented. Hope. Resistance. The possibility of victory against a darkness that had seemed unstoppable. You're becoming a symbol, Dumbledore observed during one of their private meetings. Not just of power, but of unity. People see you and they see what's possible when different traditions, different communities, different ways of thinking come together. I didn't ask for that. The best symbols rarely do. Dumbledore smiled. But it's a burden you'll have to carry nonetheless. Use it wisely, Harry. Symbols can inspire, but they can also be corrupted, co-opted, turned into weapons by those with less noble intentions. Like the Ministry. Like many. Dumbledore's expression grew serious. Fudge has been forced to acknowledge Voldemort's return, but he's still trying to control the narrative. He'd love to position you as a Ministry asset, a weapon under governmental control. Don't let him. I won't. And be careful of the Order of the Storm as well. Their intentions may be good, but their methods. Dumbledore shook his head. They see Thunderbird magic as their birthright. They might come to see you as something that belongs to them rather than someone who belongs to himself. It was a warning Harry took seriously. The months of correspondence with the Order had taught him that Grandfather Storm's faction wasn't the only one with influence. There were others, more aggressive, more possessive, who viewed Harry's power as something that should be controlled rather than cultivated. For now, those factions were quiet, held in check by Grandfather Storm's authority and Harry's demonstrated power. But that wouldn't last forever. Nothing did. August faded into September, and with it came the return to Hogwarts. Harry's 6th year began with the weight of everything that had happened and everything that was still to come. He was a celebrity now, not just the boy who lived, but the Thunderbird, the wizard who had faced Voldemort and survived, the symbol of resistance against the darkness. It was exhausting. But there were bright spots. Fleur had accepted a position at Hogwarts, officially as a teaching assistant for French language studies, unofficially as part of the expanded security presence Dumbledore had arranged. Having her there, seeing her every day, made the weight of everything else more bearable. "Zay's students are terrified of you," she reported after her first week. "And fascinated. Zay whisper when you walk past, Zay watch your every move. It must be overwhelming. It's irritating, mostly." Harry stabbed at his dinner without enthusiasm. "I'm just trying to finish my education, and everyone acts like I'm going to summon a hurricane if they look at me wrong. To be fair, you might. That was one time. And it was justified." Fleur laughed, and the sound lifted Harry's spirits despite everything. This was what he'd stayed for, these moments of normalcy amid the chaos, these connections that reminded him what he was fighting to protect. The war was coming. Voldemort was rebuilding. The final confrontation drew closer every day. But for now, Harry had this. Friends and love and the simple joy of being alive. And he intended to enjoy it while he could. Chapter 19 and Chapter 20, The Storm's Eye. The final battle came on the winter solstice. Harry had known it was coming. The signs had been building for weeks: increased Death Eater activity, disturbances in the magical atmosphere, a growing pressure against Hogwarts wards that even the youngest students could feel. Voldemort had been preparing, and now he was ready. The attack began at midnight. Harry was awake when the wards shattered, sitting in the Gryffindor common room with Ron and Hermione, going over defense plans they'd rehearsed 100 times. The sound was like nothing he'd ever heard, a scream of broken magic, ancient protections dying after 1,000 years of faithful service. "It's starting," Hermione whispered. Harry was already moving. The corridors of Hogwarts were chaos, students running, teachers shouting orders, portraits screaming warnings as they fled from frame to frame. Harry pushed through it all, heading for the main entrance, feeling the storm building inside him with every step. He burst through the doors and stopped. The grounds were swarming with enemies. Death Eaters by the hundreds, accompanied by giants and werewolves and creatures of darkness Harry couldn't name. They spread across the lawn like a plague, their advance momentarily halted by the defensive positions Dumbledore had established. But the defenders were badly outnumbered. Unless something changed, Hogwarts would fall within the hour. Harry looked up at the sky, clear, cold, brilliant with stars, and reached for the storm. The hurricane answered his call from 1,000 miles away. It had been building over the Atlantic for days, gathering strength, waiting for the moment when Harry would need it. Now it came, racing across the ocean faster than any natural weather pattern, drawn by the connection between wizard and storm that had grown stronger with every passing month. The Death Eaters saw it coming. Some tried to flee. Others stood frozen, watching the impossible approach of destruction. Harry walked forward to meet his enemy. Voldemort waited at the edge of the battle, his red eyes fixed on Harry with an intensity that burned even through the growing wind. He'd prepared for this moment. Harry could see the defensive artifacts, the countermagic arrays, the weapons designed specifically to combat Thunderbird power. "You've grown stronger," Voldemort acknowledged as Harry approached. "But so have I. The time for games is over, Potter. Tonight, we end this." "I agree." They struck simultaneously. Lightning met shadow, storm met darkness, power against power in a collision that shook the very foundations of Hogwarts. The hurricane descended on the battlefield, driving rain and wind against the Death Eater forces, but Voldemort's magic shielded his followers from the worst of it. Harry had expected that. Had prepared for it. What he hadn't expected was the second figure that emerged from the shadows behind Voldemort, a woman in feathered robes, her eyes crackling with corrupted lightning, her presence carrying the unmistakable signature of Thunderbird magic. "Meet my newest ally," Voldemort said, his voice carrying through the chaos. "Night Storm, formerly of the Order of the Storm. She has different views about who should wield the power of the Thunderbird." The woman smiled, and it was the cruelest expression Harry had ever seen. "The stolen one," she said, her voice carrying the rumble of perverted thunder. "I've waited a long time for this. The power you carry belongs to our bloodlines, not yours. Tonight, I take it back." She attacked. Harry had never faced another Thunderbird before. The battle that followed was unlike anything he'd experienced, elemental forces clashing in ways that defied physics and magic alike. Night Storm was powerful, ruthless, unburdened by the morality that constrained Harry's worst impulses. She fought to kill, to destroy, to reclaim what she believed was rightfully hers. And she was winning. Every technique Harry used, she countered. Every attack he launched, she absorbed or deflected. She'd spent decades mastering the Thunderbird transformation, learning its secrets, developing abilities Harry didn't know existed. "You're just a child," she spat, driving him back with a barrage of corrupted lightning. "Playing with powers you don't understand. The storm blood was never meant for European wizards. You're an aberration, a mistake that I'm about to correct." Harry felt his defenses crumbling, felt the exhaustion setting in, felt the despair of facing an enemy who was simply better than him. And then he heard Fleur's voice, cutting through the chaos like a beacon. "Harry." She was there, blazing with Vila fire, carving through Death Eaters who stood between them, her presence a warmth that cut through the cold of battle. Behind her came Ron and Hermione, Sirius and Lupin, members of the Order and DA and everyone who had ever believed in him. They weren't powerful enough to defeat Night Storm. Weren't strong enough to turn the tide of battle alone. But they reminded Harry of something he'd almost forgotten. The power the Dark Lord knows not. Love. Harry stopped fighting. Not stopped resisting, stopped fighting the way Night Storm fought, stopped trying to match her power for power, technique for technique. Instead, he opened himself to the connections that made him human, the love he felt for Fleur, the loyalty of his friends, the sacrifices his parents had made, the trust of everyone who believed in him. The storm didn't diminish. It transformed. Where before it had been wild, destructive, barely controlled, now it became something else entirely. The hurricane gentled without losing its power, becoming precise rather than chaotic, purposeful rather than random. Night Storm felt the change and faltered. "What are you doing?" she demanded, her attacks becoming erratic as she faced something she didn't understand. "This isn't, you can't, you spent decades learning to be the storm," Harry said, his voice carrying the weight of something beyond himself. "But you never learned to be human at the same time. That's your weakness. That's what the prophecy meant." He struck, not with raw power, but with precision, targeting the corruption in Night Storm's magic, the disconnection between her human and elemental selves that she'd never bothered to heal. The attack was surgical, devastating, exploiting vulnerabilities she'd never known she had. Nightstorm screamed as her transformation collapsed, her power turning against itself, the stolen Thunderbird magic she'd accumulated over decades unraveling in a cascade of broken lightning. She fell. And Harry turned to face Voldemort. The Dark Lord was alone now, his allies scattered or defeated, his backup weapon destroyed, his carefully laid plans in ruins. But he didn't flee. Didn't beg. Didn't show any sign of the fear that should have been consuming him. Instead, he smiled. Impressive, Voldemort said, his voice carrying genuine admiration. You've become everything I feared you might become. The perfect weapon, perfectly controlled. I underestimated you, Potter. It won't happen again. There won't be an again. No. You think this is the end? Voldemort laughed, high and cold and utterly confident. This is merely a setback. I have lived for decades, survived death itself, built and rebuilt my power through every obstacle. You've won a battle, Potter. The war continues. Not for you. Harry reached for the storm one final time. But not to destroy. To contain. To capture. To end the threat Voldemort represented without becoming the monster his boggart had shown. The hurricane condensed around the Dark Lord, not as a weapon but as a prison, winds too strong to break through, lightning that responded to any attempt at escape, rain that never stopped falling. A cage of weather, held in place by Harry's will, designed to trap rather than kill. You think this will hold me? Voldemort demanded, his composure finally cracking. I think it will hold you until Dumbledore gets here. Harry's voice was steady. I think it will hold you until we can deal with the rest of your Horcruxes. I think it will hold you until justice is finally served. Justice? Voldemort's face twisted with rage. There is no justice. There is only power, and those too weak to seek it. No. Harry shook his head slowly. There's love. There's friendship. There's everything you gave up when you started splitting your soul. And tonight, that's what beat you. Not my power. Our power. Everyone who stood together against you. The storm prison tightened, and Voldemort's screams of rage were swallowed by the wind. Dawn broke over Hogwarts. The battlefield was quiet now, the fighting done, the wounded being tended and the prisoners secured. Voldemort's storm prison held firm, awaiting the ministry officials and order members who would handle his final imprisonment. Harry sat on the front steps of the castle, exhausted beyond words, watching the sun rise over a world that was finally, truly free. Fleur found him there. She didn't speak. Just sat beside him, her warmth surrounding him, her presence a comfort that required no words. They watched the light spread across the grounds, touching the damaged walls, illuminating the craters where spells had struck, revealing the full extent of what they'd survived. It's over, Harry said eventually. Yes. I don't know what comes next. Neither do I. Fleur's hand found his, their fingers intertwining. But we will find out together. Ron and Hermione appeared, settling on Harry's other side, completing the circle that had begun in their first year on the Hogwarts Express. They'd come so far since then. Faced so much. Lost and gained and grown in ways none of them could have predicted. So, Ron said after a while. What do you want to do now that you're not destined for mortal combat? Harry laughed, a real laugh, surprising himself. I have absolutely no idea. That's the first sane thing you've said in years, Hermione observed. Maybe we should celebrate that. The following weeks brought the slow process of rebuilding and healing. Voldemort was imprisoned, not in Azkaban, which was deemed insufficient, but in a specialized facility designed by the combined expertise of the British Ministry, MACUSA, and the Order of the Storm. The remaining Horcruxes were hunted down and destroyed, ensuring that even his immortality could not save him. The Death Eaters were captured, tried, and sentenced according to the severity of their crimes. Some went to Azkaban. Others, those who had been coerced or controlled, received lesser punishments. The wizarding world began the long process of coming to terms with what had happened and what it meant for their future. Harry found himself at the center of it all, despite his best efforts to avoid the spotlight. He was a hero now, the Thunderbird who had faced the Dark Lord and won, the wizard who had chosen justice over vengeance, the symbol of everything the magical world wanted to believe about itself. It was exhausting. But it was also, Harry admitted, meaningful. You could use it, Dumbledore suggested during one of their post-war conversations. The influence you've accumulated. The goodwill. You could shape how the wizarding world rebuilds, ensure that the mistakes of the past aren't repeated. Or I could take a year off and figure out who I am without a prophecy hanging over my head. Dumbledore smiled. That's also a valid choice. In the end, Harry chose something in between. He worked with the Ministry on reforms, pushing for better treatment of magical creatures, improved education about different traditions, international cooperation that would make future Dark Lords harder to rise. But he also took time for himself, finishing his education, traveling with Fleur to see the world, learning to be a person rather than just a weapon. The Thunderbird remained part of him, of course. Always would. But it no longer defined him the way it once had. He was Harry Potter, wizard, friend, lover, hero, and the storm was just one aspect of a much larger whole. 1 year after the final battle, Harry stood on the same mesa where Grandfather Storm had first appeared in his dreams. The old man was there, looking older but peaceful, surrounded by other Order members who had come to witness the moment. "You've done well," Grandfather Storm said. "Better than any of us expected. The prophecy is fulfilled, the Dark Lord is contained, and the Thunderbird magic has been restored to the world in a form we can be proud of. I couldn't have done it without help. No one does anything without help. That's the point." The old man smiled. "We asked you once to choose between your heritage and your humanity. You found a third option, being both, fully, without compromise. That's rare, Harry Potter. That's something worth celebrating." The ceremony that followed was brief but meaningful, a formal recognition of Harry's place in the Thunderbird tradition, not as a weapon or a tool, but as a partner. An ally. A bridge between worlds that had been separate for too long. When it was over, Fleur was waiting for him at the mesa's edge. "How do you feel?" Harry considered the question. The sun was setting over the American Southwest, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson. Somewhere below, his friends were waiting to celebrate. Somewhere beyond that, a world he'd helped save was continuing to turn. "I feel." He searched for the right word. "Complete." Fleur smiled and took his hand. "Then let us go home." They walked together into the sunset, the storm and the fire, the wizard and the Vila, two people who had found in each other something worth all the darkness they'd endured. The war was over. The prophecy was fulfilled. The future stretched ahead, unwritten and full of possibility. And Harry Potter, the boy who lived, the Thunderbird's heir, the wizard who had learned that love was the greatest power of all, was finally free. Epilogue. 10 years later, Harry stood on the astronomy tower at Hogwarts, watching a new generation of students arrive for their first year. Fleur was beside him, as she always was now, his wife, his partner, the mother of their 2 children who were currently racing each other across the grounds below. The years had been kind to them both, filled with challenges and joys and the ordinary magic of building a life together. "Do you ever miss it?" she asked. "Zay adventure. Zay danger. Zay feeling of being at the center of everything?" Harry considered the question seriously. "Sometimes. But then I remember what that adventure cost, and I'm grateful for what we have instead." Below them, their daughter, Marie, 7 years old, with her mother's silver hair and her father's storm-green eyes, had won the race and was doing a triumphant dance that made the arriving students stare. Their son, James, 5 years old and already showing signs of Thunderbird magic, was protesting that she cheated. Normal childhood complaints. Normal family moments. The kind of normalcy Harry had never dared hope for. Ze will have their own adventures, Fleur observed. Their own challenges. Ze world is not done producing darkness. I know. But they'll face it with everything we didn't have, a world that's better prepared, traditions that work together, families that are whole. Harry smiled. They'll have a chance at the childhood we never got. Fleur leaned against him, her warmth a comfort after all these years. You sound like an old man. I feel like an old man sometimes. You are 35. That's ancient in wizard who fights Dark Lord's years. She laughed, and the sound still lifted his heart the way it had when they were young. Some things, Harry had learned, didn't fade with time. Some things only grew stronger. Below them, the sun was setting over Hogwarts, casting long shadows across the grounds where so much had happened. The castle stood strong, rebuilt and renewed, ready to welcome another generation of witches and wizards who would learn within its walls. The storm inside Harry was quiet now, not gone, never gone, but settled into patterns that felt less like power and more like peace. He had become what the prophecy required and more. He had found love, built family, helped create a world worth living in. And somewhere in the distance, thunder rumbled, not a threat, but a greeting. A reminder that the storm was always there, always part of him, always ready if needed. Harry smiled and watched the stars begin to emerge. The hurricane had been just the beginning.